في خالة إن الوضع متغيرة شوي. ثواني بس حبيبة قلبي، ما كان بس أتأكد حبيبة قلبي بس. ثواني. اي نعم حبيبة قلبي، بكرة الساعة
بكرة الساعة 2 إلى 10.
بالضبط بالضبط حبيبة قلبي، اي نعم.
إن شاء الله
تسلمين يا الغالية. بعد أنا راكان معاي على حطيناه في الجروب بدل أبو فهد، فوصل له اللي سوينا احنا حق الفي اي بي رابط زوم دايركت يدخلون على
يا منيا صح.
ممتاز ممتاز. هذا يعني بس عشان تو سكيور. واذا بقيتي اي شيء حبيبتي، المايك التكنيكال سبورت الكمباني موجوده عندي في المكتب. اوكي حبيبتي، كلميني يعني.
إن شاء الله.
تسلمين يا
مع
الغالية.
السلامة.
مع السلامة. Oh, sorry. Noor?
Yes, Dr. Hanadi. Can you hear me? Dr. Hanadi?
Uh, Noor? Noor?
Yes, doctor.
Noor?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Noor?
Dr. Hanadi, I can hear you. Okay, let me
I'm open I'm open. Yes, speak?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
No.
No, can you see your speaker's volume or your headphones volume there?
My headphone volume, right?
Yes, your speaker volume, yes.
Uh, no, my speaker it's high. Can you set up for me? Okay, okay. This is muted. I muted myself. Now I will open. I will open. Did you hear me?
Did you hear? Yes, now I can hear you.
But I didn't hear you.
Okay, I cannot hear me.
No. Now forget. But for a while, just I need you to set up me. I need my.
No,
I don't want to be zoom. I don't want to be zooming myself too much here or there.
right. No, you need to move on the other side. But
Uh,
yes, and
it's in the middle, and
the middle.
yes, I don't want to be so high, and
Yeah.
everything is okay, clear.
Yeah.
Now I connect the mic, but let me check if it's set up or not.
The mic, I can hear you clearly. Even on the headphones I'm wearing, I can hear you both sides on my phone and
Okay, will be okay, and my position will be okay.
yes.
Okay. We will mute it. Amal will be there. Uh, uh, I will speak with you by phone. Do not
Hello, everyone. I joined in.
Testing. Can you hear me, doctor?
عليكم يا هلا سعادة السفير، شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟ يا هلا الشيخ دكتور ثاني، شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟
السلام عليكم، ايش حالك؟ الله يسلمك، ان شاء الله كلكم طيبين. الله
الله
يصبحكم
طيبين، طال
بالخير.
حالك، الأهل إن شاء الله كلهم بخير.
الجميع بخير، الله يحفظك ويسلمك.
الله
سعادة
يحفظكم.
السفير كيف الحال؟ الله يسلمك، ان
شرفتيني.
شاء الله
مرحبا،
طيب.
الله يسلمكم، اهلا وسهلا،
الله
مرحبا
يحفظك
دكتوره،
ويسلمك.
اهلا وسهلا.
الله
شيخ
يسلمك، الله يحفظك.
الله
دكتور،
يحفظك.
الله يسلمك.
الله يسلمك.
يا هلا سمو الشيخ سالم، شلونك؟ شيخ سالم.
السلام عليكم.
يا هلا شيخ سالم، شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟
مرحبا مرحبا اختي دكتوره، كيف حالك؟ كيف حال
والله
الحضور
طيبين، طال
جميعا؟
حالك. معانا
عساكم
الشيخ
بقوه.
ثاني من دولة قطر، ومعانا
مرحبا مرحبا
سعادة
دكتور.
السفير.
الله يمسك
سعادة
بالخير.
السفير دكتور
الشيخ ايش
سالم.
حالك؟ ان شاء
الله
الله طيب.
بخير. مرحبا
الله
مرحبا،
يحفظك
طال
ويسلمك.
الله
الله
يحييك،
يطول
الله
عمرك
يسلمك.
ويسلمك.
مرحبا الشيخ، يا
الله
مرحبا شيخ
يحفظك.
سالم.
يا مرحبا يا مرحبا.
دقيقة إن شاء الله ونبدأ. تبتدين أمل عشان سعادة السفير عنده التزام،
إن شاء
فعشان ما
الله.
نتأخر.
إن شاء الله إن شاء الله. يا هلا ويا مرحبا فيكم. اليوم الأول مؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي السادس، تكنو الابتكار وتكنو ريادة أعمال وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي. اليوم الأول، ونرحب بالموجودين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تحت رعاية معالي وزير الإعلام والثقافة ووزير الدولة لشؤون الشباب عبد الرحمن المطيري، نبدأ اليوم الأول فعاليات المؤتمر العالمي السادس لتكنو الابتكار وتكنو ريادة الأعمال وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي. أصحاب السمو والشيوخ، الوزراء، الشخصيات القيادية والخبراء الأفاضل، أهلا بكم وأسعد الله أوقاتكم كل الخير. انبثقت فكرة المؤتمر من المبادرة الخليجية العربية التي أطلقتها الدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية لعام 2020، والتي تركزت على التنويع الاقتصادي والاستثمار عبر الابتكار التكنولوجي وريادة الأعمال التكنولوجية والذكاء الاصطناعي ورفع تصنيف الدول ورفع المؤشرات التنافسية العالمية نحو النمو الاقتصادي الرقمي المستدام. تأتي أهمية المؤتمر من أهمية المبادرة من المنظور الخليجي والعربي والعالمي لتوأمتها مع رؤية دولة الكويت 2035، والتي تسعى إلى تحويل البلاد إلى مركز إقليمي مالي وتجاري ترتكز على التنويع الاقتصادي والاستدامة مع الارتقاء في تطوير التعليم، الصحة والتكنولوجيا والبنية التحتية، وكذلك تتماشى مع الرؤى الخليجية والعالمية تزامنا مع الاحتفالات العالمية لأسبوع ريادة الأعمال العالمية يشارك اليوم في المحفل الدولي أكثر من 100 خبير و20 شركة استشارية ومجموعة من المخترعين خلال 12 ساعة على مدار يومين. كما تنطلق مسابقة الكويت الدولية الرابعة للابتكار وريادة الأعمال التكنولوجية والذكاء الاصطناعي بالتوازي مع المؤتمر. نرحب من دولة الكويت بسعادة الدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباكي، رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية. تتفضل تلقي كلمتها مشكورة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Distinguished practitioner worldwide, it is my honor today to deliver this speech at this very important conference. First of all, I would like to thank all the distinguished highnesses and excellencies. الحضور الكرام من جميع أنحاء العالم، يشرفنا اليوم أن ألقي هذه الكلمة في المؤتمر الهام. وفي البداية أود أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لأصحاب السمو والمعالي. The 21st century model for developed and developing countries are collectively focused on shaping the digital economy, a goal that contributes positively to economic growth and economic diversification. Our conference has focused on three essential pillars: the innovation ecosystem, the AI ecosystem, and the entrepreneurship ecosystem. يركز نموذج القرن ال21 للدول المتقدمة والنامية بشكل جماعي على صياغة مستقبل الاقتصاد الرقمي، وهو هدف يسهم إيجابا في النمو والتنويع الاقتصادي. وقد ركز مؤتمرنا على 3 ركائز أساسية: منظومة الابتكار، ومنظومة الذكاء الاصطناعي، ومنظومة ريادة الأعمال. My vision for digital economy achieve economic growth and diversification by powering digital productivity. This is accomplished through strategic innovation program built on fundamental invention, which create the knowledge base by generating vital R&D that forms core of digital innovation. تتمثل رؤيتي للاقتصاد الرقمي في تحقيق النمو والتنويع الاقتصادي من خلال تمكين الإنتاجية الرقمية، ويتحقق ذلك من خلال برامج الابتكار الاستراتيجية المبنية على الابتكار الأساسي، والتي تنشئ منظومة معرفية من خلال استحداث البحث والتطوير الذي يشكل جوهر الابتكار الرقمي. Those programs amplify by EdTech strategy, creating a human capital by ensuring skilled workforce capable to utilizing updated AI tool and disseminating the new knowledge, enhancing core innovation ecosystem. Successful technology commercialization enable value capture, convert R&D into viable products, services, and new firms. This ensures the economic return on investment by activating entrepreneurship ecosystem. تسهم هذه البرامج المعززة باستراتيجيات تكنولوجيا التعليم في بناء رأس المال البشري من خلال ضمان قوة عاملة مميزة قادرة على استخدام أدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي الحديثة ونشر المعرفة الجديدة، مما يعزز منظومة الابتكار الأساسية. كما يمكن التسويق التجاري الناجح للتكنولوجيا من تحقيق القيمة المضافة وتحويل البحث والتطوير إلى منتجات وخدمات وشركات جديدة قابلة للتطبيق، وهذا يضمن العائد الاقتصادي على الاستثمار من خلال تفعيل منظومة ريادة الأعمال. This entire framework is a proportional relation with the task automating AI ecosystem. The AI contributed augment productivity by acting as a general purpose technology, automating processes, increase data analysis capability, and raising the productivity ceiling of all the sector. يعمل هذا الإطار بأكمله متوازي مع منظومة الذكاء الاصطناعي لأتمتة المهام، كما تعزز مساهمة الذكاء الاصطناعي في الإنتاجية من خلال العمل كتقنية للأغراض العامة وأتمتة العمليات، وزيادة القدرة على تحليل البيانات ورفع سقف الإنتاجية في جميع القطاعات. Together, those three powerful ecosystems form the multilateral that drives economic diversification. This integration led by successful new venture in novel sector, creating resilient and new markets and shift the economy from traditional to digitalization. In conclusion, the outcome is sustained digital economy achieved by operating at higher level of efficiency, driven by integrated matrix for innovation focus in digital ecosystem. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to meeting you next year, November 11 to 12, 2026. تشكل هذه المنظومات الثلاث القوية معا المضاعف الأساسي الذي يحرك التنوع الاقتصادي، الذي تقوده المشاريع الناجحة في القطاعات الجديدة، ويعزز المرونة وينشئ أسواقا جديدة، ويحول الاقتصاد من التقليدي إلى الرقمي. والنتيجة هي اقتصاد رقمي مستدام يتحقق من خلال العمل بكفاءة عالية مدفوعا بمنظومة رقمية متكاملة تركز على الابتكار. وشكرا لكم، وأتطلع إلى لقائكم في المؤتمر القادم في نسخته السابعة 11 إلى 12 نوفمبر 2026. Thank you.
جزيل الشكر للدكتورة هنادي المباكي على الكلمة اللي قدمتها، وشكرا لها أيضا على العنوة أنها قدمتها bilingual two languages. شاكرين لك دكتورة، وما هي غريبة عليك. ومن سلطنة عمان نرحب بسعادة السفير الدكتور صالح الخروطي، سفير سلطنة عمان لدى دولة الكويت. يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
شكرا الأخت أمل، شكرا الأخت هادي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكرام، المشاركين في المؤتمر الافتراضي الخليجي السادس، تكنو الابتكار، تكنو ريادة الأعمال، وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية يطيب لي أن أتقدم إليكم بالتحية الخالصة بمناسبة انعقاد هذا المؤتمر. أتوجه بالشكر والتقدير للقائمين عليه على تنظيمه وعلى جهودهم الملموسة في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الهام سنويا، ما يؤكد على أهمية متابعة التحول إلى الاقتصاد الرقمي. تسارع سلطنة عمان الخطى ماضية في خطواتها للوصول إلى مستويات متقدمة في نهج الحكومة الإلكترونية والتكنولوجيا الحديثة. تقدمت سلطنة عمان خلال العام 2024 5 مراتب في مؤشر جاهزية الحكومة في الذكاء الاصطناعي، لتأتي في المركز 45 بين 193 دولة. وقد اعتمدت البرنامج الوطني للذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الرقمية المتقدمة، الذي يركز على 3 محاور رئيسة تتمثل في تعزيز وتبني الذكاء الاصطناعي في القطاعات الاقتصادية والتنموية، وتوطين تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي، وحوكمة تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الرقمية المتقدمة برؤية محورها الإنسان. لقد حقق البرنامج الوطني للذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الرقمية المتقدمة العديد من الإنجازات التي أسهمت في تعزيز التحول الرقمي في سلطنة عمان، من بينها تنفيذ مسابقة هندسها بالذكاء الاصطناعي، تم خلالها تطوير حلول وتطبيقات مبنية على الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي، وتأهلت 8 تطبيقات باعتبارها مخرجات هذه المسابقة تم رفعها على مختلف الأسواق الإلكترونية. وقد نفذت وزارة النقل والاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات عددا من التجارب لاختبار حلول وتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في بيئات محدودة قبل التوسع في تطبيقها، لتقديم الأفكار ودعم الابتكار وتقليل المخاطر. أبرزها تجربة الإحصاء الزراعي بالذكاء الاصطناعي، تجربة التخطيط الحضري الذكي، وتجربة نظام التعرف على الوجوه، ومراقبة جودة الهواء، وإلى آخره. من جانبها أطلقت وزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار برنامج البحوث الاستراتيجية في قطاع الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات الذكاء الاصطناعي لدعم الأبحاث المرتبطة بالأولويات الوطنية. وتسعى سلطنة عمان إلى تسريع دمج الذكاء الاصطناعي في مختلف القطاعات الاقتصادية من خلال مبادرة اقتصاديات الذكاء الاصطناعي لدعم والتنويع الاقتصادي وبناء القدرات الوطنية وتحقيق أهداف رؤية عمان 2040. وتم اعتماد عدد من المشروعات الحكومية المبتكرة ضمن هذه المبادرة، أبرزها المركز الوطني للصحة الافتراضية وتحليل البيانات الجيولوجية وبنك المعلومات البيئية ومنصة عين الإعلامية وغيرها. وتسعى سلطنة عمان إلى أن تكون ضمن أفضل الدول في مؤشر جاهزية الحكومات في الذكاء الاصطناعي وزيادة عدد الشركات الناشئة المتخصصة في تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي ونمو حجم الاستثمارات في هذه التقنيات بنسبة 20% سنويا، حيث وصل حجم الاستثمار في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي في سلطنة عمان خلال الفترة 2021-2024 إلى 60 مليون ريال عماني. ويتم حاليا إنشاء مركز الثورة الصناعية الرابعة في سلطنة عمان لتوطين تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي والاستفادة من الخبرات العالمية في تطوير ابتكارات ومشروعات تقنية متقدمة. ويعتبر هذا المركز السادس من نوعه في الشرق الأوسط وال22 عالميا. ختاما، لا يسعني إلا أن أعرب عن خالص الشكر والتقدير للقائمين على أعمال هذا المؤتمر وللأخت الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على حسن إدارتها وتنظيمها لأعماله. وفقكم الله جميعا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
جزيل الشكر لسعادة السفير الدكتور صالح الخروصي سفير سلطنة عمان لدى دولة الكويت على كلمته. ومن الكويت ومن المؤتمر خاصة أيضا نرفع أسمى آيات الأسى والحزن إلى المملكة العربية السعودية وللأميرة هند بنت عبد الرحمن آل سعود السفيرة الدولية المسؤولية المجتمعية على فقيدهم الغالي، راجين الله له الجنة وأن يربط الله على قلب أهله وذويه. وننتقل أيضا إلى الشقيقة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة وسمو الشيخ سالم القاسمي عضو المجلس التنفيذي رئيس دائرة الطيران المدني برأس الخيمة، يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الأخت الفاضلة سعادة هنادي المباركي، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة والسمو، الأخوة والأخوات، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في بداية كلمتي مع بدء أعمال وفعاليات ذلك المحفل والمنتدى الذي يجمعنا سويا للعام السادس على التوالي، تأكيدا على الأهمية التي بات يتصدرها على خارطة المؤتمرات الإقليمية والعالمية، وتأسسا على الثقل والطرح النوعي للقضايا وأوراق العمل التي تحصد جميعا دولا وحكومات مخرجاتها المرجوة وثمارها الطيبة على صعيد التنمية العربية والخليجية، وبجهود ورؤية ومشاركة وحضور خبراء وأكاديميين، فضلا عن عشرات الآلاف من المشاركين من مختلف أصقاع العالم. فإنني وكمشارك سنوي في دورات المؤتمر مطلعا عن كثب على أجندته وتوصياته، فاسمحوا لي أن أتوجه بوافر الشكر لشخصية استثنائية تقف بجهد وبصيرة واعية خلف فكرة وديمومة ذلك المحفل العالمي الذي بات يمثل ويتوافق مع رؤية دولة الكويت الشقيقة، ألا وهي الأخت الفاضلة هنادي المباركي رئيسة ومنظمة المؤتمر. فحق علينا أن نثني عليها ونعبر عن امتناننا لجهدها الهائل في إنجاح ذلك المؤتمر. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، لعلنا لا نجد شمولية في وصف اللحظة الفارقة والراهنة في عالمنا المعاصر سوى كلمة نضعها بكل تقدير بين قوسين، وهي مصطلح التكنولوجيا التي باتت هي السر والضمان لتطور وصعود الدول. فمن لا يسعى لتوطين التقنيات الحديثة فهو لن يكون حتما قادرا على مقارعة المستقبل. ينطبق القول على دولا وحكومات ومؤسسات وأيضا أفراد. فيوما بعد يوم لا نكاد نرى ونندهش لابتكار تقني في كافة المجالات، إلا وتفاجأ أو يتفاجأ العالم بأسره بظهور تقنيات أحدث تسابق الزمن، وتتسابق معها قدراتنا على اللحاق بها وفك طلاسمها وتوطينها، ومن ثم تسخيرها لتكون معولا لحياة أكثر ازدهار وتطورا لنا وللأجيال القادمة. الأخوة والأخوات، الحضور الكريم، وإن كنا نرى التحولات هائلة لا تتوقف في مضمار التقنية، ووفقا لأجندة وأيقونة مؤتمرنا في مسارات ثلاث، وهي ريادة الأعمال والابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي، فإننا لابد أن نبدي بالغ التقدير والامتنان لرؤى قيادات وحكام ورؤساء دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي الرشيدة حفظهم الله ورعاهم تعالى في تصويب مسيرة وخطط التنمية لتلاحق وتوطن وتعزز من دور وفلسفة وثقافة التقنيات الحديثة في كافة مناحي التطور الاقتصادي والمجتمعي والحضاري والإنساني. وكإدراك راسخ من أصحاب السمو والجلالة بأن الدولة التي ستتوقف أو ستتأخر عن اللحاق بقطار التقنية والتطور التكنولوجي لن تجد لها مكانا في عالمنا في عالما جديدا قادما علينا لا محالة، شئنا أم أبينا، حيث تم تسخير كافة المقدرات لتهيئة دول وشعوب المنطقة لاستيعاب وفهم مسارات التحول التكنولوجي العالمي، فيما لم يقتصر الأمر على المقدرات المادية الهائلة التي تم توجيهها لتحقيق ذلك الهدف السامي، بل امتد لغراس مفاهيم التقنية في كافة المراحل التعليمية، وأيضا كثقافة وممارسة وفلسفة لحاضرنا ومستقبلنا، بما فيها تهيئة البيئة التشريعية لاستقطاب أفضل الممارسات والاستثمارات العالمية في كافة الميادين التقنية العالمية. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، الأخوة والأخوات، لا أريد أن أستأثر بمزيدا من الوقت، مدركا أن وقت ذلك المحفل له وثمين، تأسسا وتواكبا مع نوعية ومسارات القضايا المطروحة، وتوقعا لآمال عريضة معقودة على توصياته التي لا نشك بمشيئة الله تعالى إنها ستترجم كحلول داعمة لأنجدة تطور منطقتنا. وعليه فإنني أشكركم على حسن الاستماع، سائلا المولى عز وجل أن يحقق المؤتمر الأهداف المرجوة منه، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
جزيل الشكر إلى سمو الشيخ سالم القاسمي، عضو المجلس التنفيذي رئيس دائرة الطيران المدني برأس الخيمة، على كلمته المشكورة. ونرحب من دولة قطر بالشيخ الدكتور ثاني آل ثاني، عضو مجلس الإدارة للعلاقات الدولية مركز قطر الدولي للتوثيق والتحكيم. يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب السمو والسعادة، سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المبارك رئيسة المؤتمر، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في المؤتمر الدولي الافتراضي لعام 2025 حول الابتكار التكنولوجي وريادة الأعمال التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي من أجل تنوع الاقتصاد، الذي يجمع بين صفوة الخبراء والمفكرين ورواد الأعمال من مختلف الدول في منصة علمية عالمية تسعى إلى استشراف آفاق المستقبل الرقمي وتعزيز التنمية المستدامة. ونعرب عن خالص الشكر والتقدير للجهود المبذولة من الدكتورة هنادي المبارك رئيسة المؤتمر على قيادتها وجهودها المتميزة في دعم مسيرة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال التقنية، وإيمانها العميق بأن الذكاء الاصطناعي والتحول الرقمي يشكلان محورا رئيسيا لتنوع الاقتصاد وتعزيز تنافسيته العالمية واستمرارية هذا المحفل الذي يستمر لعامه السادس على التوالي. وفي ظل هذا التطور المتسارع يبرز الأمن السيبراني كحجر أساسي في حماية المكتسبات الرقمية وصون البيانات والمعلومات. وقد أولت دولة قطر هذا المجال اهتماما استراتيجيا من خلال القانون رقم 3 لسنة 2016 بشأن حماية خصوصية البيانات الشخصية، التي أسس لإطارها التشريعي المتطور، وكذلك يضمن سلامة معالجة البيانات وحماية حقوق الأفراد، إلى جانب المرسوم الأميري بإنشاء وحدة الأمن السيبراني الوطنية، وكذلك طرح العديد من البرامج المتخصصة في الأمن السيبراني في الجامعات الوطنية في دولة قطر، التي تعمل على تعزيز الجاهزية الرقمية ووضع السياسات والاستراتيجيات اللازمة لحماية البنية التحتية الحيوية من التهديدات الإلكترونية. كما نؤكد على أهمية دراسة الأمن الرقمي وبناء الكفاءات الوطنية القادرة على مواجهة التحديات الحديثة في مجال أمن المعلومات، لما لذلك من أثر مباشر في دعم التنمية الرقمية الآمنة والمستدامة. ولا يقتصر أثر الابتكار التكنولوجي على الاقتصاد فحسب، بل يمتد ليشمل منظومة العدالة أيضا، حيث ساهمت التقنيات الذكية والتحول الرقمي في تطوير أداء المؤسسات القضائية وتيسير الوصول إلى العدالة وتسريع إجراءات التقاضي من خلال المحاكم الإلكترونية وإدارة القضايا الرقمية، ونظم الذكاء الاصطناعي في التحليل القانوني وصنع القرار القضائي المساند. إن هذه التحولات تمثل خطوة نوعية نحو عدالة أكثر كفاءة وشفافية وإنصافا، وتجسيد الرؤية الحديثة التي تضع التقنية في خدمة الإنسان والمجتمع. إننا اليوم أمام مرحلة جديدة عنوانها الابتكار والتكامل بين التكنولوجيا والاقتصاد والعدالة، بما يضمن بناء مستقبل أكثر أمانا وعدالة وازدهارا. فمرحبا بالجميع في هذا المؤتمر السنوي، ونسأل الله أن يوفقنا في أعمال هذا المؤتمر، وأن يساهم في إطلاق أفكار ومبادرات رائدة تثري مسيرة التحول الرقمي في الوطن العربي ودول الخليج تحديدا والعالم بأسره. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
جزيل الشكر إلى الشيخ الدكتور ثاني آل ثاني، عضو مجلس الإدارة للعلاقات الدولية مركز قطر الدولي للتوثيق والتحكيم، على كلمته. والآن من دولة الكويت نرحب بسعادة أنس ميرزا، الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة الشركة الوطنية لمشاريع التكنولوجيا، وينوب عنه سعادة الأستاذ طارق العون.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. كلمتنا طبعا أنا راح أنوب عن الأستاذ أنس نظرا لارتباطات في مواعيد أخرى. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن العالم اليوم يشهد تحولات متسارعة غير مسبوقة في مجال الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا، ومع تزايد التحديات التي تفرضها العولمة والذكاء الاصطناعي والتحول الرقمي، أصبح من الضروري أن تتبنى مؤسساتنا نماذج عمل جديدة تقوم على الإبداع والمعرفة والتطوير المستمر لضمان استدامة النمو وتحقيق التميز والمنافسة على المستويين الإقليمي والعالمي. وتسخر منطقتنا بالعقول الشابة والطموحة القادرة على تحويل الأفكار إلى حلول واقعية تسهم في دعم خطط التنمية الوطنية، وهو ما يدعونا جميعا إلى تكثيف الجهود لتمكين هؤلاء المبدعين وتوفير البيئة الحاضنة لاستمرارية إنجازاتهم. وأن شركة نست تفخر بأن تكون جزء من هذه المسيرة الداعمة للابتكار والتكنولوجيا والتعليم النوعي. وانطلاقا من رسالة الشركة الوطنية العالمية للخدمات التعليمية والتدريب نست، والمتمثلة في دعم التميز المعرفي والابتكار التقني وريادة الأعمال، فقد حرصت منذ تأسيسها في عام 2019 على بناء شراكات استراتيجية مع بيوت خبرة عالمية تعليمية وتدريبية متقدمة تسهم في إعداد جيل متمكن من مهارات المستقبل. وفي إطار هذه الرسالة تدعم نست مبادرات تطوير القدرات الوطنية من خلال ذراعها التدريبي المعهد الوطني للقادة، الذي يقدم برامج متنوعة بالتعاون مع جامعات عالمية مثل لندن بزنس سكول وIMD، تشمل برامج عامة مفتوحة وبرامج مصممة حسب احتياجات المؤسسات. وقد خدم المعهد عملاء مميزين في قطاعات عدة في دولة الكويت. وبالتوازي تواصل الشركة تنفيذ مبادرات تعليمية وتقنية متميزة، من بينها إنشاء جامعة بريطانية محلية متخصصة في العلوم والتكنولوجيا، ومركز تدريب للذكاء الاصطناعي، ومركز تحول رقمي، إلى جانب مركز الواقع المعزز والواقع الافتراضي الذي أطلق بالشراكة مع إيون رياليتي في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. وفي الختام تتقدم شركة نست بالشكر والتقدير الغامين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، ولجميع المتحدثين والمشاركين والحضور الكرام، راجين من الله العلي القدير أن يوفقنا جميعا لما فيه رفع لأوطاننا وتقدم مجتمعاتنا. شكرا.
جزيل الشكر للأستاذ طارق العون من دولة الكويت، بالإنابة عن سعادة الأستاذ أنس ميرزا الرئيس التنفيذي مجموعة الشركة الوطنية لمشاريع التكنولوجيا. شاكرة لك على الكلمة المؤثرة. ومن المملكة العربية السعودية نرحب بسعادة الأستاذ أحمد المرشدي مدير عام مكتب البراءات الاختراع بالأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية. ينوب عنه المهندس علي الملا من مملكة البحرين. يتفضل يلقي كلمته.
السلام عليكم، حياكم الله ويعطيكم العافية على إتاحة الفرصة. في البداية أنا راح إن شاء الله ألقي الكلمة بدل من الأستاذ أحمد المرشدي. معاكم أخوكم علي الملا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، سعادة الدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباركي رئيس المؤتمر، السادة المشاركين والمشاركات، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني بادئا أن أنقل لكم تحيات معالي الأمين العام لمجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية جاسم محمد البديوي، وتمنياته لكم ولهذا المؤتمر الهام كل النجاح والتوفيق. كما أنقل لكم تحيات الأستاذ أحمد المرشدي مدير عام مكتب براءة الاختراع بالأمانة العامة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، يأتي اهتمام مجلس التعاون بمنظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي كأحد أهم جوانب الإبداع وتقديم الدعم لهما والتحفيز والتشجيع عليهما انطلاقا من المادة 20 من الاتفاقية الاقتصادية بين دول مجلس التعاون لعام 2001، والتي نصت على أن تقوم الدول الأعضاء بوضع برامج لتشجيع الموهوبين ودعم الابتكار والاختراع، وتتعاون في مجال الملكية الفكرية وتطوير الأنظمة والإجراءات الكفيلة بحماية حقوق المبدعين والمخترعين، وتنسق سياساتها في هذه المجالات تجاه الدول والتجمعات الإقليمية الأخرى والمنظمات الإقليمية والدولية. وفي هذا الإطار قامت دول مجلس التعاون بإحداث تطوير للبيئة التشريعية والتنظيمية لمنظومة الملكية الفكرية وإنفاذ الحقوق المرتبطة بها، وما يقود إليه ذلك من تعزيز لمنظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال في دول مجلس التعاون، وتعظيم المحتوى المعرفي لهما وصولا لمزيد من النمو الاقتصادي المستدام. وأصبح لدى دول مجلس التعاون قوانين وأنظمة متخصصة في مختلف فئات الملكية الفكرية يتم تحديثها باستمرار، وهو الأمر الذي ساهم في تعزيز تصنيف دول مجلس التعاون في مؤشر الابتكار العالمي GII، والذي يصدر سنويا ويقيس مستوى الابتكار والسياسات التحفيزية المرتبطة به في أكثر من 130 دولة حول العالم. كما قامت دول مجلس التعاون بتنسيق سياساتها في هذه المجالات تجاه الدول والتجمعات الإقليمية والدولية الأخرى، وذلك إضافة إلى انضمامها للعديد من الاتفاقيات والمعاهدات الدولية في مجال الملكية الفكرية تعزيزا لحضورها الدولي في هذا المجال، وبما يساهم في توفير البيئة التشريعية التي تكفل للمبتكرين والموهوبين ورواد الأعمال في دول مجلس التعاون إمكانية توفير الحماية القانونية لابتكاراتهم على المستوى الدولي. ومن جانبها قامت الأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون بالعديد من الأنشطة والمبادرات المشتركة الهادفة إلى التشجيع على الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وتحفيز ودعم المخترعين والموهوبين، ومن ذلك المشاركة في المعارض الإقليمية والدولية المتخصصة واستضافتها لمخترعين ومخترعات من دول مجلس التعاون لعرض اختراعاتهم وتبادل الخبرات مع المخترعين من مختلف دول العالم، وذلك إضافة إلى منحها جوائز مالية لأفضل 3 اختراعات لمواطني دول مجلس التعاون يتم المشاركة بها في تلك المعارض. وفي هذا الصدد أود أن أشير إلى مشاركة الأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية مؤخرا في المعرض الدولي ال15 للاختراعات في الشرق الأوسط بدولة الكويت، حيث حقق مخترعو دول مجلس التعاون الذين استضافتهم الأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون للمشاركة في هذا المعرض 3 ميداليات ذهبية و6 ميداليات فضية و3 ميداليات برونزية. كما قامت الأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون بتقديم جائزة لأفضل 3 اختراعات مشاركة في المعرض. أصحاب المعالي السادة المشاركين والمشاركات، أختم كلمتي هذا بالتنويه إلى أهمية استغلال الأمثل للطاقات الابتكارية والقدرات الإبداعية للموهوبين في دول مجلس التعاون، لا سيما في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي، من خلال توفير المناخ العلمي الأمثل والتحفيز الأكفأ، بما يقود إلى مزيد من الابتكارات والإبداعات في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي وغيره من المجالات التقنية، بالإضافة إلى الريادة في الأعمال، وذلك عبر جذب وتشجيع الاستثمارات الوطنية وإيجاد قاعدة علمية راسخة أساسها مبدعو ومبدعات دول مجلس التعاون، قادرة على المنافسة في الأسواق العالمية، مستفيدة في ذلك من المعطيات الإيجابية لمنظومة السوق الخليجية المشتركة التي أطلقتها دول مجلس التعاون في العام 2007. كما لا يفوتني في هذا المقام أن أعبر عن وافر الشكر والامتنان لسعادة رئيس المؤتمر الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على جهودها البناءة في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الهادف، متمنيا لأعماله كل النجاح والتوفيق والخروج بتوصيات تعزز من بيئة الابتكارية والتطويرية والإبداعية في دول مجلس التعاون. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
جزيل الشكر للمهندس علي الملا المتحدث بكلمة سعادة الأستاذ أحمد المرشدي، مدير عام مكتب براءات الاختراع بالأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية. وما تفضل به يشابه إلى حد ما حد كبير حقائق المؤتمر، أهداف المؤتمر وما يهدف إليه. والآن من دولة الكويت نرحب بسعادة الدكتورة كوثر الجوعان، رئيسة معهد المرأة للتنمية والسلام. تتفضل تلقي كلمتها مشكورة. دكتورة كوثر.
عفوا أنا أسمعكم، لكن مساء الخير، لكن ما تطلع صورتي معاكم. تسمعوني؟
اي نعم واضحة.
واضح، خلاص إذا أتكلم من غير صورة. شكرا لكم.
حياك، تفضلي.
الله يحفظك. شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة الأخت الفاضلة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيسة المؤتمر، الحضور الكريم، تحية طيبة من أرض السلام كويت السلام. بداية أدون شكري وتقديري للأخت العزيزة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي، والشكر موصول للحضور الكريم متحدثا مشاركا ومستمعا. ويسعدني أن أقدم في ورقتي هذه ملامح سريعة عن أهمية الذكاء الاصطناعي الذي فرض نفسه بقوة في الألفية الثانية رغم بداياته التي تعود إلى أكثر من قرن، ولعل انطلاقته الفعلية بدأت في الأربعينيات من القرن الماضي، ثم تطورت إلى أن شكل الذكاء الاصطناعي ظهوراً قوياً في العام 2000. ولعل من أهم التطبيقات العملية التي يمكن استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي فيها يأتي قطاع الصحة في مقدمة هذه التطبيقات، مما يوفر الوقت والجهد، كما يستخدم في تحديد التشخيصات الطبية بطريقة أعلى وتحسين جودة الرعاية الصحية العامة. كما يمكن استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في تحسين الأمن والحد من الجرائم المحتملة، وكذلك تحسين خدمات المواصلات عن طريق تحليل حركة المرور وتوجيه السائقين للطرق الأكثر سهولة. ورغم الانتشار السريع في تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي، لكن هناك على الوجه الآخر تحديات يواجهها الذكاء الاصطناعي في العالم أجمع. ما يهمني في كلمة اليوم أن الذكاء الاصطناعي أصبح أحد محددات السلام العالمي، لا سيما في ظل التطورات السريعة التي تجري بها التقنيات التكنولوجية، وفي ظل عالم ينقلق نهاراً وأرق ليلاً، ينظر للماضي بخوف والحاضر بقلق وتحسس. فماذا سيكون عليه مصير المستقبل وسط هذه الحروب المشتعلة هنا وهناك؟ ولن يتأتى ذلك إلا باحترام القيم الإنسانية وبمسؤولية أخلاقية تجاه البشر وتحقيق العدالة والأمن والثقة. فلا سلام بدون احترام كينونة كل إنسان، ولهذا لا بد من تحقيق معادلة أخلاقية تصل بين الحرية المتاحة وبين تبعاتها الأخلاقية الإيمانية، وضرورة حماية حقوق الذين يستخدمون الذكاء الاصطناعي أو يتأثرون بها. ويبقى لي في آخر كلمتي سؤال: هل المستجدات التكنولوجية قادرة على تحويل المكتشفات الحديثة أدوات للحياة، أم ستقود في طريق الصراع العسكري الذي يجتاح العالم أيضاً؟ مع تقدم التكنولوجيا وتنوع وشيوع الذكاء الصناعي وسوء استخدامه، يبقى السؤال. شكرا لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وبالتوفيق لمؤتمركم السادس.
جزيل الشكر للدكتورة كوثر الجوعان، رئيسة معهد المرأة للتنمية والسلام، على الكلمة وما تفضلت به من إشادة. ومن دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة نرحب بسعادة الدكتور عيسى بستكي، رئيس جامعة دبي، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
جزاك الله خير على المقدمة. في الحقيقة يعني أبدأ بداية سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي، الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة إيكو سيستم كونسلتنتس. السيدات والسادة الكرام، الزملاء المبتكرون والأصدقاء، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يعني يسعدني أن أشارك في هذا المؤتمر الملهم الذي يحتفي بالتقاطع بين التكنولوجيا والابتكار وريادة الأعمال، وهي ثلاث قوى أساسية تشكل ملامح الاقتصاد الجديد. نتكلم عن اقتصاد جديد، نتكلم عن اقتصاد الذكاء الاصطناعي المبني على الثورة الصناعية الرابعة. وأود أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر للدكتورة هنادي المباركي وفريقها الرؤيوي المتميز في شركة إيكو سيستم كونسلتنتس على تنظيم هذا المنبر العالمي القيم الذي يجمع الباحثين ورواد الأعمال وصناع القرار الساعين إلى تنويع الاقتصاد وتعزيز التنمية المستدامة. نحط خط تحت التنمية المستدامة بيئيا مجتمعيا واقتصاديا. نعيش اليوم في لحظة فارقة على أعتاب الثورتين الصناعيتين الرابعة والخامسة، حيث نشهد كيف يعيد الذكاء الاصطناعي وتحليل البيانات والتحول الرقمي رسم قواعد التنافسية والنمو. لم يعد تنويع الاقتصاد هدفا استراتيجيا فحسب، بل أصبح ضرورة وطنية وعالمية. وفي هذا السياق يأتي مفهوم الابتكار التكنولوجي Technovation، أي دمج التكنولوجيا بالابتكار كمحرك رئيس للتحول. فالأمر لا يقتصر على بناء آلات أذكى، بل على تصميم مجتمعات أذكى تفكر بعمق وتبدع بجرأة وتتعاون بانفتاح وشمولية. طبعا في جامعة دبي جعلنا من هذا النهج رسالتنا الأساسية، فنحن نعد جيلا من رواد الأعمال التقنيين المتمكنين من الذكاء الاصطناعي والروبوتات والاستدامة وكل أنواع التكنولوجيا، والذين يدركون كيف يترجمون المعرفة إلى تأثير ملموس. من خلال مركز ثورة الصناعية الرابعة، طبعا الثورة الصناعية الرابعة لها مكونات، لها مرتكزات أساسية: البلوك تشين والإنترنت الأشياء وآي بي فيرجن 6 والروبوتات والواقع المعزز والواقع الافتراضي وميتافيرس، وكذلك الذكاء التوليدي، وأيضا البيانات الضخمة، وكذلك الروبوتات، وأيضا طباعة ثلاثية الأبعاد، والنانو تكنولوجيا والتكنولوجيا الحيوية. معنى هذه العناصر هي التي هي تكون البنية التحتية للاقتصاد المستقبل، وكذلك كلها مبنية على الذكاء الاصطناعي والأمن السيبراني والجيل اتصالات الجيل الخامس والسادس القادم. إذن وأيضا نتكلم عن مجلس حوكمة الذكاء الاصطناعي ومبادرة المستقبل بالتصميم Future by Design. نضمن أن تكون الابتكارات خدمة للإنسان وتسهم في تحقيق أهداف الدولة مثل رؤية الإمارات 2031 ورؤية دبي 2033 واستراتيجية الحياد المناخي 2050، أن تكون الدولة دولة محصلة صفرية في الطاقة، بصمة الطاقة. السيدات والسادة الأفاضل، إن مفتاح تنويع الاقتصاد يكمن في فكر المنظومة الشاملة، أي بناء شراكات بين الجامعات والحكومات والقطاع الخاص، يسمونه تريبل في هيليكس. فالابتكار لا يزدهر في عزلة، بل يتطلب تعاونا بين التخصصات والقطاعات، حيث تصبح الجامعات محركات للبحث العلمي، شركات الناشئة محركات لخلق الوظائف، حكومات ممكنة النمو المستدام. طبعا الشركات الناشئة تقريبا في دول العالم 8% من الاقتصادات المجتمعية تأتي من الشركات الناشئة. وهنا يأتي دور ريادة الأعمال التقنية كعامل تحول حقيقي، إذ تمكن شبابنا من الانتقال من مرحلة الباحثين عن وظائف إلى مرحلة صانعية الوظائف، ومن تحويل الأفكار إلى مشاريع واقعية تسهم في مرونة الاقتصاد الوطني والإقليمي. فالمستقبل سيكون أولئك الذين يستطيعون الدمج بين التمكين التقني والعقلية الريادية، ويرون في التحديات فرص ابتكار. وكما قال صاحب الشيخ محمد راشد أن المستقبل لمن يتخيل ثم يصمم ثم ينفذ. وكذلك أنا أؤمن كذلك أن الذكاء الاصطناعي سيكون القوة الموحدة للعقد القادم، فعندما يدار بطريقة أخلاقية وشاملة يمكنه سد الفجوات الاقتصادية وتمكين الشركات الصغيرة والمتوسطة وتحسين إدارة الموارد في مختلف القطاعات، من الطاقة واللوجستيات إلى الرعاية الصحية والتعليم وغيرها. ومع انطلاقنا نحو هذا المستقبل يجب أن نتذكر أن التكنولوجيا وحدها لا تكفي، فهي تحتاج إلى قيم إنسانية ترشدها: النزاهة والتعاطف والمسؤولية. فالإبداع الحقيقي لا يكمن في الآلات بل في الروح الإنسانية التي تحركها. وفي الختام أود أن أشيد بالدكتورة هنادي المباركي على قيادتها وجودها في ترسيخ ثقافة ريادة الأعمال التقنية عبر الحدود. دعونا نستمر في ربط الأفكار بالفعل والتكنولوجيا بالإنسانية والابتكار بالشمولية، لنبني معا مستقبلا متنوعا ومستداما لأوطاننا ولأجيالنا القادمة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. جزيل الشكر إلى سعادة الدكتور عيسى بستكي رئيس جامعة دبي على كلمته مشكورا. وأيضا من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة نرحب بسعادة الدكتور جمال السعيدي رئيس مجلس إدارة مجموعة القادة القابضة. يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، كل بصفته وكريم صفته. أولا يسعدني أن أرحب بكم في هذه النسخة السادسة من هذا المؤتمر المرموق الذي أصبح محطة سنوية ينتظرها الجميع، وملتقى تتلاقى فيه الأفكار والخبرات والرؤى من أجل رسم مسارات جديدة للاقتصادات القائمة على المعرفة والابتكار. أن اجتماعنا اليوم ليس مجرد فعالية تقنية أو نقاش أكاديمي، بل هو مساحة ينفتح فيها المستقبل على الحاضر، وتخبر فيها قدرة منطقتنا على تحويل العلوم المتقدمة والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال التكنولوجية إلى أدوات تدعم الاستقرار والنمو، وتدفع أيضا التنوع الاقتصادي إلى آفاق أكثر نضجا وتأثيرا. وفي هذا السياق اسمحوا لي أن أتوجه بجزيل الشكر والتقدير والامتنان إلى سعادة الأستاذة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيس المؤتمر والمحرك الرئيسي لهذا المؤتمر من دولة الكويت، والتي لعبت دورا أساسيا في الحفاظ على استمرارية هذا الملتقى عاما بعد عام، فلها منا جزيل الشكر والامتنان. لقد كان حرصها الدائم وإيمانها العميق بقيمة المعرفة ورؤيتها الواضحة لدور التكنولوجيا في المستقبل، ومن أهم الأسباب التي جعلت الحدث يستمر ويتطور عاما بعد عام ويتوسع أيضا ليصل إلى مكانته الحالية، إن جهودها ليست تنظيما فقط، بل إسهاما فكريا ووطنيا يعزز مكانة الكويت كمركز إقليمي فاعل للابتكار. السيدات والسادة، لقد أصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي اليوم حجر الأساس في منظومة الابتكار الحديثة، فهو لا يقدم حلولا أسرع فحسب، بل يفتح مجالات لم تكن ممكنة من قبل، ويعيد تشكيل طرق التفكير والإنتاج واتخاذ القرار. إن كل ما يقدمه الذكاء الاصطناعي من قدرات تحليلية وتنبؤات مستمرة يمكن المؤسسات من فهم الأسواق بدقة أكبر وتصميم منتجات وخدمات تلائم احتياجات السوق المستقبلي، بدلا من الاكتفاء برد الفعل للمتغيرات. وفي هذا السياق أريد أن أنوه بأن التنوع الاقتصادي يلعب دورا كبيرا، وهو محرك للذكاء الاصطناعي، ويلعب دورا حاسما في خلق قطاعات جديدة مثل الخدمات الرقمية المتقدمة والصناعات الإبداعية والتقنيات المالية والزراعية والرعاية الصحية المتقدمة، والتي تنبثق منها المدعومة بالخوارزميات المعززة بالذكاء الاصطناعي. كما يعزز أيضا كفاءة القطاعات التقليدية ويرفع من إنتاجيتها ويقلل من الهدر ويمكن من توجيه الموارد نحو مجالاتها بقيمة حقيقية مضافة. إن دمج الذكاء الاصطناعي في الاقتصادات الوطنية لا يوسع فرص العمل فحسب، بل يخلق فرصا نوعية تحتاج مهارات جديدة، ويمنح رواد الأعمال مساحة أوسع لتحويل أفكارهم إلى منتجات عالمية قابلة للنمو والتوسع. السيدات والسادة، ولعل من التجارب البارزة إقليميا في هذا السياق تجربة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، التي استطاعت خلال السنوات القليلة أن تبني منظومة ريادة الأعمال تعد الأكثر تقدما في المنطقة. وقد وضعت الإمارات الابتكار في قلب استراتيجياتها الوطنية، واعتمدت سياسات مرنة وبنية تحتية رقمية متقدمة وبيئة تشريعية تجذب الشراكات وأيضا الشركات الناشئة والمواهب العالمية. وكما نثبت نمت الدولة استراتيجيات وطنية شاملة للذكاء الاصطناعي جعلته جزءا أساسيا من مسارات التنمية الاقتصادية، بدءا من الخدمات الحكومية مرورا بالطاقة والنقل والرعاية الصحية وصولا إلى المدن الذكية. ونتيجة لذلك أصبح الاقتصاد الإماراتي اليوم أكثر قدرة على تنوع مصادر دخله وخلق قطاعات جديدة تعتمد على المعرفة وتوفير بيئة تمكن رواد الأعمال من تحويل أفكارهم إلى مشاريع تنافس دوليا. إن هذه التجربة تقدم نموذجا علميا لكيف يمكن للتكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي أن يعززا التنوع الاقتصادي، وأن يفتح آفاقا واسعة أمام الشباب ورواد الأعمال والشركات الناشئة، وأن يسهمها في بناء اقتصاد مرن ومستدام ينسجم مع التحولات المتسارعة. الحضور الكريم، السيدات والسادة، نحن نعيش اليوم مرحلة يتحول فيها الابتكار من فكرة إلى قوة اقتصادية حقيقية، وتصبح اليوم فيها ريادة الأعمال التكنولوجية محركاً للتنافسية ورافعاً لفرص جديدة تتجاوز حدود القطاعات التقليدية. ولذلك فإن التنوع الاقتصادي لم يعد شعاراً يتم ترديده، بل مشروعاً يتطلب قرارات جريئة واستثمارات واعية وتعاونا وثيقا بين القطاعين الحكومي والخاص. إن الدعم الحقيقي لرواد الأعمال الشباب الذين يحملون شرارة الإبداع في في مستقبل المنطقة. لقد أثبتت التجارب العالمية أن الاقتصادات القادرة على الابتكار وعلى احتضان أفكار جديدة هي الأكثر قدرة على الصمود أمام المتغيرات، والأسرع في التعافي أيضا، والأغنى في فرص العمل النوعية. ومن خلال هذا المؤتمر اليوم نحن نشهد خطوة إضافية في هذا الاتجاه، وفرصة لتبادل التجارب وبناء الشراكات، وأيضا اكتشاف آليات جديدة لعمل التكنولوجيا، لجعل التكنولوجيا قوة إنتاجية خالقة لقيمة مضافة. وأخيرا أيها السيدات والسادة، ما يجمعنا اليوم هو إيمان عميق بأن المستقبل لا ينتظر بل يصنع، وأن قدرتنا على التعاون على قراءة المتغيرات العالمية وعلى تبني الحلول الرقمية المتقدمة هي ما سيحدد شكل اقتصاداتنا في السنوات المقبلة. أشكركم على إتاحة الفرصة لنا بكي نعبر عن ما هو في بالنا وفي خلجات أفكارنا من طرح في مجال دعم ريادة الأعمال. وأحدثكم وأنا حاليا في المنتدى الاقتصادي الخليجي المصري من جمهورية مصر العربية، وأيضا نتكلم عن الاستثمار وريادة الأعمال ودعم المشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة بأساليب حديثة تدعمها الذكاء الصناعي والقنوات الرقمية وغيرها. شاكر ومقدر جهد الدكتورة هنادي على الاستمرار الكبير والتقدم اللي نحن نشوفه في هذا المؤتمر، وأيضا كل من عمل معها من خلف الكواليس. شاكر ومقدر، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
جزيل الشكر لك دكتور جمال السعيدي، رئيس مجلس إدارة مجموعة القادة القابضة، على الكلمة التي تفضلت بها مشكورا. كذلك حابة أنوه أن في المؤتمر الخليجي السادس لتكنولوجيا الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي هنا لا يتم مناقشة المستقبل فقط، بل قاعد بشوف أنه بدأنا نصنع ملامحه. المؤتمر الخليجي مساحة تجمع أكثر من 100 خبير ومفكر يتم بها تبادل الرؤى حول كيفية تحويل الإبداع العلمي إلى قيمة اقتصادية، تفعيل رأس المال البشري كعنصر محوري في بناء منظومات اقتصاد جديد. شاكرة للجميع على ما تقدموا به. ومن المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية نرحب بمعالي الدكتور طلال أبو غزالة، المؤسس والرئيس لمجموعة طلال أبو غزالة الدولية، ونظرا لظروفه الصحية طارئة نتمنى له السلامة ونتمنى له أنه يقوم بعافية. معالي الدكتور قام بتسجيل الكلمة مشكورا مهداة لنا بالرغم مما ألم به من عارض طارئ. ممكن نعرض كلمة الدكتور طلال أبو غزالة الآن.
I want to express my regards to the excellences and important personalities making their statements at this conference, important conference. And I would like to focus only on the subject of artificial intelligence and the relationship to everything we do. I have been interested in this invention, if you want to call it, since its early days, from the very beginning. And I did my maximum effort to change its name, to call it, as it is in fact, proactive programming. Artificial intelligence is nothing more than proactive programming. It is programming that is developed because, as we know in technology, every invention results in different inventions as a new innovation. And as a result of these innovations, more innovations are created. As such, this is how technology develops, and technology moves only forward. Okay, so let us talk about proactive programming, which means artificial intelligence, is if you want. Active programming, smart programming, is a development of our programming process, which has been undergoing in all our institutions for a long time now. At least in our organization, we've been using programming for the last 50 years. Now, programming is very basic as of now, or before now, for any progress or any innovation or any technological invention. I want to emphasize that if I have one recommendation to make at this conference, it would be to make sure that our schools in the primary years, and not in the high school and not in the university, at the university level, in the primary years, to teach students how to program. Programming is the language of the knowledge age. Just like we have an Arabic language for our Arab civilization, the civilization of the knowledge age is based on programming. Therefore, we should assume that every individual in the world is a programmer. It is not a special qualification. It's exactly, as I repeat, exactly like we expect everybody to speak Arabic or to speak English or to speak any other language. The common language of technology is artificial intelligence. Now, the future of wealth creation is through knowledge creation. And knowledge creation is only based on artificial intelligence and other techno operations. So there is no valuable asset in future more valuable than inventions based on technology. And I mean technology, I mean by technology, I mean the use of artificial intelligence, or the use of basic technology and telecommunication. Technology and telecommunication. Therefore, the future is in our hands if we start to become programmers, and then artificial intelligence programmers, and then innovators. The most valuable asset in the world, the most valuable 5 assets of the world are all techno assets. The future is there. Go for it, please. Thank you.
جزيل الشكر لسعادة الدكتور طلال أبو غزالة، المؤسس والرئيس لمجموعة طلال أبو غزالة الدولية، على الكلمة المسجلة. نظرا لظروفه الصحية الطارئة سجل لنا الكلمة مشكورا. أحبيت مصطلح PAP Proactive Programming instead of Artificial Intelligence. PAP أتوقع ممكن الحين يتم استخدامه من قبل العديد بصورة سلسة وخفيفة. يعني AI أصبح متداول بكثرة، ولكن تحت مظلته العديد من البرامج أو العديد من التطبيقات أو البروجرامز اللي نقولها. لكن Proactive Programming ممكن تكون specified بجانب محدد. فجدا حبيت المصطلح. الدكتور عيسى بستكي قال لنا كلمة أو 3 كلمات جميلة، أحب أني أوضحهم أو أني أتعمق فيهم شوي. نتخيل، نصمم، وننفذ. هذه الكلمات يمكن رؤية الخليج كله، دول الخليج كلها تعتمد عليها الرؤية المستقبلية، وهو أن الإنسان يتخيل، وهذا ما نقصد بالحلم. دائما عندنا أحلام وإحنا بالطفولة، دائما عندنا أهداف، عندنا رؤى وأمنيات نتطلع لها، وبعد ما نتخيل الرؤى أو الهدف بعدها نصمم هذا أو نرسمه. يمكن من إحنا صغار دائما يقولنا رسموا المستقبل، شنو تبون تصيرون لما تكبرون، ونرسمه. والتصميم لا يكون فقط بأن نرسم، التصميم هي خطة نمشي على أهدافها، خطوات نمشي عليها، وبعدها يبتدي التنفيذ، وهو ما لاحظناه في الآونة الأخيرة من خلال العديد من المبادرات التي أصبحت واقع، من العديد من المنتجات للمخترعين التي أصبحت منتج على الأرفف تباع. لاحظناه في دول الخليج العربية، لاحظنا في رؤى المستقبلية، المخططات التي قاعدين نشوفها. يمكن أيضا الكلمة التي جدا حبيتها، الإبداع لا يكمن بالآلات بل بالروح التي تقود تلك الآلات، وهذا الأساس بالPAP إذا ربطناها مع بعض. هو ليس ذكاء اصطناعي، هو روح تقود وترسم وتخطط وتنفذ وتضع على الأرفف، وتضع الدول العربية والدول الخليجية في مصاف العديد من الدول التي أخذت هذا الجانب. التحول الاقتصادي ما لم يصبح، لم يجد، أقصد لن يصبح فقط مجرد شعار. في الآونة الأخيرة أصبح مشروع استراتيجي متكامل يعيد صياغة علاقة المنطقة بالعالم، علاقة المنطقة بذاتها. اليوم تتجه الرؤية الخليجية الموحدة نحو بناء اقتصاد متنوع قائم على المعرفة، تشكل فيه التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي وريادة الأعمال ركائز نمو أساسية وليست ملحقات، هي أساسات قاعد نبني عليها مستقبلنا. لما نتكلم عن التنويع الاقتصادي في الخليج، ما قلنا نتكلم فقط كيف نعوض النفط أو كيف نأخذ جانب آخر عن النفط، هو طريقة جديدة في التفكير والإنتاج. التحول الرقمي لم يعد مجرد رفاهية تقنية، هو ضرورة بقاء وتنافس. في السابق، وأعيد أقولها، كنا نقول الأمية هي أمية من لا يعرف يقرأ ويكتب، وبعدها بدأنا في أمية الكمبيوتر. الآن الأمية هي أمية التقنية في الPAP أو البرو-أكتيف بروجرامينج، الذكاء الاصطناعي. هنا نجد أن في الخليج بدأنا لا نمكن، بدينا نعيد تعريف التعليم مثل ما ذكرها الدكتور طلال أبو غزالة، أن من البرايمري، من المراحل الأولى، نعيد تعريف صياغة التعليم، تمكين الشباب، تمكين المرأة، تمكين الطفل، رفع جودة الحياة عبر الابتكار التكنولوجي. وهذا ما رأينا في أهداف المؤتمر لم يكتف بالخطابات النظرية، استمعت إلى العديد من الكلمات، وجود طرح لأدوات عملية مثل المبادرات المشتركة، الجوائز التحفيزية، تكامل القطاعين العام والخاص لتسريع الانتقال نحو اقتصاد رقمي متكامل. هذا ما يلفت الانتباه في هذا المؤتمر. سعدت جدا بوجودي اليوم والاستماع إلى النخبة المتميزة من الخبراء والأفاضل الدكاترة، وكذلك الشيوخ والوزراء والسفراء، على ما تفضلوا به من بعض الخطوط التي ممكن نتبعها مستقبلا لإعمار الخليج، إذا كنت حابة أقولها بشكل أكبر. شاكرة لكم، والآن نبدأ المحور الأول للمؤتمر: تكنولوجيا التعليم والتكنولوجيا المالية عبر تطور مستقبل التعليم والتمويل، برئاسة الدكتور حسن البحراني. تفضل دكتور حسن، استلم المايك عندك.
أنا ميوت. إيه. يعطيكم العافية وما قصرتي، وقواك الله على هذه الإدارة والكلمات. أعتقد الحين راح نبدي المحور الأول في هذه الجلسة مع دكتورة زهرة. دكتورة زهرة former CEO Academy of Artificial Intelligence Director of Innovative Capacity Building. إن شاء الله راح ناخذها في رحلة الربع ساعة الجاية إن شاء الله followed after Mr. جعفر حمزة. Mr. جعفر حمزة from Bahrain, brand strategic and formal of Boxobia. I'm really interested to know about it more. بالإضافة إلى الأستاذة فدوى البوردي من المملكة العربية السعودية، founder of CEO FCAB Consulting. يعطيكم العافية. I hope that everyone joining the meeting, دكتورة هنادي, are everyone available? I can see the presenter. I can see the presentation from دكتورة زهرة. دكتورة زهرة, mic is yours for the next 15 minutes, please.
Great. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Good afternoon to all of you. My presentation will be in English, inshallah. And my name is Zahra Rawahi. I am the CEO of Artificial Intelligence Academy. As Dr. Talal Ghazala mentioned about capacity building, building the human capacity toward AI and the programming. And this is what exactly what we are doing at the Artificial Intelligence Academy. We mainly train individuals, the workforce of different organizations, as well student, higher education student, and a little bit of school kids. We are teaching them in programming and how to utilize the AI tools to do innovative type of projects. But today my focus will be, since it is the start of the conference, this is the first talk. I thought it would be nice to talk about the Oman initiatives related to AI. So Oman Artificial Intelligence Strategy, which is pioneering the digital future. And I will discuss in this lecture a comprehensive vision that transform Sultanate of Oman to be the leading in AI innovation by the year 2040. So in Oman, we have the vision, the national vision called the Oman Vision 2040, and we have a digital transformation vision. As well, we have the artificial intelligence and advanced technology vision. And all of these visions are aligned with Oman Vision 2040. We can see the alignment over here. Then a national priority is economic diversification. So the AI and advanced digital technology positioned as a core driver for economic transformation beyond oil dependency. So the focus is to get an economy from the artificial intelligences and advanced technologies. In order to, second one is the GDP. The digital economy contribute to GDP set to rise in the year 2021. Only the contribution was 2%. We are looking for the contribution to be 10% by year 2040. There is a leadership commitment from His Majesty Sultan Haytham himself on his talk, and as well the Minister of Transportation and Information Technology. He is building a digital capacity of Oman capable of sustaining the economic and the development as a core pillar of his work. So this transformation represents Oman's commitment to create knowledge-based economy that leverage the cutting-edge technology and preserve cultural values and ensure inclusiveness of all the party of Omanis to the growth of the citizen as well. From the strategy, there is a program called the National Program of AI and Advanced Technology, and the program is for 3 years from 2024 to 2026. And it was launched in 2024. And this one, it was built from the previous one, the digital transformation strategy in the year 2022. And the global ambition of this strategy is to position Oman among the top 50 countries in the government AI readiness index by Oxford Insight. So to be, when we evaluated by Oxford Insight, to be the top countries in the implementation of AI in government. And it has 3 main pillars: the AI adoption across sectors, different sectors such as health sectors, logistics, energy, manufacture. All these sectors, they are different. There is a project that utilizing the AI in those different sectors, as well the localization of by building capacity building research centers, and the human-centered AI governance. The major governments of AI and the ethical framework of the AI and responsible AI. So these are the main 3 pillars of the National Program of AI and Advanced Technology. We will go thoroughly later on through it. So we are aiming through this strategy to create 30,000 jobs to be created related to AI, programming, advanced technologies, and as well to have $5 billion enhancement in the economy. So the strategy aims to position Oman as a leader hub in technology, and this will enhance the global competitiveness of the country as well. So mainly we are connecting the tradition with the tomorrows. So Oman geographical position and forward-thinking vision combine to create a unique digital corridor linking ancient trade routes with modern data highways. So Oman, it is a wide country and in mountains, but the country was committed to everyone to be connected with the high infrastructure. The major pillar of the national AI program are, as we mentioned earlier, the sectorial enhancement, the enhance of AI use sector and development sector to improve the efficiency of services, of government services, such as healthcare government services, workforce services, police services, all these services to be enhanced through AI. The second one is technology localization. That means to localize AI technology through strategic public-private partnership, to make a partnership with big entity, the private entity, to make a robust research and development in the area of AI and the implementation of AI. As well, ethical governance, to establish comprehensive governance framework that include ethical framework, transparency, and responsible AI, to have a human-centered AI. The first pillar is to enhance AI adoption across economic sectors. We can take the examples of 4 sectors that already started implementing heavily AI solution. The first one is the healthcare innovation. In the healthcare, we use AI-assisted diagnostic that enable earlier disease detection and more personalized type of treatment. And this is already done at the Royal Hospital here in Oman. And the other work is ongoing work as well. In the logistic part, there is a smart warehousing at Al Rusail Industrial City, where AI powered by supply chain optimization across major hubs. So the utilization of smart sensing systems that linked with AI databases and at the industrial state to utilize to make the logistics move smoothly and easily and monitored by a systematic monitoring. In the sector of the energy efficiency, Mainly, it's used for predictive maintenance system to prevent costly failure. So we predict leakage, or we predict the consumption of energy in different sectors. So we make a better utilization of these resources. The other one is the port optimization, mainly smart traffic at the port, and it's the port of Sohar and Sur. They use smart sensors, IoT technology, and as well with the AI technology to make smart optimization and utilization of the port. The second pillar is localizing the IT technology and building the talent. As I mentioned earlier, building the talent, before building the talent, the focus was to create a collaboration, public-private partnership and collaboration framework that foster AI startup and give them tools and mechanisms and the support to boost. A number of IT AI startup, they managed to be, to put their legs properly and to grow well in this area. And the public-private partnership really helped a lot. The second thing is the national research infrastructure. There are two major projects. The National Center for AI, this National Center is under construction, and it's mainly focused on the AI research and development. As well, there is another project is to develop an AI studio. And this AI studio, where the entrepreneur, it would be like a place for experimentation, for innovators to experiment whatever thought, like a testbed environment, where the innovator, they would come and try their tools over there at the safe environment. The other project, big project actually, Oman GPT development. We created in Oman a large language model trained on local culture, history, scientific knowledge of the Omanis. And they call it Mu'in. And this one currently it's utilized by different ministries as a local GPT. Instead of using the OpenAI GPT, we have now a local GPT with our culture, history, and the wealth of the knowledge of Omanis. The fourth one is educational integration. In this one, the AI and data science curriculum were embedded in school. This one, there is a collaboration between UNESCO and BP. BP, they sponsor this project, and UNESCO provide the project, and we managed to have, to integrate data science and AI curriculum within schools, mid schools and high schools. The third pillar is related to ethical and AI governance with human-centered vision. We put our governance program, we put the human at the center. And we launch a framework for the ethical framework called RAM framework. This is launched last year. And there is a great international collaboration and partnership with UNESCO and as well with other organizations to create a safe environment for the utilizing AI. And we develop core principle. In this core principle, the data privacy and responsibility were well defined on it. The key initiative powering the strategy, there are a lot of initiatives, actually, more than 25 initiatives, but I bring just the most important one here. The four most important one is the National Open Data Platform. You know, with AI system cannot work without data. So we have a National Open Data Platform that empower entrepreneur, researchers, and decision maker with accessible high quality of data to drive innovation. They can use this high quality of data to make their systems or to test their systems. As well, there is an AI Studio Hub that I just mentioned, and it is dedicated to space, serving a collaborative hub for AI specialists, technology companies, and some organizations seeking to innovate AI solutions. So they can test their solution at the AI Studio Hub. We have as well an AI Research Center. This is a collaboration between different universities and different ministries and Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation. So it gathers here the researchers who are specialized in the area of big data and AI to make a cutting-edge research. And so it sponsors the research as well to conduct research studies. The fourth one is the Oman GPT that developed of a sophisticated AI language, Omani language, Omani culture and heritage, and it is in Arabic language, and it's already launched. It's called Mu'in, and it really Mu'in, that means it assistant. So it assists Omanis and non-Omanis, whoever they have certain concerns or questions or want certain reports. They can use Mu'in to get those data or such report. There's a big focus on building local talent and innovation. There are a number of strategies in different ministries to train their employee on the best utilization of artificial intelligences. Some of the initiatives is to teach about prompt engineering and how to use prompt engineering properly. Other initiatives is how to create an AI agent. As we are aware, Dr. Talal Abu Ghazala was talking about proactive programming. Proactive programming is the AI agent that it proactively and it do multitask at the same time. And it provides a solution, instead of just a one-way solution, it can act as an assistant worker and provide all the support that needed. So Omani AI strategy prioritize developing homegrown expertise, actually ensuring the nation youth are equipped to lead the digital transformation and as well to create locally relevant solutions by local Omanis. There's a lot of concentration on the economic and social impact of the AI. Regarding the economic impact and investment of AI, this year there's 15 million Omani riyals were invested to develop as a development budget for AI projects. And these projects covered 5 sectors: transportation sectors, logistics sectors, tourism sectors, food security, manufacturing. So all these sectors were targeted and were given 15 million Omani riyals for these sectors. Each sector is 1 million Omani riyals in order to come out with solutions to boost the economy within these sectors. As well, more than 100 SMEs got the support to empower them with the tools and with the financial support in order to boost in the area of integration AI as a solution for their business or to provide a solution for the society as well. So Oman is looking forward to the path to get 10% digital economy from AI and digital transformation. Currently, it's only 2%, and we're aiming by 2040 to reach 10%, the targeted one. The AI across sector, here are some examples. In the healthcare revolution, AI powered diagnostic, and this is it was conducted at the Royal Hospital to diagnose female with breast cancer, and it worked with 98% of accuracy. A number of other hospitals, like Sultan Qaboos University Hospital, they are using telemedicine platform and predictive analytics to improve patient outcome and to reduce as well the waiting time, and so that it enhances medical decision making as well. So there's a number of utilization from different hospitals, the integration of artificial intelligences and advanced technologies toward revolutionizing the healthcare in Oman. Intelligent logistics, as I mentioned earlier, or route optimization, autonomous vehicle, smart port management, especially the smart port management, it has been implemented in Sohar and Salalah, and it shows really the major impact that it make within these ports. Finance and governance. So AI-powered services related to the government services, different type of police, police, and as well the municipality. All of them, they use advanced type of technology and alert system that alert individual if the ID is expired, or if there is any intrusion. All these are automated, and they utilize AI technology on it. In the healthcare, we have AI-powered diagnostic as well. Machine learning algorithm analyze medical imaging for early diseases detection. It improves patient outcome through timely intervention. Some of the hospitals, they use virtual health assistants, the telemedicine platform to expand across the healthcare services in Oman. And predictive analytic, it is advanced system to outbreak of management and patient care optimization, enabling proactive rather than reactive healthcare delivery. Logistics and transportation innovation, it mainly route optimization, AI-driven system, and smart traffic management, reduce operation costs and carbon emission, while improving the delivery time. Autonomous system, which is the self-driving vehicle. We use the number of SME, they use drones and for autonomous system in number of projects, especially projects related to the palm tree, and it was really very efficient. Energy and manufacturing advances. Now we are moving toward green energy, so predictive maintenance, preventing equipment failure in oil or gas sector through advanced monitoring and machine learning. So they monitor this piping, and if there is any leakage or something, automatically they can predict that in advance. Renewable integration, this intelligent system facilitates the integration of solar and wind power into Omani energy mix for cleaner future of utilization of energy. The utilization of smart grid, AI-enabled energy management system through those smart grid, and as well in manufacturing, so the usage of sensor and AI adoption in the factory to enhance the productivity and to get a higher quality of outcome. Oman ports as well, they are using AI-driven system to increase the efficiency. The port of Sohar and Salalah are becoming a regional benchmark for AI integration logistics, featuring automatic cargo handling, predictive maintenance, and as well real-time supply chain. So these are strategic projects and a global engagement to enhance the integration of artificial intelligences in Omani projects. At the COMEX is a large exhibition and conference normally conducted annually here in Oman. During that, it's showcasing innovation So the Ministry of Transportation, Information and Communication Technology announced Green AI Alliance, which is launch of the pioneering Green Artificial Intelligence Alliance. This alliance promotes sustainable AI development and environmental continuous looking to the environment for technology development. So the Green AI Alliance, it's a project that really focuses on better utilization and efficient utilization of resources toward a green type of economy. Investment in the zones, they announced the AI designated zone and digital triangle project. So there is a digital triangle projects specifically designed to attract international investor and foster innovation and collaboration in the area related to information and communication technology, and specifically the project related to artificial intelligences. The strategic agreement during that event, what happened is the signing of agreement with more than 42 million Omani Riyal to boost the digital transformation development and to support the promising startup and to accelerate technology adoption within Oman. Oman as well, they are participating in a global stage, such as in the World Congress Shanghai, as well in Expo Japan 2025, to showcase Omani innovation in the area of information and communication technology. As well, there is a strategic partnership with World Economic Forum to establish the Center of Fourth Industrial Revolution here in Oman. And there is more than top 50 ambitions. These ambitions is mainly to enhance the AI Readiness Index and to be in the top of the index. There's a key performance indicator by doing a project to get to those key performance indicator and to put Oman as an AI higher in the AI Readiness Index. There is a huge amount of work related to preparing youth, to preparing Omani workforce, society of so there is as I mentioned earlier, comprehensive upskilling, AI and data science training integrated throughout the school years from grade 5 up to grade 12. So there is a comprehensive type of upskilling of the youth and the kids in order to learn about data programming and digital literacy as a whole. There is for higher education, there is a specific program in higher education institute, and the student, they have to clear those programs related to programming and IT literacy before they can graduate. It is a mandatory type of program in all higher education institute. The second one, innovation encouragement. The national competition, there's a huge amount of national competitions. These national competitions are in partnership with big companies such as telecom companies. The telecom company provide the logistics and the support to conduct those national competitions, and the academia conduct the national competitions in different areas related to AI and digital transformation in order to boost the youth to think more about getting more innovative solutions related to the challenges that they are facing, or the challenges in the nation, to provide to get solution related by using technology. Ethical AI education. There are a number of certificates related to ethics in AI are conducted to government employee in order to learn about the ethical impact of AI and to be more ready and secure. Economic transformation, the vision to create 30,000 AI-related jobs and to generate around $5 billion in economic of Oman by 2040. So Oman AI journey toward global leaders, mainly it is strategic alignment, complete integration with vision. So it really aligned with the Vision 2040 and ensure that AI initiative drives sustainable, inclusive economic growth that benefit every segment of the society. We have a robust governance, world-leading ethical framework. It already published the framework that we are working with, and this one it governs the AI project and solutions, and govern AI providers as well, and it is localized effort by public, and it's built by public trust, and it fosters indigenous innovation capacity. We are looking forward to be a regional leader in the utilization of AI technology and in making solutions related to AI that would help the GCC countries. So there's a call to action.
Dr. Zahra, I'm sorry to interrupt here, but if you can allow me to understand and to know how long remaining for your slides for the next speaker?
Only 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes.
Great. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Call to action is realizing this transformative vision requires sustainable collaboration across government, industry, and academia. So we need to find the triple triangle to work heavily with government, industry, and academia. And the triple triangle would help actually to innovate more rich solutions that really serve the community and the society. The way forward is that we need sustainable investment. We need continued commitment to AI research, talent development, and critical infrastructure development that will underpin long-term technological innovation and capacity building. We need to review the ethical foundation now. Currently, we have the ethical framework, but this ethical framework, as the technology is evolved, it needs to be revised and rechecked again. And we need to align. We are aligning actually with the Vision 2040, but the key performance indicator need to be really aligned with the vision of 2040. And we need to involve all the citizen, businessmen, the youth, the school kids, to be really to have to be well illiterate about information technology, specifically the AI and the dark side of AI as well. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zahra, for your rich presentation content. You give us about the pillars, services, sectors, Oman strategy for AI and digitization, which is really interesting. I have a lot to talk about it with you if we have time. Unfortunately, we have only 2 speakers in this round tables. I will give the floor and the remaining time to Radwa. Radwa, are you here? So thank you, Dr. Zahra. And I will switch the mic. Yes, you are here. Please go ahead. Mic is yours. And if we have time, it would be a roundtables discussion for your points that you highlighted, especially with Dr. Zahra with the economic strategy for AI. Radwa, are you here? Are you ready?
Yes, she's here. The name is Fadwa. Go ahead, Fadwa.
Sorry,
and take the
I'm sorry, Fadwa. Sorry.
That's okay, Doctor. I thought you were I thought you were addressing the talk to somebody else. Yes,
Yes,
I'm
yes,
here.
please. Mic is yours.
That's sure. I'm going to share my screen, and once you see it, kindly confirm.
It is visible.
Is it clear for you?
Yes.
Clear.
All right. Okay, I need to just adjust something before we start. Okay, so, all right. So I'm going to share my screen again. All right. Okay, so this should be, I believe, more clear with the size. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me today. My name is Fadwa Bouardi. I'm the founder and CEO of Fadwa Bouardi Consulting Office in Saudi Arabia. And today I'm going to be talking about AI and smart e-government in shaping the future of learning and finance. So what are the strategic opportunities for policymakers in Saudi Arabia, the Middle East, and globally? So moving on, the global AI adoption milestones in education and finance, we have key advancements shaping this major adoption. Between the years 2011 and 2018, there was an AI-powered adaptive learning emerges, where global launch of AI-driven platforms enabling personalized education paths emerged. And then we started in the years 2018 to 2020. We're starting to have the AI fraud detection in fintech, where while worldwide adoption of AI systems enhances security and trust in the financial technology area. And then from 2019 until current, we have advanced Middle East smart e-government pilots, where governments provide advanced services to digitalize public services leveraging AI. And from the year 2020 until now, Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030's AI rollout and AI readiness index became into picture, where we have
بس لو
large
تخليها
scale.
تطول صوتها لأن صوتها مو طالع فراح يكون التسجيل تعبان بس قول لها الفوليوم بس.
هل الصوت أفضل الآن؟ الصوت أفضل دكتورة؟ في حال إن الصوت أفضل أرجو التأكيد. From the year 2020 until current, Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030's AI rollout and AI readiness index became into picture, where we have large-scale implementation of AI initiatives in education and finance accelerating with the launching of AI readiness index. An example of the large-scale implementation of AI initiatives in education in Saudi Arabia, we have more than 6 million general school students in Saudi Arabia who are set to begin a new and transformative educational journey. For the 2025-2026 academic year, students in Saudi Arabia will study a newly approved artificial intelligence curriculum, marking the country's first truly differentiated educational experience in this field. This integration of AI into general education, it aligns with Saudi Vision 2030, which seeks to build a knowledge-based society and develop human capital. So by preparing a skilled Saudi generation, the nation aims to achieve sustainable development and compete globally in advanced technologies. This move, it also strengthens the kingdom's global leadership in data and AI, helping to transform it into AI and data-driven economy. In addition, this year, 2025, Saudi Arabia launched AI Readiness Index to accelerate government tech transformation. Saudi government agencies are set to advance AI adoption through a new index that measures readiness and supports the development of innovative data-driven solutions across key sectors in Saudi Arabia. And this is designed to assess the maturity of AI implementation across government entities. This is when we talk about education. On the other hand,
I'm sorry, Fadwa, but if you
yes.
can just make your voice more louder for the recording to be better. I'm sorry to interrupt. Please go ahead. Just make it louder for the recording.
Sure, I'm going to make it much louder. I hope this is okay now. So, on the other hand, when we talk about finance, the Saudi Arabian Monetary Authority, SAMA, and other regulators, they are fostering an ecosystem where financial institutions can leverage AI to deliver smarter, faster, and more inclusive services. The financial services industry in Saudi Arabia is experiencing unprecedented growth, with AI being a key enabler in many areas, such as operational efficiency in finance, where we are automating back office processes to save time and costs, as well as customer personalization, fraud prevention. This is a very important area where we are now in Saudi Arabia delivering tailored solutions based on predictive analytics and in order to detect anomalies and prevent cyber threats in real time, as well as risk management. So these are some of the success stories in Saudi Arabia when we talk about AI adoption in education and finance. Now, let's highlight in Saudi Arabia's leadership in AI's adoption as per investment and impact. According to a new research from database company EDB Enterprise DB, Saudi Arabia and UAE have the highest level of adoption for sovereign AI with a 17% adoption rate, exceeding a global average of 13%. In addition, AI is projected to contribute about $235 billion or 12.4% to Saudi Arabia's gross domestic product by 2030, according to estimates by PwC. So as you can see in the figure, we have over here some statistics that shows Saudi Arabia. You can see it is 17%. I'm going to use the pointer. It's 17%, while the global average is 13% in the estimated figures for leadership in AI adoption. Vision 2030 roadmap prioritizes AI integration across the different sectors. There are investments of more than $1.78 billion for AI and digital talent advancement. There is strong public-private partnerships with global tech firms boosting innovation. We have nationwide AI upskilling programs. These are planning to certify more than 100,000 Saudis. In addition, these factors, they place Saudi Arabia ahead regionally and globally in AI adoption. So globally, 95% of enterprises, they aim to establish sovereign AI and data platforms within 3 years, with 25% targeting immediate implementation and 75% within 1 year. Research indicates that over 50% of AI experiments never reach production, actually, whilst 1% of production in AI delivers transformational business value. And according to these statistics, this is the plan of Saudi Arabia, is to deliver transformational business values through successful AI adoption stories. Moving ahead to the next slide, we have here the Middle East market dynamics, the key opportunities and challenges. So when we balance growth drivers and barriers in AI-driven edtech and fintech sectors, you will find in the opportunities we have youthful population with approximately 60% under the age of 25 in Saudi Arabia. In addition, Government priorities, for example, Vision 2030 and national AI strategies also in Kuwait, in UAE, in Saudi Arabia, in the region. These strategies in the region, they are very powerful and they are very supportive as part of the government priorities in the Gulf countries. Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, all Gulf countries, with no exceptions, they are prioritizing AI adoption now. So when we talk about high internet penetration in Gulf states, this is a major opportunity. When we talk about the venture capital funding, which has surged 169% in 2025 in the Middle East, as well as expanding the startup ecosystem, where we are having more than 2,300 edtech startups in the Middle East. On the other hand, to be realistic, there are some challenges for the adoption where we are thinking about dynamics and AI challenges in the region. We have some regulatory gaps in AI government frameworks, and right now the countries internationally, they are working on making sure that these gaps are being covered and that we have international frameworks to guide everybody. And also, there are some talent shortages in AI and digital skills. And this is what the Gulf, the Middle East countries, they are working on right now in order to uplift and upskill the talents in AI and digital skills. Cybersecurity and data privacy risks is always a risk. We have always to be careful when we talk about attacks and cybersecurity, data poisoning, and all these issues. In addition, we have limited digital content localization. The Arabic content, yes, Saudi Arabia and other countries, they are working on this kind of AI localization. However, still the standard is still English language, more or less. In addition, one of the challenges, we have a gender gap in online learning, where currently 35% of female learners exist. We need to increase this percentage. Moving on, the policy levers driving AI-powered education, as I have mentioned, the curriculum reform, the data privacy, where we are establishing robust frameworks to protect student data as well as financial data. In addition, the digital inclusion, where we ensure equitable access to AI-enabled education technologies across urban, rural populations to bridge the divide. We don't want to have this kind of digital divide. And we have the teacher upskilling, not just the students. We are upskilling the teachers in order to provide continuous training on AI tools to enhance teaching effectiveness to new technologies. More or less, we have the public-private innovation, where we are fostering partnerships between government, academia, and industry to accelerate the AI platform development and deployment at scale, aligning education with the labor market needs. Accelerating the fintech innovation through the smart financial systems. Now, when we talk about finance, it's important to have regulatory modernization where the laws are updated. We always think about policies, but policies, they need to be flexible enough to support innovation. We don't want to have policies, whether in finance or education, that will hinder the innovative mindset. That's why we always think about having a balance between policies and innovation. So the laws are updated in order to enable fintech innovation while ensuring consumer protection. We have also, through this acceleration, we have the digital ID infrastructure, where we implement secure national digital identity systems for seamless onboarding. In addition, we have the API ecosystem development, where we are building open banking, open data sources, data sets, data sharing platforms to foster interoperability. We also have the open data national platforms in Saudi Arabia, where all the governments, different government entities, are providing open data sets to allow for research, to allow for innovation, to allow citizens and researchers to detect gaps and challenges in the data and come up with innovative solutions through AI in order to resolve these issues. And many of these researchers have proposed their ideas in hackathons, in AI hackathons in Saudi Arabia, for example, and proposed solution, and they have actually won awards and prizes. Also, we have the AI-enabled risk management, where we are deploying AI for fraud detection, as I mentioned, credit scoring, and compliance automation. In addition, we have the consumer trust building, where we are enhancing transparency, privacy, and financial literacy to boost fintech adoption. Integrating education and finance, we need to have integration between the different sectors. We cannot think about sectors in silos. This is strategically wrong. We always need to think about how we can integrate sectors together strategically. So integrating education and finance through the smart e-government ecosystem, this is where we have the smart city network representing the interconnected nodes of education, finance, governance, citizen experience, and innovation. This emphasizes how secure data flows, how we can integrate those sectors to deliver efficient, unified digital services. Also, we have the unified digital ecosystem.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yes.
our next table in 3 minutes. So
Sure.
just give you a head start. Yeah,
Sure.
heads up.
Of course. And we have the unified digital ecosystem, where we are making sure that we are enabling AI-powered learning, fintech risk management, smart e-government portals, personalized citizen services, and others. So when we think about the regional AI policy innovations, I have placed here some countries, not all, we have more, of course. Saudi Arabia with the initiative, we have UAE also with a very important policy initiative, Kuwait with the national AI strategy, which is very important initiative in the region, Jordan with Idrak Arabic MOOC expansion, and the AI application for each initiative and the outcomes in millions and billions of dollars. And then we have the risk of delayed AI adoption. Everybody knows economically we are going to be very affected and negatively influenced, and the frameworks that are strategic to empower the AI policymakers, including the market forces, the feedback loops, the value chain, and the policy levers. So the alignment, it would be with all these stakeholders together, as I have mentioned, and we have key performance indicators to monitor the AI policy impact, including AI adoption rate, digital literacy, and how much in billions we have fintech transaction volume, as well as edtech participation in million. And in order to accelerate, of course, there are some strategies and steps for that.
Yes,
Thank you.
please. Thank you very, very much with the rich content. I'm really honored to be here with you, listen to Saudi
you.
Arabia, also experience, and such experts presenting what an amazing content and strategy that we would like to hear in this region. Also from Oman, I have a lot of questions to you later on, but unfortunately, you have rich content, you spend your time, and we will spare time also for our next roundtable. Our next roundtable will be headed by Ms. Katerina, I believe, for the next theme, which is health tech and telemedicine revolutionize. So is Katerina here?
Yes, we are here. Thank you so much for the
invitation. Fantastic. So mic is yours, please. This is your roundtable. This is your session.
Thank you. And also, it's an honor being here, Your Excellencies. Dr. Hanadi, thank you so much. Before we get started, I'll figure we have Sophia. Do you want to start? I'm here with Sophia and Sana. It's going to be an amazing hour. And we're in the same room, calling in from Stockholm, Sweden.
Yeah, so thank you. My name is Fia Bertling. I'm an engineer for a start and have a PhD in material science. Been working with different sizes of corporate companies. So I'm happy to share any sort of differences in innovation part there. And Sonia.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. Sana here as well. My name is Sana Laimovic. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sigrid Therapeutics. So I'm an entrepreneur. And Sigrid is a female Viking name. It means beautiful victory. And we have developed and patented a bioengineered material that's able to lower your body weight and reduce your blood sugar levels without being absorbed into your body. So we have a medical device class 2B. And I'm very much looking forward to this panel. And please feel free to ask questions at the end of the presentation.
Or write in the chat and we'll summarize it. So 3 women, 3 different takes on innovation journey. We will start with sharing as short as we possibly can about the innovations that we have at the moment. And then we're gonna share some questions. And let's see, everything is in the same presentation, so this should work fairly straightforward. We also have our details for emails and addresses at the end of the presentation. So I will start very shortly about Relink journey that I have been doing together with my co-founders. We started 9 years ago to identify unmet needs in children oncology ward. And there we found that catheters are pulled out during use, and a lot. So 10% get accidentally pulled out during use, wasting 75 million nursing hours every year. Patients can get hurt, there is risk of death, and if there is chemo in the bag, there is an exposure risk for healthcare personnel, and the treatments get interrupted. So it's a huge cost on a global scale, and when the problem is that something breaks, the standard solution is to make it stronger. We did the opposite, we made it weaker. So this is a product, when there is a pull on the IV line or catheter line, our connector splits into 2 parts. Double membranes prevent blood and medicine from spilling. You can clean the parts and reconnect them again to rapidly reinstate therapy. And this is without and with. So instead of the patient getting hurt, you can just clean the parts and reconnect. So there are unique selling points. If it's IV therapy, the best thing with that product is that it's reconnectable. You don't have to change it, and you can go very quickly about with your procedure, and you don't waste nursing hours. When it comes, if you want a drainage, this is a pigtail catheter that is used into the kidney, and instead of the kidney getting hurt, you can again clean and reconnect. Here we have a competitor from a US company. They don't have the valves, so you get bodily fluid spilled everywhere. So it's more, well, I would prefer ours for several reasons, but it's also, you don't want spill on your body, and the nurses will need to clean it up and everything. So our application works for IV, for nephrostomy, for veterinary, as well as for defense and military application. And we have the CE mark MDR 2A, and we're working on getting it registered for the Saudi FDA as we speak. Commercial traction, we have signed a minimum guaranteed revenue with European distributor. We have in Italy, sales distribution in Italy, UK, Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and then we have direct sales for Germany, Sweden, and Ireland. We are also working with getting into Sidra Hospital in Qatar for a sample study, and welcome collaboration, and thank you for this platform so we can do so. I hand over to
Yeah. So thank you. This is an example of a little bit earlier company where I'm the CEO, and the challenge here is really the antibiotic resistance change in the world. We know that the resistance is increasing badly all over the world, and we know that it needs a call for action. And the thought is really to use antibiotics much more responsible when we really need it. And for that reason, diagnostics can be helpful. because we know that the symptoms are really tough. It's really hard to really know what type of indication you have by the symptoms. We can see that it's up to 60% faulty. 50% is not even a bacterial detection when we actually do use diagnostics. So with the help of diagnostics, we think we can continue using the antibiotics we have and save the billions we need for new antibiotics treatments. So this is a bacterial platform, really small, and the first indication is urinary tract infection, because it's the second most common reason for use antibiotics. This method moves the diagnostics from the central laboratories, and that's actually why we use just empirical prescriptions as to date, because it takes 2 to 4 days to have a result, and it's a very painful situation. So moving the diagnostic closer to the patient, saving time, also saves the idea of using tests and diagnostics before prescriptions. It's also a very cost-efficient solution. You only use this small consumable of about €10, and you use your mobile phone. It's a mobile phone application that reads the results. So it also takes away the need for a microbiologist on those sites. So the education level in the sites that can use this decrease. So this is how it's used. You dip the small test in a patient urine sample, you incubate it for bacterial growth. You actually get a color change depending on what type of bacteria that has grown. And then you have a mobile phone which just reads the picture you take from the sample and provides you with the type of bacteria and the concentration. We have very good feedback from users. These users are from Sweden and from Uganda. So they find it easy to use, and it works within their present workload, as it's quite robust. We think one of the most important things when it comes to innovation is to be close to the users, to know exactly what the problem is. And I think we will come back to that in regards to the implementation. And the world is different, so it's important to work with different parts of the world. We also have a distributor in Saudi Arabia who has a feedback set for us. Just want to know that the other thing for the innovation is to have finances. And to have finances, you need to have investors. So you need to be able to show that there is a market, there is a margin for people to sell this. And you need a good team. So you need a problem out there, you need innovation thoughts, you need a team to solve it, and you, of course, you need the financials. And you also need to be more than one product. So this is a bacteria platform, and you can use it for other indication in healthcare, but also moving across other industries. So that's one of the examples. Now over to Sanna.
Thank you, Sophia. So as I said, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sigrid. Sigrid, it's a female Viking name. It means beautiful victory. And the mission that we are on is to prevent people from falling sick with chronic lifestyle diseases such as obesity and type 2 diabetes. But our promise to our users is that by taking our products, either our medical device in the form of a liquid drink or in the form of capsules, you will live lighter. So you will reduce your blood sugar, you will reduce your cholesterol, you will feel more energized throughout the day. And this will lower your risk of getting type 2 diabetes and developing obesity. You can live longer. We're not asking you to change your lifestyle. We're not asking you to start exercising excessively. We're not asking you to stop eating or have a specific diet. We are simply empowering you to take charge of your own health with control, not restrictions, by adding our products to your everyday meal. We are targeting huge healthcare epidemics of our time. Only in the Middle East, there's almost 20% of the population suffering from these chronic lifestyle diseases. And globally, billions of people are overweight and obese and have either pre-diabetes or type 2 diabetes. Of course, there's been a health revolution in the form of a GLP-1, such as Ozempic, Mounjaro, and so on. However, we have to be also realistic. Once you stop using these drugs, unless you've changed your lifestyle, you will pile on the pounds. So 2/3 of the lost weight is regained. And we're also seeing over 50% of users stop with these drugs within a year. And there are 3 reasons for this. 1, they're getting very expensive. 2, people are getting side effects. Or 3, accessibility. You need a prescription to have them. What we have developed in Sigrid is over-the-counter medicines that you don't need a prescription by the doctor. You can buy them online or through your physician or even in a pharmacy. In a nutshell, Sigrid is based on 15 years of heavyweight research and R&D. We have over 10 granted patents globally protecting our unique biomaterial. We've done 6 clinical studies, including now the finalization of the SHINE clinical study, which was the world's largest pre-diabetes trial of its kind. We have 8 publications, and we have raised more than 200 million SEK, which is roughly $20 million in capital to fund our clinical program, as well as our development of taking this biomaterial all the way to large-scale production. Since 1.5 years back, we're now a commercial company, so I'm very happy to share that journey later on. And we're selling mainly in the United States, here in Sweden, and are open and looking for the right partner to enter the Middle East, of course, as well. And we're a privately held company.
Impressive, yeah. And then let's jump to a question here about how do we actually create innovation? And it's different between startups and corporates. And you have experience with both. You also done a journey. Some people say that a large company can't innovate. Others talk about that in startups, everything is innovation, whereas in corporate, it's isolated.
Thoughts? And I think I'm going to start with a bit of psychology. To have a background, I was starting at a research institute. And that means that you have all the big steel industry in Sweden are organizing an institute for their main long-term innovation. So they definitely put this outside the company. But the risk is that you get very academic, you get sort of further away from the problem itself. So the essential part was that we actually had 3 levels of projects. One was small issues they had, so we were out in their organization and their production, and then all the way to the next product line, something that wasn't available at all. And then sort of 2 intermediate companies, that was sort of 120 people employed. And as you can see here, if you remember, you can have 5 really close relationships where you share everything. And you can have up to around 150 that you have a network about, that you can know what these people do. So it wasn't by coincidence that the Research Institute was about 140 employees. And then all of these people have additional networks. But it's really essential to have in your mindset, who should I talk to? Who should I sort of ask? And AI is certainly helping us now to reach further without sort of beyond those networks. And then all the way to the startup where you are completely, everybody's part of that innovation. That's what we do. We don't have customer yet. So we really sort of work with innovation throughout.
But I'm thinking about a point, because I've been hearing a lot of these AI founders getting the question. Here in Sweden, AI is also booming. And a lot of the founders get asked, but what if Google copies you? Or what if OpenAI kills your app or whatever have you? And they say, but they're working on so many things. As a startup, we are focusing on only one thing. And that, I think, it's in a small company, you're all about surviving, making, for example, in Sigrid's case, making this liquid formula succeed all the way. Whereas if we look at our competitors, the big ones, they have so many other projects to prioritize. They have much more politics to consider. Whereas we can really, we live and breathe with just this innovation. And I think that focus creates this grit, which you need to see a whole innovation come through all the way.
And is that why big companies buy startups?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, even in the GLP-1s case, Lotte Knutsson, who was the inventor behind the GLP-1s, she fought for 20 years with this innovation inside Novo Nordisk because it was not prioritized to get it, to succeed.
And then you also have the manufacturing cost, and a large company might push cost down, and then the willingness to change that to make something new might be trickier.
It's something that they might sort of not succeed in, and that costs a lot of reputation. For startups, you're out there to win on the passion you have.
Yeah.
But it's also a little bit about the people in the organization, isn't it?
Yes.
When you're a bigger organization, you get more processes for health tech.
We've been in these discussions with these big corps as well, and it's more important for them not to do wrong than to do right.
Yeah.
Because if they make a mistake, they get punished. Whereas, if they bet on the right horse, it's not as important as it's not doing wrong. And therefore, they are very risk averse. They need to see all the data, they need to know. And I think that's what's happened the last years, also going to biotech conferences. We've seen that the appetite for risk has gone down. People want much more mature assets. They don't want to take the bet as, in early stage. And venture capital has moved sort of forward in this value creation.
And so has the large medtech.
And so has the medtech acquirers with that, of course. Yeah.
And we were told that if our innovation had been as far as we are now, 2019, we would already have been acquired by someone. Yeah. Whereas now we were visiting one of the largest medtech corporations in the world, and they said that it has pushed further. I mean, it used to be a long time ago, you could sell something from a drawing, and then you needed to prove that it's producible and all of those things. It's scalable, just prove the thoughts of it, and then prove market, and then prove that you can scale. Whereas now it's they
revenues.
Well, also the trajectory point when they can actually see the uptake. They also told us that we don't mind paying premium price, but it has to show, and then it takes longer. So basically you need to do the entire scaling
commercialization.
Commercialization, scaling from manufacturing and everything. And at that point, I think if you come that far, I mean, you would be at the same point as an IPO, or even, and at that point you would also need to say, okay, how should the company do the full journey for 20 years to come or something? And it makes less sense with being acquired, because at that point, I got carried away. What's your thoughts?
It's more, at least. Definitely. You've been bearing the cost for much longer time. And also the sad thing is that a lot of the competence you need in a startup is quite tricky to have. So we were relying a little bit on the scale up, as you say, being taken from the larger corporate who have the organization for that manufacturing sets. So the unbalance is a little bit there today. That the investment needs to come, and as you say, it's it's less risk willingness. Exactly. So the combination of those two makes innovation a little bit more tricky today than a couple of years ago.
I'm seeing with investors very clearly now that it's all moved to path to profitability. How fast can you be profitable? Because the IPO window, at least here in Europe, I would say, is been shut down. It's only opening a bit now, but if you can't sell to the big, if you can't get acquired, if you can't list, the investors get very wary. Then at least you need to think about, how do I become sustainable? So I've thought very, very much about that when building Sigrid, given what's happened the last year now. How can we be profitable next year so we're less dependent on external funding?
And I mean, you've been successful on both raising money and also pushing through the first product, perhaps.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And I think exactly what you said here, when it got tougher raising money, I realized we also need to start making money. And that's why we also launched a dietary food supplement, which is a supplement you can buy online to start making money. And this is actually now where we're getting, this is the business area which will bring us profitability next year.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So
and you really pushed that one through.
And I really pushed that one too, because people say, why should a medtech company be selling a food supplement. But I think you, as an entrepreneur, you have to be creative. You know, to also show that someone is willing to pay for your technology, given that regulatory takes time and all of these things. Yeah.
And that's also bringing together the type of investors for the innovation that has a healthcare background.
Exactly.
They need to have that patience.
They need to be they need to be patient capital.
Yeah.
But when shit hits the fan, sorry, you know, there's a recession and there's tariffs and there's wars in the world. Even those patient capital becomes impatient.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Before we move to AI and telemedicine, do you want to share something more about the innovation journey? Your choice. And
Yeah. Do you want to start? Or
yeah, no, I can just say, being an economist and not a PhD like these ladies, I didn't know what I was up against when I started Sigrid. I thought, well, how difficult can this be, right? And then I realized that it's a very regulated environment, and I realized that my co-founder, you know, early on, the professors think, well, I have a publication, it's patented, it's done, innovation is done. But innovation is really creating a product that can pass the regulatory hurdles, that can have some credibility with the key opinion leaders and the healthcare system, but ultimately also with the payers. Someone needs to pay for it. And we call this product market fit, you know, and that's further along than just having a approved patent and have a publication and present at a big fancy conference. So I think for me, that's innovation, to think about this economic terms, and also, as you were saying, that it's cost efficient, that it has a cost of goods, that we actually are making money on this every time we sell a product and not at a loss, which you don't think of. You don't think of manufacturing costs when you're in this lab and you're developing something novel and you know, exciting and cool.
Yeah. No, and I think my learnings has been to be extremely close to the user, not specifically only listening to them, because you know the reason why we have a certain width of the roads is because we had horses. And we only took the cars from the step of the horses. We didn't sort of believe and think even wider. So I think having the customer sort of feedback on the problem and how the world works around them, but still as innovators, raising that a step level to try to think beyond their imagination of what can be done is essential. And I think you really need a research team to do that. I think either working in a startup with everybody's there, but still not going to academic, because it's always really interesting to trigger into small things, but sort of really be fast in sort of path finding along the side is important. And for that,
fail fast.
Yeah, fast, because you're going to do that and build that sort of stable team and networking out in the sort of right parts, and also finding the investors for you. Be picky, because they will be with you all the time, and we call them smart investors when they're bringing along their network, their knowledge, and they want to succeed with you. These are the ones who really to bring there. But I think finding that research group within the larger organization I've been to that still have that freedom of operation, not sitting in exactly the same processes or priorities as the normal customer base. That's sort of, and also that it's amazingly fun.
Yeah. So if you're innovating with the big corps, you need to first be able to get your way through the gatekeepers, but then you need to find that internal champion, someone who roots for you, and build that relationship indoors that can push you you know, through in the big corporate.
But then they move. This is a long, this is a long journey. We started 9 years ago, and we are just now commercializing. It's the regulatory patents. I mean, it is a long journey. We were very lucky starting though, because we started through an innovation program. That's where we followed Stanford biodesign process, and we were put together with a team. We were at the board, so we got the entire teaching that you need to align the same people who benefit from the product should be the one that actually pays for them, and how much would they be able to pay. So we looked at scalable solution from day one, but it's a lot of collaboration, and we've gotten lots of help on the way. And so I think it's That's also why platforms such as this one that Dr. Hanadi is building up is really useful to show. Let's see here if we, yes, so that was need-based. Good that I didn't. I think for time-wise, we need to jump. Yeah, so we have divided it up with a little bit of AI and then a little bit of telemedicine, and then there will be time for questions, and we will also talk about how difficult it is to get the impact moving. So with the AI, I think I leave over a little bit to you, Sophia.
Yeah, and of course we need to show that it matters. And I was actually at the presentation by HealthCap. It's an investor in Sweden who look into life science sector and specifically pharma. And you know, prior the success rate for these medications has been 6 to 11%. It's complicated to find the right patient to test on. We have mouse models that are not human, and it costs a lot of money. And now the last impact essence here is that it's raised to 34%. And that's, of course, an amazing lot of sort of money that is saved, the success rate. And when we discussed it a little bit more in depth, it was to a certain extent on just figuring out the right patient group to test on. When we helped with Alzheimer's vaccinations, for instance, for both G and Lilly by the time, the dementia group was quite big, and you couldn't isolate Alzheimer's from the other dementia. And now you can test the medication on exactly the right group.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so it makes a difference out there. And I think the next slide shows just an impact on that. That previously we just tested what the medications we had in a standard approach group. And now we can sort of do a precision base on that. Second thing was a little bit, whenever you talk about AI, models are amazing, computer capacity also, but it's really data. We have moved through the last years from a lot of qualitative data with questionnaires and such, and also just resolution of imaging. Everything has gone much better. So we have been started to create these enormous databases, and I wanted to take one as an example here, the UK Biobank, because it's also accessible for every researcher around the world. And this has moved to, I mean, for environmental things, we are sort of measuring things in air pollution, water, and we have measurable variables. So we don't ask about how people train. We measure how much they train, because that's a big difference from time to time. You might imagine you do it well. So having access to that. So please look at this if you're interested. And the whole idea is to go from the reactive healthcare to preventive, exactly as has been discussed here, because that's where we can save a lot of money and also people's quality of life. So one of the things have been, you know, we have been trying to find screening group. We have breast cancer, and these methods are sort of 100%. If you look into the biobanks now, you can actually define the risk factors and define the screening programs and make them affordable, so we can make them available for everybody.
Amazing.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know.
Yeah, no, I was just going to give some light on how we are working with AI in our administration parts. So we're using a tool at my company that is called Lindy AI. So we have built up loads of different small bots for, we're rather few people, and as we are looking for investors at the same time as we're doing commercialization, we're really trying hard to be as efficient as possible. So this is, I'm roughly saving 40 hours just for myself every week on making Lindy do quite a lot of my work. So in parallel, it's looking for grants, looking for events, looking for new patents, looking for key opinion leaders, all of those things, and also putting all my emails in draft box. And, you know, so it's one way of doing it. It's of course not, I mean, I'm sure the other pods save more money, but this saves my life. Yeah. So yes, before we jump, do you want to add something about AI, or do you want to? No, I think Sophia did a good job. Yes, the thing. So we're jumping into telemedicine.
Yeah, I'm the oldest here. I get to do the first. telemedicine, the first usage of this was actually a physician. This was a time where a company called Intl Diagnostics did functional imaging. They now is named Hermes Medical Solutions. They had software to read data from cardiology assessments of how the heart worked. This is a physician from Sven-Erik Svensson from Karlskrona in Sweden. He was going to Saudi Arabia to work, and they said, who would be able to read these images? We don't have another expert in Karlskrona. So he said, I can do it. So for the time when he actually worked in Saudi Arabia, we actually sent the data files through a VPN, but through that times of modem. And I was told that ADSL was the sort of communication path. And he was actually reading the data and he reported them back to Karlskrona. So they managed to withhold their expertise in cardiology, although he was sort of moving somewhere else. So that is my first sort of cloud reading solution, which have then moved a lot.
Quite a lot.
Yes.
So we will talk not only about our own company, so we're sharing some spotlight with the other company. This is me sharing about Kai Müller. It's a German guy who lives in the north of Norway, and he has been doing a lot of telemedicine, and he works with the company Starlink, and he really looks for collaboration partners as well. So at the end of this, you'll see his contact details, and he would be really, really happy if you contacted him. He got some money and research money from German agencies, so he's doing a lot of improvement here. But I will share a journey he had last year with, and I mean, we're from North Europe, whereas this is still amazing pictures also for us. He went up to the Antarctic. It's approximately 4 minutes. But it shows how Starlink is working and their flow.
Katha, accept my apology. How are you? No voice for your video. Do you have any voice?
Pardon?
Do you have any voice for this video?
You don't have? Okay, sorry. Thank you for telling. So we turned down the volume. We have voice, so I wonder how we could get that to work. Or
is your video will be longer or it is a shorter?
I can move forward a little bit because I can. The voice is here, so it's actually showing how they've taken Starlink out on distance through the Arctic on snowmobiles and also on snowstorms, and how what he has then been doing, Kai Müller, is to put all of the different steps so they can translate it and work. I think it's going to any remote area. Sorry about the voice. Just delete that voice and then move forward. So it's connected all the time, and he's working from a system where it might take 3.5 days to get to a hospital. And the challenges that is with that is not just to call an ambulance or anything. You actually have to go and see whatever is in the kit and make it work. And then he has the telemedicine, so he can call through this Starlink system. And they've tried it up in Antarctic, where it's the lowest network possibilities and also very, very rough climate. So here they're trying things, and they're going with both snowmobiles and boats, and building and setting the systems up wherever they are. And also they need to do with get electricity if it's not really working. on these places. I see if I can move this one, because there was some nice, yeah, they basically are going, it was an and this is this Kai guy. He would welcome any, well, he really looks for collaboration on this project, and he has improved the different kits and the sizes of the kits. And here he also talks about how the data is working from really, really remote areas. And then he has one of the teams he worked with, I think that was the Starline team. He's also really busy when it comes to possibilities with the military. So he was at the German military exhibition not long ago, and he's going around because it takes time to evacuate people, and how he can preserve life wherever it is possible. And here they go yes, so here he's going with a small boat and doing the same thing, and then he needs to basically land next to a little iceberg to stabilize, and yeah, there's the boat and iceberg, how to stabilize and connect up with the Starlink system here for the possibility. They don't have sandstorms, but they have snowstorms. So here comes, yeah, they're testing it in a snowstorm. So I'll do.
So with that, you can get access to qualified physicians even when you're remotely.
Yes. Yeah. I'll see here how, yes. So here, if you want to contact Kai, he works at remotemedicalnetwork.com. He's really, really quick on LinkedIn. It's almost the easiest way to get hold of him. And I know he's actively looking for collaboration partners. Anything more that we want to talk about telemedicine before we jump into impact and adoption? Because I know you prepared.
Yeah, and I think it's just I think the idea is really connect where the patient is with the expert.
Yes.
Now we get more and more specialized experts that can't be available everywhere geographically, but having people who can acquire the data with ultrasound, as we saw here, or something else, and provide that data to an expert wherever they are in the world. We're sort of making the wish of providing the same healthcare wherever we are.
So yeah, I'll leave the word to you here for impact and adoption.
Yeah, so I would just like to share some of my learnings from preventing lifestyle diseases. When we started Sigrid, a lot of advisors told me to go into diabetes, and I told them that I'm not interested in diabetes treatment. I'm more interested in diabetes prevention, because if we can prevent people from developing type 2 diabetes, we can save a lot of healthcare costs. We can have better productivity, and we can not only live longer, but also have more healthy years, more quality of life. I slowly started to notice that no one in the healthcare system is working preventively. The physicians were very, very occupied with administration and did not work in trying to prevent prediabetes. Only 13% of prediabetics were diagnosed. So majority, over 80%, are actually going around with elevated blood sugar levels and are not getting the right diagnosis. And if you don't have the diagnosis, you can't do anything about it. During this time of me building this company, I said, I want to focus on indication pre-diabetes. I want us to find these people, these patients, and I want to give them our products to try and reverse their condition. There was also a company called Health Integrator here in Sweden, and they created a digitalized service working with Stockholm region. So the whole region, where they will enroll over 1,000 pre-diabetics, and then they gave them a marketplace. So everyone is different. For some people, maybe supplements work. For other people, getting a health coach or getting an exercise or having someone who help you with your meal preparations. And you could basically select for a certain amount of money, whatever fitted you. And this was paid for by the state. And this was a program done by the region of Stockholm. It was also containing insurance companies. It was a very successful program. I'm going to just read some of the numbers here. 54% are out of the risk zone for diabetes. 70% improved their long-term blood sugar. 85% of these patients got better mental health and quality of life, and 67% reduced the risk of developing type 2 diabetes compared to if they have not received any intervention. However, despite the huge success of this program, the region decided not to continue. And this was all politically motivated. I've talked to this CEO and the founder, and it has a lot to do with the fact, and it pains me to say it, but if there's no pre-diabetics, there won't be no diabetics.
Just how they are reimbursed. That is how healthcare is organized today. Yeah,
exactly. So even in Sweden, where we're supposed to be so progressive and think about, you know, have some of the best healthcare in the world, there's still these political forces that are protecting their interests. And you can see it a lot, for example, in other countries as well, with strong lobbyists group and so on. So I was very happy to be building a company which puts the power and empowers the consumer to educate users, everyday people, not to have to necessarily rely on the healthcare system, but take charge of their own health, and as much as possible, try to prevent themselves from falling sick with chronic lifestyle diseases.
But don't you think it's also that, I mean, a system is built up, and initially it was because it would help, and then it takes time for it to step away, because I'm sure everybody would.
Yeah, but it was so good outcomes, and it benefited everyone.
Yeah.
The insurance companies were happy because the premiums went down.
I get
but
that.
The political will was not there to roll it out and to make it permanent.
But I'm wondering, I think there are more steps there why it's not working. I would assume, actually. Because I mean, the hospital wants, I mean, you have digital fatigue when they, and also how to actually get the implementation out, or how you start to sell, because there are different reasons for them to, I mean, you answer tenders, and if you are like us in Sweden, it's the only breakaway connected there, and then how to put it out on all the tenders everywhere is supposed to be 2-3 different. I'm sure the reason was that all the regions should get the best price for value for money, whereas it's not that easy to then get out.
Yeah, but it was also helped finance with the insurance companies. It was both private and public money. So
it was really odd that it's not pushed through.
But isn't it showing a little bit on the sort of change of thinking?
Yeah.
It's a very complex part. You need the facts, but then it needs to sort of be adopted. You need to understand it, and you need to have the energy to take the steps for that change.
Yeah.
And there's so many players. So many has to agree for change.
And that is when you're selling to government. That is, I guess, reimbursement and getting, that is a lot of the conundrum that a lot of companies are feeling. And that was also one of the reasons I wanted to go directly to consumers, not having to deal with all of these tenders and different policies in different countries, in different regions even.
Yeah. And even healthcare systems.
And healthcare systems.
Sweden is 99% publicly funded.
Yeah.
It's only 1% that is direct. It's a very small. So in a region where you have more private, and the insurance companies actually do sort of pay for the long, it might be a faster adoption in this case.
Maybe US, because they have so big healthcare costs. And now with the GLP-1s, they are just, there's a risk that they will cost too much because every third American has pre-diabetes. And every second American has either obesity or overweight. So
because sometimes it shifts. We spoke to to expert about the German hospital situation and about the nurses, because we reduced the number of us in nursing hours basically, and how to get the product out, because there is different angles per country, whereas they said that they are lacking so many nurses. It was something 380 something, so slightly below 400,000 nurses they need for just Germany that's missing, and they think that it's going to take, even if they push a lot to sort the situation, it's going to take time. Whereas now they then shifting from valuing money more than time. So there was like some angle to it. In the UK, they're changing towards, well, they've had length of hospital stay for a while, but it per country, when you sell in, is focusing slightly different, I think. And in Sweden, all the hospitals need to be more aware on preparedness for in case there is a catastrophe or war and all of those things. But even there, if you want to sell in something that helps, it's really tricky actually, because you need new pathways in. Yeah.
And I think so that's one aspect to keep in mind if you're developing an innovation.
Yes.
What external forces will your innovation has to accommodate or fit in.
But your data there was amazing for that trial. I mean, it's a no-brainer, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. It's a no-brainer. You would think,
but it's the reimbursement system.
The reimbursement system,
and as you say, it's the drivers. It's the sort of healthcare professionals that the lack, so you can actually share the knowledge.
Yeah.
Is it a reimbursement directly? Is it a cost saving in long term?
Yeah.
Or short term? But also they need to be champions. Someone who's interested.
Someone needs to be a champion. And it also depends a bit on who is politically, what year, what terms do you need to win, what election, you know, when it comes in. So, yeah.
Yeah, you need to have patience.
You need to have patience. And I can just tell you as an example, we were dealing with one of the world's largest consumer care companies. What happened is that RFK and Trump came out and said that Tylenol causes autism. And this is official now that this company in all of this now got acquired by another big one. So today you have to be very fast in adapting and changing because we're living in such an insecure environment politically, and a lot of things are popping up, and digitalization and a lot of things, the post-truth society, so to say, which can actually decide your fate as a company.
So some positive.
Well, the data was positive. So at least
prevention works. Prevention works. No one can take that away.
AI is providing access and a larger scale understanding of the data points. So hopefully we will know have better outcomes.
Yes.
For the decision taking. Yeah.
No, but innovation, I mean, it's actually a really nice bubble to be in, and also especially, I mean, healthcare. I think a lot of other peers and startups help. We got loads and loads of help. So we're jumping here to a little bit of spotlight on others. Yes.
So besides being a founder of Sigrid, I'm also the incoming CEO of a stock-listed company here in Sweden called Enzymatica. They have developed ColdZyme, which is also a patented innovation. It's a natural mouth spray which reduces your virus load with 94%. It reduces and shortens the risk of getting a cold, but also if you're taking it during a cold. So you have 5 days lower cough and cold. And it's reducing 6 out of 8 symptoms, sneezing or coughing. And it's actually the active ingredient here, technology, is trypsin, which is an enzyme from the cods of Iceland, from the fish. It's a remarkable class, medical device class 3, which has now received very good clinical data, 9 clinical studies, and the last 2 ones were actually investigator-initiated studies, and they were selected manuscript of the year. So I'm very excited. I know cough and colds are affecting every adult 2 to 4 times a year and children 6 to 8 times a year. And this is a natural, effective solution to help you win over every cold faster.
When do you actually start taking it?
As soon as you feel the feeling in your throat, you should take it then.
You know, I'm actually bringing it to conferences as a preventive care.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
If you're boarding an
Yeah.
airplane.
Yeah, because you know when it visits
Yes.
then. Yeah.
Yes.
So-
Or there's a lot of air condition, you know, going on. Then yeah,
I'll get one on the way
Yeah.
back home.
Yeah. Or do you have an example?
No, I can.
And please reach out, add us on LinkedIn, and if you want to chat more as well on antibiotic.
On either company,
On either company, yeah.
So
Yes, another option here or another example. One of the companies I'm sitting in the board of is called Care to Translate. And this is grown out of a physician called Linus Kullengren, who was working in acute care in Sweden. And he had so many patients coming in very stressful states, and they just couldn't understand each other. And it took a very long time to get a solid interpreter for that language. So he started this company, and now they are in most countries. They have sort of a free app for the users, for the patients, but a paid app for the more commercials. And it's a combination of a direct AI for the first sort of how do you feel, sort of what's your name, just building this every day, what's your cat's name, to feel the security with the patient. And then there is well-tested and validated sort of medical language questions that is according to if you are in radiology or if you're in acute care and such. So you actually get a completely good interpretation, and that has shown really essential, and it really lowers the cost, but also the risk for these patients who are in an acute state. And they just released, I think 2 weeks ago or so, all the dialects of the Arabic, 16 different, and there are all in all 130 plus languages around. So they also say, please test, come back. We're happy for any feedback and would like to see users.
And Maya is really, it's nice to follow her on LinkedIn as well. She has every week nice things.
Yeah,
So it's
sorry,
nice,
Maya
yeah.
Magnusson.
Yeah.
She's the CEO. She was operating, so she's one of the founders too, and Maya is the energy part who's really driving this forward. So yes, please follow. Thank you, Tina.
Yes, before we have another 7 minutes. So let's see here. We can see if we have any questions before how to make. Okay, so that was pretty cool. How to change the language and make Zoom. Okay, that was not for us. Maya perhaps could have helped with that one.
Yes, thank you so much, all of you, about your presentation, Kata and your friend. You jumping from one country to other country, you jumping from one video to other video. I need to concentrate with you, but unfortunately I keep misleading because you mixing up between all your inventions and all your activity, and you also integrate your activity or your services with your social media and with your some videos. Now in the last 7 minutes, if you conclude your talks, because the people try to tracking you, and my way or my protocol for the conference to presenting PowerPoint slide, already you presented, but you make one slide and you keep talking with different things while you discussing with each others. Now we would like you to conclude your presentation to understand about the people. You go to the Germany, you go to the LinkedIn, you go to the coding for AI, you go for many things. But Now we need you to conclude, okay, your talks or your slides to understand, to let the audience understanding your inventions, because as I know, you have a very leading inventions from the medical side, and you told me your both friend also have another inventions. Would you mind to concluding your inventions and the outcomes of your inventions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Who want to start?
Sofia Backling, the one I talked about here, it's a bacterial diagnostic test. You can test it where the patient is, so you don't need to be a microbiologist. So it's thought to be in primary care, healthcare, elderly care, and it can go all the way to home-based testing. And the first is for urinary tract infections. And the whole idea is to use antibiotics correctly. So not overtake antibiotics, so we can save it to make sure we have a healthcare system that works today and for the future. So thank you.
Please. Okay. No, so our invention is to prevent catheters being pulled out from the patient. So this is a pigtail catheter, and this one is used for nephrostomy drainage. So it's to drain the kidney. Lots of them get ripped out during use, and according to a US study, it costs $9,500 to reinsert it because it needs to go to the interventional radiology and sometimes theater time. And instead of that happening, our innovation Relink, when there is a pull on the line, our connector splits instead of this getting ripped out from the kidney. It also works if you have IV, so you need therapy. And then you don't get it ripped out. And the double membranes on our connector prevents blood and medicine and fluids from spilling. And where we are now is that we've done 6 clinical trials, both animals and on patients. We showed a reduction on 73% without catheters. We started to sign sales agreements and sell directly to hospitals. It will take us some time to be cash flow positive, another 2 years, but we get there and we know we can scale at low cost. And for IV lines, 16 billion are used every year. So when 10% of the IV catheters get pulled out, it reflects to 75 million nursing hours that are wasted in unnecessary healthcare consumption. So we are in it for the long run, and the entire innovation journey is something that lies me really, really close to the heart. I love what I'm doing. Sometimes it's too much work, but generally I would not want to do another journey. I'm happy about my life. Yeah.
Yes. And I'm developing a liquid formula you drink, and it helps you feel fuller for longer. It reduces the caloric uptake, so it helps you get a better weight, lower your body weight, lower your blood sugar, long-term blood sugar, and also helps you feeling less bloated. So it's like a natural GLP-1, but it's something you drink together with your meals. And my second innovation is this mouth spray, which contains this enzyme from deep sea cod called trypsin that blocks the virus in your mouth. So it reduces you of getting a cough and cold. And if you have one, it will help you shorten it with over 5 days. So your body recovers faster. So these are my 2 innovations. Both are patented Scandinavian breakthrough technologies.
Thank you all so much for listening.
Thank you.
Over to you again, Dr. Hanadi.
Yes, thank you so much, Kata, with your friend. Your invention will be amazing. And we will deliver the next presenter, the next track. You will hand over. Of course, Kata, you will be with us, with your friend, joining our conference. Still, we have an hours and hours till midnight. Now the next chairing session, Dr. Mu'nis Shuja. He will take care about the next sessions. The next track, it's talking about smart cities infrastructures, remaining urban life. دكتور مؤنس.
اي نعم دكتورة معك.
يلا take the track. Thank you so much, Kata, with your friend, and we hope so you will be there. I see it's Dava is there and Alex. Is Alex there? Maybe Alex in the other room. The technical support, can you check where is Alex?
He's not here yet.
Okay, but Mr. Dava, I think, will be there. He can start. Take the chairing session, Dr. Mu'nis.
بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى وصحبه أجمعين. نرحب بكم في المؤتمر الفاضل
لغة
السادس.
المؤتمر بعد إذنك دكتور مؤنس، لغة المؤتمر إنجليزي. You should just you introduce the speaker, please.
بسم الله. We will start our most welcome in the 2025 International Virtual Conference for Technovation and Technoentrepreneurship for AI and Economic. We will start the third session about the smart cities and urban life. We will start with Mr. Ben Hoskisson, Chief Digital Officer, Managing Director of Glade India and Glade's Consulting. Mr. Ben. Can you check, Doctor, about Mr. Ben?
What? Dava?
Mr. Ben, yes. Our first speaker.
No. Mr. Dava Ripo في الحين ابعث لك الأجندة الجديدة.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning to you.
Good morning. Hi, this is Dave Robow with National Energy.
Yes, Deva. The floor for you and the mic with you. Go ahead and present your slides.
Okay. Can you see these slides okay?
Yes, it's okay.
First, Mr.
Great.
Alex, the founder and CEO of Business Core. Go ahead, Mr. Alex.
Okay. This is Dave Robow with National Energy. You can see my slides. I'll go ahead and I'll get started.
Yes.
So thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm coming to you live from Florida here in the United States. I'll talk a little bit about smart cities and infrastructure and how we're using technology to reimagine urban life. So when we look at smart cities, it's obviously a lot of things to consider, how we move people, how we provide energy, the data that's being collected to really improve the urban experience for residents of the city. So there's a lot to consider. So when we take a little bit of a closer look and we focus in on some of what we consider to be the critical infrastructure, really, of any city, we need to think about, how power is being generated, how we're managing waste and recyclable materials within the community, how we're treating wastewater, right? So cities, businesses, industrial applications all use water. So we need to be able to treat that water and then provide, clean, potable water to fulfill the requirements of the city. And then the other thing we look at is transit. How do we move people around? What are the mobility options to get people to work, to school, to wherever it is that they need to go? So we look at all of these functions through the lens of smart cities. What we do specifically at National Energy is we focus on garbage, on municipal solid waste. This is a sector that many communities ignore. They take this material and they put it in a truck and they send it to some big mountain someplace, and that's how kind of waste is managed within the community. But we really look at garbage a little differently. We look at it as an underutilized resource. So lots of different opportunities to do different things that are needed within a smart city. So that's what we'll be talking about here today. So my background, I'm an environmental scientist. I've been in this career field for about 23 years. Most of my career has been with the US military, with the Air Force. And the military would manage waste in something called a burn pit. So this is an example in this photograph here. A burn pit is nothing more than a hole in the ground where we threw our garbage in and we lit it on fire. So as you can imagine, a very archaic way to manage waste. What I learned during this experience is that when you address this global issue of garbage, it's really a crisis. We're generating 2 billion tons of waste that went to a landfill last year. And the United Nations predicts a 70% increase by the year 2050. So lots of challenges around waste. But really, as a society, we've been addressing this all wrong. Waste is really a resource, and we've developed this waste-powered energy microgrid that can provide baseload power for cities, for commercial entities, for military installations that are interested in increasing energy security. Okay, so most communities try and address this issue with manual labor and people sifting through garbage, pulling out whatever valuable materials are available in that waste stream to the best of their ability. The media here in the United States will lead you to believe that recycling is broken, but it's really the approach on how we've been addressing this issue. Because as a scientist, I can tell you, when you start looking at the composition of these material streams, the majority, and I would say upwards of 90%, has value. We're just thinking about the problem differently. So using technology, which is what we do, and I'll talk about here in a minute, we can extract these valuable materials that are so important to put back into your domestic supply chains. This is how a nation revolutionizes its industrial base by bringing aluminum and copper and rare earth metals and even plastics back into their domestic supply chains. But about 2/3 of this material has calorific value, which means we can convert it into a form of energy, which I'll spend a little bit of time talking about. So what if garbage could be reimagined as actually a solution to the environmental challenges for smart cities? So what we do as a company is we start with unsorted waste. Whatever you produced last night and you no longer want in your life comes to our facility. We use artificial intelligence and optical scanners to classify this material as it comes across a conveyor belt. The AI works in tandem with machine learning robots that are doing the extraction of these high value materials. So we don't have people in this part of the process. These are robots that are handling the material and pulling out these valuable resources. And really what we're trying to do is we're trying to isolate the organic fraction that's in the waste stream. So this could be upwards of 65% of all of the material, things like food waste, yard waste, paper products, cardboard, greasy pizza boxes that we produce here in the United States. All of this material should not be going to a landfill to create methane and impact our climate security, and instead should be produced into a fuel to be able to provide renewable baseload power. And that's really what we're after. So this is a representation of what it looks like. The waste material comes in through here. This is all unsorted material that was headed to the landfill. We're pulling out these valuable resources that go back into the industrial supply chains for communities. And then we're extracting we're producing this engineered fuel from the biomass, from those cellulosic waste products that are already in the waste stream. We can produce this very versatile biomass. I'm going to spend a minute talking about this. So when you look at the five forms of renewable energy, wind and solar get a lot of attention. Geothermal, hydro, biomass, they all have a place. But when you try and produce baseload power, this is where it gets interesting, because wind and solar are both intermittent, right? So the sun doesn't shine all the time and the wind doesn't always blow. But what we can count on for baseload power are these three down at the bottom: geothermal, hydro, and then the biomass that we're talking about. But now when you look at the versatility of this biomass, you can produce a heat load. So if you needed to power a wastewater treatment plant in your smart city, you can do so from the garbage that's being produced there. If you want to generate electricity, clean renewable energy, we can do that through a number of different technologies. If you wanted to produce a compressed natural gas to run your bus fleet, we can do that with biomass. And then lastly, if there was interest in creating a sustainable aviation fuel to help decarbonize the aviation industry, garbage is yet again the answer. So when we talk to municipalities around the world, what we see is that they're spending millions of dollars every year just to move the waste, to put it into a hole, to let our grandchildren worry about the problem. When in reality, using this type of technology, the organic fraction can be produced to power these smart cities of the future. And it's not just municipal waste. We can take storm debris, certain types of construction waste, potentially even the sewage sludge that comes off of these wastewater treatment plants. So what I'm hoping to explain here is that we're no longer needing to import these raw materials to be able to produce the things that we need to be able to power a smart city of the future. We can actually use the available materials that are actually being produced within the city. So every city around the world produces garbage, some more than others. Some have more effective means of handling their waste than others, but they all produce waste. That's one constant thread that we have found, regardless of where in the world we're talking to potential customers, is they're all generating waste. Most of these cities are growing, which means they have a very strong construction sector. So things are being built, things are being remodeled, producing a high volume of construction waste. Well, the organic fraction in the construction waste stream can also be used to produce power. And some nations are impacted geographically by where they are, and they produce a lot of storm debris. A lot of this is vegetative debris, which is a great feedstock for what we do. And then finally, all cities are processing wastewater and purifying that to produce potable drinking water for the communities. These are all excellent feedstocks to be able to produce this engineered fuel product. So effectively, what we're trying to complete is compare the carbon intensity of different transportation fuels. So let me explain what we're seeing in this graph. So these fuels are some of the more traditional fuels that you're used to seeing. So you have gasoline in here, you have diesel. This 0 here represents the barometer here. So everything to the right has the carbon intensity for all of these different fuels. You can see some are cleaner than others. Battery electric vehicles are going to be cleaner than, sulfur diesel trucks, as an example. But here's where it gets somewhat interesting. When you look at these feedstocks down here towards the bottom, these all have, well, most of these have a negative carbon intensity, which means that carbon is being emitted somewhere along the supply chain. In the example of food waste, which is what we've spent a little bit of time talking about, food waste actually has a negative carbon intensity. And that's because normally that food waste would go to a landfill, and through the natural decomposition of organic material would release methane into the environment. And we're circumventing that process by eliminating the need for that landfill and actually reducing the emissions that would have come from whatever fuel we're displacing. So these fuels have a negative carbon intensity, which a lot of communities are very interested in ultimately getting to net zero. Excuse me. So this is just another graphic representation. You know, what I find interesting about using garbage as a feedstock is we're not extracting natural resources. We're not mining them, you know, like you are with, you know, some traditional fossil fuels. These are feedstocks that are already available. We're spending millions of dollars just, you know, burying them to create problems for future generations, when in fact, we should be advancing recycling to the point that we can solve two problems with the same technology. We can mitigate the impact of solid waste in landfills, and we can also mitigate the impact or the need to burn fossil fuels with the same resource. And that's what gets us excited about, you know, going and talking to different audiences and seeing how we can use, you know, smart solutions to create smarter cities and create a better environment, really through leveraging technology. So those are the remarks that I had prepared for today. I love to stay connected with audiences all over the world. I'm on LinkedIn if that's of interest. But I don't know if we have Dr. Hanadi. I don't know if we have time for questions. But there's nothing I love more than talking trash. So if we have time for that, I'll turn it back over to you.
Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead, Mu'nis, Dr. Mu'nis. Because the other presenter is till now it's disappeared. I don't know where is Alex. Daiva, it's very nice presentation. You're talking about the wastage, the wastage, and it is a most important things. If you don't mind, can you provide us with more outcomes about this presentations? Because we have plenty of time till the other presenter joining us.
Sure.
No Q&A, only the open discussion between you and between the speaker. While your speaker it's not yet arrived, then you can have the floor to present what you prefer.
Okay, let me go back because I went a little fast because I was really interested in keeping time. But let me talk about this because this is an important part of the whole process. So what we have found is the composition of the waste. You know, as scientists, we really look at it as, you know, what category are these materials, and do they have any calorific value that can be used as a suitable fuel? So what I've found is every community, their waste composition is slightly different. You know, culturally, their waste products are different. How they package things is different in India as opposed to in Los Angeles, let's say. So, well, and the other thing that we found is the person generating the waste, the composition changes pretty significantly. So we're in Orlando, Florida, and we're looking at the theme parks and their interest in being able to reduce their landfill costs because they have to truck their waste far away and they spend a lot of money to move the material. So what we found is this same waste composition, this pie chart, changes dramatically for a guest that's visiting a theme park. As you can probably imagine, lots of food waste. So this 14.6, which is kind of a global average, or actually an average for the United States, the food waste is closer to 42%. And then the paper products that are used, you know, in the food and beverage areas of the theme park are also much, much, much higher. And then when you go to communities where there's a lot of hospitality, I'll give you another example in Florida, Key West, which is a project that we're developing. Key West has a lot of hospitality. You get cruise ships through there, you get millions of tourists. They're generating a lot of bottles, a lot of metal cans, you know, used beverage containers is what we call them in the industry, as you can imagine. So this waste composition starts to change based on the customer. So what we have developed is a mobile version of what we do with the AI classification. And inside of a shipping container, we take this same equipment with the conveyor belts and the optical sorters, and we use it to identify the waste. So in this example that I'm talking about here, we've developed a mobile waste characterization unit so that we can take this to the customer and run their material samples through our process to ultimately develop this composition that's unique to that particular customer. So we drive a lot of decisions from this information here. This data is important because it helps drive the decisions on what type of equipment the customer ultimately needs. So it's not unlike a doctor who doesn't, create a diagnosis without evaluating the patient. This is how we evaluate the patient. We run this composition analysis to determine what are the challenges that this specific customer is having. This could be a place in the Caribbean where they have a lot of storm debris. So maybe these yard trimmings and things like that are a larger percentage. Maybe it's not 13.5%, maybe it's 40% because of all the storm damage that they get in the Caribbean. So now we have to design the equipment for that particular customer. And we also use artificial intelligence to help us to design a more efficient facility for that customer based on that customer's data and what the data is requiring. We use AI to help build that system. So I use this example here. All of this is driven by the customer demand. So one customer in Key West that has a strong hospitality sector that generates a lot of used beverage containers, right? Beer bottles, wine bottles, beer cans, whatever. This piece of equipment may have some additional components to be able to handle that large influx of used beverage containers, as an example. So for us, it's really about data. The other thing, I guess, that I will mention, since we have a little bit of time, is some of the major brands. These are household brands that you would have heard of, like Pepsi Cola, Starbucks, Frito-Lay. These big brands are very interested in how much of their material is actually being recovered. So you take Pepsi as an example. Pepsi knows how many plastic bottles of soda it produced and sent into the world. This data allows them to capture how many of those bottles came back, how many of those bottles were recaptured and recycled. So for the big corporate brands, we're finding that they're highly interested in the data that we're able to produce from landfill diversion and recycling. So there's an interesting component that we hadn't thought about originally, and that's where the customer is telling us, hey, these are some things that are really important to us. How many Starbucks cups did you process at Disney World last year? We know how many we produced. How many did you process? And that allows them to meet their ESG goals by being able to use third-party data to say, hey, here's our diversion rate. We sent 20 million Starbucks cups into the theme park, and we got 19.4 million back. So we have a very high landfill diversion rate. So that's just some examples of some different technologies and some different value propositions that we can offer when we start talking to customers like that. Any other questions?
No. Dr. Mu'nis, did you have any feedback? Unfortunately, the other presenter, it's not yet joining. We don't know what is happening, and we didn't receive any apology about that.
Well,
can we start with Mr. Brian?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Dave.
Well, I was just maybe going to add a little bit of, because I went through this slide pretty quickly, but to me as a scientist, this is my favorite slide, because here I have to remind people that we started out with garbage, right? We started out with things that people literally don't want in their life anymore, and they don't want them in their life, and they're willing to pay to get rid of them. So what we've done with this solution is solving the first issue, which is landfills. You know, landfills. I always like to joke. Landfills are my mortal enemy in life. You know, my job is to put landfills out of business. So, so we're solving that issue with very high recycling rates, right? 90% of this material has value once we run it through our technology. So very little material is going actually to the landfill at the end of our process. We're not yet at 100% recycling, but we're getting there. But the point that I want to emphasize is look at how much value is in your garbage. And most communities don't give it a second thought. For most communities, it's all about how quickly can I get this garbage off of the streets into a truck and into some big mountain out in somebody else's community. So we're almost like we're exporting our pollution to, in some cases, you know, to third world countries, because that does tend to happen. But here, I don't even call it recycling. I call it upcycling, because now we're turning that material into something more valuable than how it started. And again, regardless of the type of energy that you need, whether it's electricity or whether it's a thermal energy that you need, I mean, we can convert the organic fraction of garbage into hydrogen, which is something that the military is very interested in. And that's where we're seeing a lot of success, is when you have a customer that is, number one, producing a large volume of waste, and number two, has a high demand for energy.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Dave.
Absolutely. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to give you back the screen.
Okay.
Mr. Dava, I would like to ask, did you use the AI implementation of AI in your research or in your products for the wastage or robotic?
Yes, and yes.
Because now most of the surfaces through the world, they're using robotics, and I don't know if maybe the full process for the wastage, you take it, for example, from the Germany and you throw it in Afghanistan, then you need to have some a quick machine using the AI.
That's right. So, you know, a few years back, this technology really didn't exist. About a decade or so, artificial intelligence started to enter into this sector. And the AI is incredibly efficient. I'll give you some statistics in identifying the material as it comes across a conveyor belt. So what we used to do before artificial intelligence is we had human sorters, right? So we had people that are on both sides of a conveyor belt, and you have waste that's moving across, and people were picking out waste by hand. Yeah, generally about 30 picks per minute is the average for the industry. So now, with the combination of artificial intelligence to be able to identify the material and then the machine learning robots to do the extraction, we went from 30 picks per minute to about 65 picks per minute, and the accuracy almost doubled. So the technology has advanced to the point where it's driving down the cost and helping us to reduce on the operations of these facilities because of the advancements in artificial intelligence and machine learning robots. So those two technologies working together have really helped to drive the cost down from an operations perspective.
Will be perfect. Is this one implemented in the United States in some cities? Is this one investment from the private sector, or this is a governmental sector?
Yeah, those are two great questions. So, so we work with a technology provider that has this in about 5 different countries. I think there's about 100 or so, 105, I think, cities where this is being implemented now. I think the part that is relatively new is being able to use this engineered fuel as a drop-in replacement for fossil fuels. That part is still relatively new, but the AI has been in this industry for about 7 years, 7 or 8 years, I guess I would say. And it's having a huge impact because you can also go in and you can retrofit an existing facility, and now you have robots working next to their human counterparts. We call them cobots. And then now that's bringing down the cost as well. These robots are about $80,000. So the return on investment is pretty significant. Plus, you're keeping employees safe. The people aren't losing their jobs, they're just changing jobs. So you go from a human picker to a technician. So now you're more of a mechanic, maintaining this equipment. So it's just a safer job. We've elevated the workforce from those menial, dangerous and dirty jobs into some other kind of higher tech jobs.
The risk management in the projects.
Yes, and that's a great example. So reducing the risk, this is one of the highest industries for insurance. I think it's in the top 5. So being able to take humans out of that dangerous working environment, and it's no different than what we've done in the agricultural industry or in the automotive industry. Robots have been in those industries for over a decade, and they're keeping employees safe. So from a risk mitigation perspective, robots are a great application. Anytime you have a job that is monotonous, dangerous, and dirty, there's a robot engineer working to replace that position.
Yes, but sometimes the robotics or implementation of AI in such sectors, say specifically in wastage management, consume a lot of budget, and some government try to afford using that instead of using the AI or latest technology instead of using the workforce.
Yeah, that's a good point. Depending on where you are, I can say we've been looking at some projects in the Caribbean where, $10,000 a year buys you a full-time employee. So now you want to bring in an $80,000 robot, there's a hard business case there. But I can tell you in the United States and all the projects that we're evaluating here domestically, the return on investment is typically 1 year, sometimes 1.5 years. But it's a good point, depending on where you are in the world and the standard of living, these can be pretty significant investments for some communities.
Will be perfect. Really, it's so interesting presentation. And as I know in other sectors, let's say before these sessions, there are health tech. They describing about their inventions and how they implementing their inventions from inventions to be a product in the market, and they inverted inside the hospitals, and most of the hospital occupied those inventions. But unfortunately, the problem sometimes it's about budget-wise, because not most of the government would like to change their way and their tools and convert it to updated tools, because this is a cost-wise.
Yes, it's a good point. Cost can be a barrier to entry for new technologies. So what we try and do to help mitigate that is we can provide these as a service. So what I mean by that is, wastage removal. Those are things that communities have to pay for. They're not luxuries. So oftentimes what we can do is we can enter into a long-term service contract with the municipality. These would be 20-year contracts. And the 20-year contract allows us to go out and secure the financing because it's a contract. And we can bring these with no cost to the actual customer. We basically secure the financing backed by the contract that we have. And we can basically provide these owner financing, if you want to refer to that term. So that's something that we can offer as well under the right circumstances.
Perfect. Did you have you working with the government, Dava, right? Or you have or your own company?
Yeah, so our company's National Energy, and we work with government customers, whether it's federal or municipal government, but sometimes it's commercial. Sometimes it's commercial
Okay.
customers that are interested in both reducing their waste.
And you have a larger project with the government.
Yes, so our largest project right now is actually with the U.S. Navy. We're developing a project in Florida that's going to take all the waste that's generated from the municipality, and then the Navy is going to buy all the energy. So we take those two contracts and we can go out and secure the financing through our financing partner. And now we're providing the solution, and the customer is really not paying anything more than they were already paying because it becomes a service contract.
Is any strategy for the wastage in the United States? You transfer it from one city to other city, or you drop it from outside United States, or recycle it only? Because some countries, they recycling the wastage and getting some value from those wastage, specifically even though with the water. Or some countries, same as us, in the Gulf region, we throw most of the wastage in the sea, and we dump it there, and we're doing some type of circulations for those wastage.
Yes. So there are some countries that do this very effectively. Sweden is a good example. Sweden actually imports some waste from other countries. Japan has really done, phenomenal things. Germany is another leader in this sector. The United States has lagged. It's lagged behind for decades, mainly because up until recently, the United States was wholly dependent on China. China was the world's recycling bin, and they were buying waste from all over the world to include the United States. So for decades, the US just didn't make any infrastructure investments because China was the world's recycling bin. So now China passed a law in 2019, and they no longer import any waste material. So now the United States is a little flat-footed because they're struggling to keep up with kind of what's happening. And that's what I was saying in my presentation, that communities all around the United States have stopped recycling because they don't have the infrastructure to be able to handle that material because they've been so reliant on other countries for so long. And that's not just a US problem. There were a lot of countries that were relying on China to take in all of their imported waste. So,
But what about you are based in Florida, right?
Yes,
you are
we're
based in Florida
Florida
with Patrick, right?
Correct. Yes. Patrick and I are actually in the same building.
Yes. Did you working together?
Yes. Yeah. He runs the incubator there for all the startups.
Okay. Okay. And what is the program for your incubators? It's post incubators or pre-incubators?
Yeah, so it depends. There's all kinds of different companies in the incubator there. So it's called CoLab.
Can you give
CoLab
a little
Pensacola.
bit, because still we have 10 minutes. Can you give us more detail about the incubator? Because also Dr. Mu'nis, one of the entrepreneurs ecosystem, he working in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Are you able to present some things about your incubators or the program?
I'm happy to talk through it. I can give you some details just having lived it, so I can give you kind of a firsthand account, if you will. Here in Florida, so we're located in Northwest Florida, and Escambia County runs an incubator program that we call CoLab. So CoLab was really set up for, kind of technology-based companies, and we have a few that are in the building that work on all kinds of things, cybersecurity, some are service-based companies, and then of course,
hello.
And then of course, companies like ours that are solving, some of these kind of bigger global problems. So it's a 5-year program. So the expectation is that in year 4, or year 3, I guess, year 3 or 4, you're already producing revenue. They provide you with office space, which is nice because, when you're starting out, you don't have the resources, to support some of the infrastructure that you need. So the CoLab space provides you with mentorship, which that's where Patrick and his team come in. They give you support when it comes to starting your business, from a legal perspective, accounting, all of those other things that you need to have when you're starting a company. But the expectation is that in year 3 or year 4, you're generating revenue, and then year 5 becomes your last year in the incubator. And then at that point, and that's where we are right now, we've actually secured another space that we're moving into early part of next year. We're in our 5th year next year. So the expectation is we will move out, and then another company will come in. But let me say this about these accelerator programs. They're so important for young companies that have a good idea, but they've never been an entrepreneur. They don't know all the things that are involved. They're subject matter experts in their industry, but they don't have all the tools that they need to be able to run a business. So these incubator programs and these accelerator programs are so important because it gives you the foundation. And then the building itself is kind of like its own ecosystem. So like, for instance, companies trade services. So it's almost like the barter system. Somebody needs a website, and then there's a website designer in the building, and that website designer needs accounting services. So they kind of trade their services back and forth. So it becomes very communal. I will tell you, it would have been very difficult to launch our company without this accelerator, because we didn't know what we were doing. We had some technology. It hadn't been fleshed out yet. We didn't know all the legal requirements around it. We didn't know how to file patents, So these incubators, and there's a lot of them now, are really helping to support the innovator, to support the entrepreneur with all of the resources that they don't know and they don't even know that they need. And then the other thing that it does is it creates a network of investors. So now every community, has some investors, whether they're angel investors or venture capital firms or a little bit more, organized. But now when you're bringing all these innovative startups into one building, now you're attracting the investment community, and they're taking a look because, investors want to put money into companies and they want to make a return. So now they're looking at these accelerator programs as a way to be able to invest and diversify. And a lot of these venture capital firms and these angel investors are entrepreneurs themselves. So they know what it's a struggle to raise capital and grow your business and attract customers, et cetera. So we start building this investor network of that are kind of part of the accelerator ecosystem, and then they help to support one another. So we get great mentors, we get great advisors, and then oftentimes you get investors that are also say, "Hey, I really like what you're doing, and I want to support you, and here's a check, and let's accelerate the growth of your company." So it becomes really an ecosystem where everybody's learning from one another. It's very communal in that sense. Patrick does an amazing job of keeping everybody engaged. We have a little once a month luncheon we call Taco Thursday, and all the entrepreneurs talk about their journey and kind of where they are in the process. So I always encourage those, for communities that are interested in building their ecosystem, working through partnerships is kind of how this one got started. So every community has an opportunity to build an accelerator, even if it's small with 2 or 3 companies. They grow over time. So we've had a great journey. We're very thankful to Patrick, and the CoLab program has really made a difference, at least for us, for National Energy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Dave.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank
you
you
so
so
much.
much. Really, we so interesting about your collaboration. We're looking for collaboration with Kuwait government. Specifically, we have plenty of wastage to be transferred from Kuwait to other countries. And we will contact Patrick to alert you while you're working. Are you co-founder with Patrick, or you have your own company?
Yeah, so I'm representing National Energy, but just giving you the backstory for the CoLab, which is what Patrick runs. Patrick runs the accelerator program that I just referenced.
What is
But no,
the specialties in Florida? There are plenty of incubations and accelerator in Florida. Florida is so leading on that.
I have many friends there.
Yes, the entrepreneur ecosystem in Florida has definitely grown over the last decade or so. You know,
Exactly.
Boston and Silicon Valley gets a lot of the attention, but Florida's holding its own.
And also, I have many friends in University of Florida, UCF,
Right.
Professor Tom O'Neill, and many inventors and keynote speakers. And they have a many acceleration program. Are you working with the NSF or not?
No, not yet. So you mentioned the universities, and those are fantastic partners for lots of different reasons. We are working with the university here in Northwest Florida called the University of West Florida. And as you can imagine, like many universities, they have lots of researchers that are publishing work, finding the right department, getting assistance with patents, working collaboratively with the university for grant funding through NSF and some other programs. We're not working specifically in the NSF program, but similar programs like it.
Will be perfect, because NSF, it's a very good donor, and USF is working with NSF. They have a large program about the innovations, and they have a many acceleration program funded by NSF. And as I mentioned for you, there are many accelerators and many incubators in Florida. It's a great attention about Florida.
Right. We need to form some collaborations with Kuwait so we can.
Yes. This will be happening soon. Specifically, my country is also investing in smart cities, and it's related to our vision, Kuwait Vision 2035. Then we will open some discussions, and we will doing some meeting after the conference.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Dava. Any feedback, Dr. Mu'nis?
No, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you again for Mr. Dave.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Catherine, do you have any who is in my room? Is any feedback or any questions? Mr. Dava still with us?
Yes,
and
I'm still here.
He have a great presentations and a great information. Really, we saw interesting, and specifically when you're talking about the accelerators and incubators. It's my specialization. I like it so much.
Thank you.
Maybe we can the remaining time, it's only 5 minutes. Let me see. Catherine?
Yes.
Do you have any feedbacks?
Oh, I liked it. It was very clear. I thought it was really, really good. But I don't really have any questions.
No, just your opinion.
No, I thought it was very good and very clear.
Because it is good also for your product and your company to collaborate with accelerator, because we will accelerate your product to the market, as well as there are many training courses about the accelerator, and you can expand and doing a lot of engagement with collaboration with academic institutions, or with the public sector, or with the government, or private sector. This is the reason because it's my close friend Patrick have a good accelerator. It's a friend of Dava.
Wow. Yeah. I will look into it and see how we apply.
Thank you. Thank you.
And also, Dr. Hanadi, thank you for the platform and connecting everybody. It's amazing.
Yes.
It's also very hard to do these things. So well
Yes,
done.
but no, our conference we can announce and everybody knowing, Mr. Dava, it's new. We have a Hoover platform, and Hoover platform this is the reason why my protocol in my conference, no Q&A. There are an open discussion between the speaker in the same track, same what you do in your sessions, because the Hoover platform connecting all the speaker with all audience. Then I don't want to waste time because maybe some audience asking very trivial questions, and we are here dealing with the expert and practitioner. We are here not in the school to teaching the other or giving some explanation, a trivial explanation. This is the reason why I leave it open in the platform. You can connect with any speaker, with any audience through the Hoover platform, just to saving time for all of us.
That's good. Thank you so much.
تقدر تختم, you can closing the sessions, and because I think Mr. Na, Professor Neng, it's with us. Hi, Professor.
Thank you so much.
Hi. Hi, good morning, everybody. How are you guys doing?
I'm fine. Everything is okay.
That's great.
Now we are going for the next track. The next track will be talking about digitalization, one of the most important pillars in our conference: digitalization ecosystem, digital innovation, digital AI, and digital entrepreneurship. It will be these sessions will be run by Professor Nang Yu. You can pronounce your name. I hope I do it good. Thank you so much, Dr. Mu'nis.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I see one presenter, it's in the room. The other presenter chatting me in the WhatsApp, maybe will be coming in soon.
Okay. Sounds good. Should we get started at 9 when everybody's here?
You can start your presentation. I think you have your own presentation, right?
No, I'm the moderator. I'm the session chair.
Oh, okay. Okay, no problem. No. You ask me if I need to do the presentation. Can I do it? No problem. I think one of the presenter is there.
I didn't see any of my presenters here. Did you see?
No.
Probably I missed them.
Yeah. Yes. Lloyd. Can you pronounce your name? Lloyd
Richard.
Rochard.
Lloyd like Floyd, but Lloyd.
No, you can taking Y and put R, Lord.
Yes.
Go ahead. You can start.
Alrighty. Let me share my screen here. And do you want me to take a little bit more time since the other presenters are not here, or do you want me to stick to the 15 minutes?
You have more than 15 minutes if you want to give us checking your slide slowly.
Okay, all righty. I'm sharing my screen now. Okay, are we good?
Yes.
Okay, hello everybody. I'm Lloyd Richard, and here in Pensacola, Florida, where Dave and Patrick are, and I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this. A little bit about me. I retired as a civilian from the Air Force Research Laboratory, and I kind of do a lot of research in weapons, robots, and all kinds of stuff. But when I retired in 2012. I started, working in the startup world with my own startup, and leveraged the ecosystem quite a bit, and so in the research world that I lived in, most of the projects that we worked on, were stuff that had never been created before. So we followed that research methodology. And then I noticed that research methodology was similar to the entrepreneur method and here in the startup world. And one of the platforms that allows you to follow that entrepreneur method is the Lean Stack program, leanstack.com with Ashmari. And I'm a level 3 certified coach, which only means that I've been through the business model design part and the demand validation and also the growth part of it here. So, and feel free to ask questions any time. And basically, I'm just going to kind of show you a transformation of where we were doing it back in 2022 and to today. And so the Cocoon Institute, we do a lot of things, but one of the things we do is work with startup founders, trying to teach them the best practices for building a startup. So we leverage Lean Stack as a building block of taking the entrepreneur through this entrepreneur method. And we also partner with Startup Science back in 2023 or late 2022 as well. And they have a program that's based on not the milestones, but the stages that a startup goes to, whereas Lean Stack focuses on the milestones that a founder needs to reach. We also partner with Make Startups, who has a co-founder OS, and that's an AI-driven system to coach the founders and with their startup using AI. We also have a patent training program as well with one of our partners. So this, like I said, this is about a journey, and what I've seen, I've interviewed over 400 founders, and it hurts me when I see a founder build something and it's beautiful, got a lot of features, but then they don't know how to sell it. And so in our demand validation program, that's where we teach them how to sell. So like I said, we were coaching manually the founders, not really leveraging AI back until about the middle of 2023. We weren't using it all to help the founders learn. And then I sort of, with all the, I know a lot about AI. I started developing funding research back in the 90s with AI for computing technologies. And so with the large language models, I was reading a article one morning, and it said 100x your startup. Entrepreneurs can 100x their startup with AI. And I said, well, I know about AI, but I never really applied it directly to like training startups. And then so I asked ChatGPT, did it know about the Lean Canvas? It said yes. And then I told her, one of the founders' idea just briefly, and asked it to build a Lean Canvas, and it did. And then I gave it the prompt to we were going to have a demo day that night, and so I told a little bit more about the founder's idea, and I put the template in there for the pitch deck and asked it to generate the pitch, and it did, and then from what I learned there, I emailed all the founders and that were going to be pitching that day, and 10 of them, and I said, try this out to make sure you got your pitch good. And 3 of the founders that reached out to me and worked with me a little bit that day, and they all won money that day, all 3 of them. And so that's when I started discovering the power of large language models, and that. And so that's kind of, and so now we're doing going from the large language model to AI agents, and then digging a little deeper into AI, and helping people, founders through AI native startups. Yeah. And so most of you are probably familiar with the lean canvas and the and stuff like that. But what when I tell people about the lean stack, and all lean stack means it's got a bunch of tools to help a founder design a scalable business model, and then and learn how to pitch it clearly and concisely, and then move to validating the demand for that. So like I said, it's milestone based, and so one of the key things in doing testing of your business model design is this minimal success criteria, and then the customer sizing, and you'll see how all this comes into play, and market sizing, and just coming out on the other end with that business model. And then once you reach this milestone, this model founder fit, then you start going in to customer problem fit, and that's problem discovery. And so what's kind of unique about this thing in a lean stack is that when doing problem discovery, you interview people who recently purchased something similar to what you're building. And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to learn these customer forces that causes a person to switch from what they're currently using to maybe switch to what you have when you finish when you get ready to pitch them your product or service. And so this was a kind of a hard concept to get the founders to understand. So, most founders think they know everything about the problems and stuff. But anyway, so you interview a broad customer segments, and then the platform has what is called a customer forces AI. And so you upload those 10 to 15 interviews that you do from across several customer segments, and there's a script for that. And so this script is designed to, once you get the answers to these questions, it can map that to the customer forces. And that's a key concept in artificial neural network, that to understand with artificial neural networks, you can map anything to anything. And so it's a very profound thing. So what I suggest, those of you all not familiar with that concept, just kind of see what's the significance of that. But once you finish that 2-week sprint of broad match, 10 to 15 customers, then you look at the jobs to be done, information that comes out of that. And if there's a significant groupment out of that 10 to 15, then you do a narrow, based on that job to be done, another 10 to 15 interviews. And then from that, you go to your solution design, which is a 5P matrix. And so the results of that customer forces and jobs to be done, it maps directly into how you design your solution. And how you design your solution maps directly into how you do your mafia offer or sales pitch. And then you go out and try your mafia offer sales pitch, and if it converts, you can go on, get those orders, and then take the orders and then build your MVP. And so, but if it doesn't convert, you go back to the problem discovery. And so this is when you think of the lean canvas that I showed you earlier, this kind of is kind of like both a milestone and a stress testing point of view of the process that you go through. And so what I noticed in working with founders and having, like, we would do this the first workshop, they get the big idea and put it on a canvas, then they will break it up into Ash calls it variance, but the average founder doesn't know what that variance means. So it's just breaking up into customer segments. So you do a lean canvas for each customer segment. And then you stress test each of those customer segments for desirability. Is your solution going to be a 3x to 10x better to be able to cause that switch from what the customer is currently using to what you have? And then the customer segments or product lines that pass that, it's a thought exercise, but it's only using the customer, the problem that that customer have, and what they're currently using, and your unique value proposition. And so it leaves out the solution block. So it's called a why now elevator pitch, and the program has a template for this why now elevator pitch. And so, and then the next, this you do all this in 1 week, and then you go to a viability test where you're concerned about your revenue model and your metrics, and the metrics are standard. And in the platform, there's a tool called the Traction Roadmap, where it, based on your pricing model and that minimum success criteria I mentioned earlier, it helps you work backwards to see what you have to do now in order to reach your minimum success criteria, using a 10x scaling rate. And so so this particular tool, instead of having for a founder, instead of having these financial forecasts, it takes it back to what you have to do each month in order to reach your minimum success criteria. So the tool is very easy to use. It prints out a customer factory, and it prints out a traction roadmap and also a spreadsheet that allows you to see each month how many people you have to get in your sales funnel in order to reach the goal. And it turns I guess a financial forecast into actually what you have to do, which I think that's great. And then also during that 3rd week, you do your feasibility testing, but you use that same traction roadmap and printout to kind of help figure out what that is. And then the 4th week, which is not shown on here, you generate your business model story pitch. And so the phase of what I started doing, the founders were struggling with this process. Most of them didn't know how to fill out the lean canvas, and they would spend hours on it, and the instruction says, spend 20 minutes then. And so they didn't follow the process. So I decided to create a prompt that will take them from their idea to through this first process and build their pitch. So early on, before the deep research mode came in and these large language models, it would take less than 5 minutes to go from a business idea. Let me just show you here. I can, just to save time, let me find that pitch. Okay, so I think I have to get back here. I think I have to exit out of this for a second. I'm gonna get out of this. And so this pitch, this prompt, the person just had to put in their business idea and the industry, and then you go back over here, and then it would go through I'll just rephrase this a little bit, and I'll show you more in a minute. But working in the research lab, what I learned, was you don't just jump into a business thing or a research thing blindly. You have to know the whole ecosystem or industry thing, and so you have to do it. So what I decided to do was, before you do this big idea thing, I said, well, the first step in the prompt was, who are all the stakeholders and what are their pain points in that industry? So what that does, it lists all the stakeholders, customer segments, and for each one of them, it does list the pain points that I have. And so in the early days, it would, do that part. And so now the founder has a better idea of the industry they're in, and if they're building a solution, maybe they can incorporate some more of the segments. And that was my idea behind that. And because what I saw was founders would have an idea, and they wouldn't think about all the different customer segments. They'll think about what they want. And then the next thing, what I did was, in that second thing, the prompt was, I said, well, what are all the ways you can make money solving those pain points? And then it would generate 10 to 15 revenue models, and then it would prioritize, the best, and then the next step I had to do was pick the top 3 revenue models or business models, and then turn that into this big idea canvas here. And then the next thing I had the prompt do was break it up into at least 5 other customer segments, and then do desirability tests, but not. I think I did put the template for the why now elevator pitch for this particular stress test in there, and so, but the AI literally looks at looked at how big the market is, and it uses how big the market is a lot of times as opposed to just doing this desirability, and then after it does this spits out this why not elevator pitch for these segments here. Then it goes over, it ranks them after that, and then it goes into doing the stress test for viability, but the tool is not in the prompt. So it definitely does based on how big the market is, and for doing this viability test, and also from a cost standpoint, it does the feasibility test. But ultimately, and then it prints out the what needs to go on each slide, and then also prints out a narrative of the pitch. So does anybody have any questions so far on this? And I can show that real quick. Let's see. Go. So here is the prompt, and like I said, so this is an updated version of the prompt that goes all the way through the 90 days and the marketing. And so one of our founders used a verbose discovery method, so I incorporated that into in the last month and a half. I incorporated that in there, and as you can see, the workflow. I said the industry pain points first. This right here, and then you can see it. This one goes into more details, emotional and business impact. Whereas originally not using Lanika's prompting method, it didn't go into that much detail. Let's see, can I go down this way? If you just bear with me here, let's see, can I do it a little faster this way? Okay, so pain points, business models, rank the business model by scalability, do the big idea canvas, the master canvas, create 5 customer segments, why now elevator pitch, rank for desirability, test for viability, and you see the prompt, it goes out and gets all this type of information, and in order to stress test the viability, and then it creates feasibility, rollout plans, and then the template for the business model story pitch and demand value. Well, that's the next part. But yeah, so that's kind of what we started off with. So I think of it more like what we did in the Air Force Research Lab. If we were designing a weapon concept or a robotics concept, we would simulate it first, and validate the simulation, and then we would start putting hardware in the loops. And so you can think of this kind of like the similar methodology. But what it does, it's just in the old days, 2023 days, it did it in 5 minutes or less, and then now with the research mode, it takes maybe 20 to 30 minutes, but it gives you more detail based on this particular prompting method. Any questions so far on that?
No, don't ask anybody about the question. You proceed, and you will be quiet. And the questions or the discussion, no questions for our conference. It's last 15 minutes with the round table. Then take your time, enjoy. You have a 15 minutes. Maybe we will give you a little bit more.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. And so this is kind of the process, the milestone process, traction roadmap process, and most of y'all should be familiar with this. You do your business model design to learn how to pitch it clearly and concisely, and then you do demand validation, and then you get value delivery stage here. And like I said, this is the prompt. When I added the demand validation and evidence-based marketing to it, it actually came to 27 steps. But what was significant about this part right here, when you're doing the trying to see it, the demand, this pink is the demand validation. And so when you're doing those problem discovery interviews and generating those customer forces using the AI in the lean stack, what I realized back earlier this summer was that I asked ChatGPT, I said, how does customer forces and job to be done relates to marketing? And because I have had some intuition that it did, but it turns out those customer forces and jobs to be done is how you create your marketing campaign. But there's nothing in the platform that actually tells you that's, and that was, and so that's where this particular stage where you get in here to this demand validation. And then after that, you do the, so in the demand validation, from the information based on the customer segments you work in, it can go in and generate the AI simulates generating the customer force and job to be done. But the tool in the lean stack, it actually does it in a lot more detail, and you get a lot more rich data. But at least you understand what it means by when you using the prompt to kind of go through there. So yeah, and then the 5P matrix after you, well, I forgot this this part right here, where once you get your in designing your solution, you use this Kano model to figure out what are these firing and hiring criterias are, and then you go through your 5P matrix, draft your Murphy offer, and so this is something new too. Demanding, recommending validation experiments to. And that's what this whole Ash is coming out with a new tool now called Lean Spark, and that's what it's all about. Is in each block of the Lean Canvas, it helps you understand what experiments you need to run to validate all the nine boxes in there, and so then this is where the marketing comes in, and so the bottom line here is with all that customer forces information, the large language models and all those things, they actually can help with a lot of this stuff. And as you see, mapping the customer forces job to be done to your sales funnel, crafting your segment specific messages, and testable campaign, and these compare cross segments, generate campaign creative brief, then marketing copy library, and so on. So this particular prompt, it could take anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour, but you go from an idea all the way to marketing copy, and so it's comprehensive. And so what we started doing earlier this year, we started taking the results of the business idea prompt, and then we would dump it over into Notebook LM, create an explaining video. I guess not the explaining video, we create a podcast, and then have the founders communicate with the podcast to kind of understand their business model. And what this whole process does, it moves the founder bias out of the way, but then they can come in once they open up their mind to things they never thought of and see how it aligns with what their idea is as well. Let me get here. So just covered all that. And so this is kind of summarizes our approach on using the AI, and it's still always a learning process. So being an engineer, I never choose just one thing. I evaluate how things work. And what we found out in that particular prompt, Claude works the best, but it's still okay to use these other ones as well. And so we experienced problems with the founders and with the coaches. In helping the founders is how do you look at a traction roadmap and tell whether whether that pricing model is viable or not. And so we started using tools like TaskAid, Adaptive AI to build agents that would look at that results of that and go out and look at the market and figure out whether you could get with that viable with what's required each month, get people into your sales funnel. And then we also use the vibe coding for that as well. Plus, helping founders do research to see what's possible with AI. Because a lot of the founders, they're not familiar with AI enough to know what's actually possible. So a tool like Adaptive, you can ask it to do something and it will implement an AI just to kind of give you understanding that what AI is capable of doing. And so we had some of our students, we also work with students, and we had them evaluate some of these tools. And what we found was if you're doing an enterprise solution, you would use something like Factory AI, and Replit for enterprise solution, because Factory, it started off in enterprise and then came to the consumer market. But the thing that has accelerated the learning more than anything else is this Notebook LM, because the founders get to interact with the training material to understand what the training material is. And so, like, for example, I would do a 2-hour workshop explaining something and then use Notebook LM to dump the transcript in, and it would explain it in 10 minutes. So and not leave anything out. So it was pretty great. And yeah, and so we're still adding more tools to help the founders go faster. But the thing you have to remember, the old way, so what we're taking 120 days to do, we can use the AI prompt to kind of simulate that. And then, but we still have the founder go through the process to get, with real people and stuff like that. I'll stop right there, just to, I can do what do. Yeah, I'm basically done, but I can elaborate on any of this.
Professor Naik, can you please chairing the session and ask about the next presenter? Mr. Brian is there.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Richard, for your excellent presentation. Mr. Richard is the board chairman of Kukua Institute in Florida. Really appreciate your insights. And next, we will move on to Mr. Mattimore. Mr. Mattimore is the CEO of Growth Engine Innovation Agency. So, Mr. Mattimore, please share your screen and go ahead whenever you're ready. The floor is yours.
Yeah. Good morning. Let me see if we can figure out how to share the screen here. It's doesn't seem to be coming up, but let's see here. Does somebody want to give me some help with this? I'm trying to share it.
Let me see. Okay. I don't think I have the authority. Dr. Al Mobraki, could you please help us with the sharing function?
The second presenter, it's in the way. She texted me. Mr. Brian can start till Dr. Ahlam is coming in.
Okay, so we have okay, all right.
You have 3 presenter. The one presenter, it's finished, Mr. Brian and Professor Ahlam As-Silemi. It's a 3 presenter.
Yes,
Each presenter have 15 minutes, and the last 15 minutes for open discussion between the speaker. Thank you.
Yes, we have Mr. Mattimore with us. Mr. Mattimore, yeah, we can see your share screen now.
Oh, you can?
We can
Okay.
see we can see your desktop, but we still cannot see your presentation.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah. But I think we are getting close.
Is that it? Can you see it now?
It's still buffering.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably you can try click that slides again and to see it's kind of frozen. Like we didn't, yeah.
So should I start over? Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Let's try that. Does that
We can
get
see
us
it
there?
right now, right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that full screen or let's see?
No, it's not full screen. We only can see, can you make it full screen? Yeah, I think this is good enough.
Okay. Okay. All right. And you just saw the advance, hopefully. I advanced it.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. All right. So welcome, guys. Good morning, good evening, good night. Hello. And I have 15 minutes, I'm told. So it's about 5 minutes per section on this, hopefully. For the last 3 years, really, I've been exploring how to creatively use, the large language models, ChatGPT, all of them. But, in this case, I use ChatGPT. But it doesn't matter. You can use any of them. And what I wanted to share with you really is 3 separate areas where we're an innovation agency. We've been around for 25 years. Our clients asked us to come up with new stuff. And so I thought it'd be interesting just to spend 5 minutes on how we've helped with new products, growth strategies, and then I'm guessing some of you are aspiring or current authors. And so because I've written so many books, I thought it might be fun to share those as well. I talked about my background, all these books that I've written here. Of these, Genius at Your Side, Quotes and Quirks are all AI assisted books. Idea Stormers is the ideation book, and 21 Days to a Big Idea was listed as one of the 60 best business books of all time. Okay, so here we go. As I said, I want to talk about prompting new products with AI, and a proven ideation technique, and developing new concepts, and then the new books thing. The key takeaway here, I was doing an assignment, and it was to create a new snack. And so I started with a couple of prompts, right? And then I realized that I could really push AI to get even more and more specifics besides form and flavor, which are if it's a food product, those are the 2 ways you get it often the 2 ways that you get at new product food ideas. And so I pushed it and I said, gosh, and you can see the criteria here. Could you create a new handheld, plant-based, healthier, baked, on-the-go snack for a kid's breakfast alternative to complete with Pop-Tarts inspired by French cuisine? And I thought with all those criteria, it would frankly blow up and say, we're not doing it. And I was amazed that and this is an example of one of the results. I highlighted one of them that I thought was really good. And so the takeaway for you guys, and many of you I'm sure know this, but specificity, like in the world of ideation prompting, is key. And the more and more specific you get, the better and better ideas you'll get. Okay. And if you have questions on this, we can deal with them at the end. But I want to, be very conscious of time here. So that's the new product insight. Now, these are some of the ideation techniques that we use in our innovation agency work. And it's important to know that these are not only for new products. It could be for cost cutting. It could be for logistics, supply chain, strategy. You can use these techniques, and part of my expertise, I guess, is knowing which techniques work for different kinds of challenges, right? And so the biggest takeaway, I think, for you guys today is, besides just prompting with a question like I just did with the specifics of the new product, you can also prompt by combining it with an ideation technique. And the one I picked here was Triz. I think one of your other presenters is going to be talking about that. If you don't know it, it was invented by Altshuler, a Russian. They identified 40 principles of invention. The great thing is that the AI programs know TRIZ. So you can just say, use the 40 principles to invent something new. And so what I did was I took some of those principles and I reverse engineered it. I was curious how it would have worked with a project we had already done like 5 years ago. And as you see, I picked number 7 and we're working on Chips Ahoy. And these were some of the ideas that came out when I prompted it with AI. And these were some of the ideas that we launched with them before AI existed. So the point here is that AI, sort of knew, they anticipated what products we might have launched. And so there they are, right? So that's what I want to say about new products. Again, we can talk about this in the question section. We're going to move on now to strategy. And I got permission to share this. We've worked with TCU, which is a well-known American university in Fort Worth, Texas, and we've now done 6 strategic plans. This was a plan for their geology department, and our bias when we do strategic planning work is that people do not. They don't put enough creativity in their strategic planning. It's not just looking at the rearview mirror and the current state and projecting forward. It's coming up with new ideas, and when you come up with new ideas, that can dramatically affect your strategic plan, right? So this was one of the ideas that came out of our ideation with the geology department and team. City Shield 2030. This was for the Fort Worth area in Texas. And so this was one of the ideas: harness the heat beneath Cowtown. They called Fort Worth Cowtown. And you can see what we did here. We had AI create the visual. And of course, as you know, if you try to create visuals with AI, it's really bad on the spelling thing. I'd sometimes have to do it 20 or 30 times to get a visual where they weren't misspelling words. And even so, they still misspell words. But the advantage of presenting ideas in these sort of we call them billboards, headline, visual, reason to believe, is that you can really crystallize an idea beautifully, right? So here we go. So we have this basic concept of heating, and with geothermal energy, right? And so but that's just the first step. How do you use AI to help you dimensionalize this concept? And so we came up with these 6 criteria, and we said, give us this, as I said, the key visual, which I talked about. What types of research is involved? The TCU and partners or departments, resources, target partners, and overall attractiveness of this idea. We had about a dozen different ideas we were using. So the point here is what? It's not just the idea. We want to innovate that idea. We want to make this idea happen. And to do that, we have to basically figure it out, right? So, as I said, here was the idea. And so round 1, as you can see, what are the elements, type of research involved? And if you look at types of research involved, geez, we need to do geological and hydrological surveys and economic forecasting, et cetera, et cetera. And so we did this for each of the criteria: which departments are involved, what resources are required, et cetera, right? And target partners, overall attractiveness. What the key sharing here for you guys is that we're not done yet, because it's not superficial, because it's really good, this first round. But then what we did, we went into each specific areas and said, now you said, for instance, in the resources required for geothermal, we want advanced geological and hydrological equipment. What kind of equipment? So we really pushed each of the components here. Excuse me, hold on a sec. We pushed each of these components to say, well, what really is it and how does it work? And you can see here, it gets very, very specific, right? Modeling software, where does the funding come from, et cetera, et cetera. And so we did that. I just shared 2 of these specifics, one around resources And again, you can see the level of specificity here. And then secondly, I said, you mentioned partners, energy companies. Well, what energy companies and how would it work? What technology firms, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, you get it. The point here is it's not level 1 or 2. It's kind of level 3 where you push and push and push. And now what did we do with this? We took all this output and we went to all of the geological scientists at TCU and said, you know, to create a grant proposal or to get funding from the university or from the city of Fort Worth, what do you think of what AI has done here? And so we have to check it, right? In 90% of the cases, AI was really, really good. They said, wow, they kind of nailed it. And how much time did this save the geology department? Now we had 12 of these, right? You know, it would have taken probably a month or so to really vet this one idea. And here it was, we literally did it in hours, right? Okay, so that's an important point of, I think, creative uses of AI is innovation, if you will, concept development or innovation development. And in this case, we were using it for strategic planning. Okay, all right. So now we're on to this third area. I included this just because I thought it would be fun. I think many of the consultants I know, many of the people who are pioneers in a field, as many of you are, whether it's specifically with AI or AI uses in your department or company or industry. And so I just thought it'd be kind of fun to share some insights into how I've used AI to generate new books. By the way, I'll tell you, I have a new one. I'm not going to tell you the title of it, but in about a month, I will have a new book coming out. I will tell you that one of the components of the chapters was, tell me about the research that supports the points we're making, right? It's a book on influence, right? I said, well, what are all the research studies that would support that? And I just want you to know that I did that round. I was really happy. Then I went back and I checked all the references and resources. I click on a resource, or I research a resource, or a reference, I guess is the better way to say it, a reference. And it said, well, we don't know this reference. And I'm like, well, you created it and you don't know it. So then my second round, trying to be creative about it, I said, well, what is a URL? That way I figured it would not be making hallucinating and making stuff up. Well, it gave me a URL, and of the really over 50 research scientific papers I clicked on, only 2 of them were valid. So the point here is, you know, in my 4-month experience, you have to be really, really careful and you have to check all your sources. So anyway, these are the 3 books on the left there are all books that I've written and that are out there. And if you remember, one of the things I talked about, you know, 6 minutes ago was it's really, really powerful to combine AI with a challenge with an ideation technique. And so in this case, I combined AI with the notion of great thinkers. And so I had a quote from Tolkien, you know, The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings and stuff, not all those who wander are lost, which I thought was a cool quote. And then I said, I used AI to imagine, I had a short bio of Tolkien. And then I said, what did you mean by this quote? And it said AI said some interesting things. And again, this is a technique we call great thinkers, right? And you can use it for any challenge you have. And then I said, Stephen Sondheim, you know, the great lyricist and songwriter for Broadway. What do you think of Tolkien's quote? And it got and I said, reference his works. And then I said, you know, Amelia Earhart, General Grant, etc. So this was really fun, right? And then finally, the key, one of the great things was, like me, you may hear a quote and you say, well, that's kind of fun, and then you kind of forget it. And I said, well, I wonder if AI could tell me how to live the quote. And so that's what you see here. Here, a half dozen ways we as individuals can do purposeful wandering, and you'll see. And so the book has over 350 activities to help you live these quotes. Okay, and I'm not showing you to sell books. I'm showing you how, again, you can push AI to give you stuff you had never thought of. Just very quickly, then I had the idea again, genius at your side. This was again sort of mashing up challenges with personal, if you will, personal needs or wishes for everyday things, everyday problems. So, how do I lose weight and keep it off? Who would be good to talk to me about that? Well, how about Harry Houdini? And that's who I had in the book. A more impactful social media post. What person in history would be great for that? Hemingway. Okay. Yeah. Because he wrote short, right? Concise. Friend deal with the loss of a loved one. Maya Angelou. Um, Difficult boss. I loved this one. Mr. Rogers, if you know Mr. Rogers in the US. Uh, Friends with Addiction, Ray Charles, yes, etc. How can I make cleaning seem less painful, maybe even fun? Who would make cleaning fun? Charlie Chaplin, etc. And so the point here is what? The point here is you can use AI to imagine what these great thinkers would recommend, and it can be very powerful. And you might question, well, is that valid or not? Well, the AI is really good because it does look at all their works and looks for quotes and does support to some extent the points it's trying to make. The last thing I will share with you on the last, what do I have, 3 minutes here or so, is, if you look at the research, the BCG study about over a year ago, their finding of their 750 or so Boston Consulting Group consultants was that AI was good at sort of helping you develop ideas, but it was not particularly good at coming up with big ideas, core concepts. And so I said, well, geez, I wonder if I wonder if you could get a book idea that was unanticipated and what I would consider a big idea. And so I prompted and prompted and prompted and got, hundreds of possibilities. Well, this was one idea that came out, the creativity paradox. I think this is potentially a really interesting idea for a book. It gets at Shauna Yanagar's research into that famous study she did of buying jelly buying jellies in a country store, that if you have 5 types of jelly out there or 20 types of jelly out there, you're going to sell more if you only have 5 types of jelly. So the notion is you want to limit your choices to sell more. And so that's what this is about. It's counterintuitive, right? How too many choices stifle innovation. So now I have this concept, right? And then, of course, I used AI to create the visual. And then I said, well, give me 24 chapters, right? Which it can do. And then, because I wasn't sure it could actually do this, right? And then I pushed it again, and I picked one of the chapters, and I said, write a 1,200 or 1,500 word or 2,000 word chapter on each of these 24 titles or subtitles or chapter titles. And I gotta say, the results were really great. So if anybody's looking for a book to write, you can certainly write this book. I have 10 other books in the queue here, so this is not one I'm going to write. But the bigger takeaway for you guys is you can actually use it to help you come up with big ideas. The way I did it was I was saying, I'm an expert on ideation and innovation. I gave it obviously some areas of interest and passion, and just prompted, and it came up with stuff. And so that's really my presentation. I think I'm right at 15 minutes here. I've got some free resources here for you. There's Creative Techniques to Solve Impossible Challenges. That's my TEDx talk. That's really, I think, quite good. It talks about how to apply different techniques for different kind of challenges. And then here are a bunch of free articles. And then, as I say, here are some of my books. Okay, so I'm looking forward to hopefully I'll stop sharing to hope, and they'll get these slides, right? I think everybody will get these slides, I hope. I'll stop sharing here, and hopefully, any questions you have, I'm happy to answer them when we do the question thing.
Thank you so much, Mr.
You're
Matt
welcome.
Moore. Yeah, thank you so much for the insightful presentation and all the wonderful resources you're sharing in your presentation. And now we will hear from our final presenter, Professor Alam Aslam. Dr. Aslam is Associate Professor of Chemistry in the University of Jeddah. So So Dr. Aslam, are you with us right now in the Zoom room? Probably she's still on the way.
Makes me feel better that I had trouble sharing the slides and somebody else
You're
has
totally
here.
fine. You're totally fine. You're good. That's wonderful. All right.
She's not in the room. You can continue the session discussion between Brian and between the others, because there are a shortage also of time. We need to close it at
Dr.
6 o'clock.
They are here.
Yes.
So Ahlam Salami is there.
Oh, yeah, I think she's here. Thank you so much for joining us. Please go ahead and share your screen with us whenever you feel ready. The floor is yours.
Okay, just I will give me a minute to upload or share the screen if there is.
Sure, take your time, please.
I think you can see.
We can. Is
it available now?
It's a little bit small, maybe.
So I think it's this. So thank you for inviting me for this discussion. I am interested to deliver innovative and lab synthesis product to be in the marketing. I am Ahlam Assunami from University of Jeddah. We have a good collaborator with the industrial partner like SABIC, Aramco, University, King Abdulaziz University, KAUST, and so on. We are interested to develop and build the city with like a smart city using a new valuable technique, especially for the AI, to be integrated for the product to be much more easier for the researcher and application. With the vision of Saudi Arabia, we are interested, as you have seen in the last year, through the all categories related to the people. So we are interested for to people being safe, the environment being safe, and also for the partner any part of city as a smart city building up. So we have synthesized some of class novel of the triple nano composite based on the polymer for the logistic view. Why logistic view? As we have threatened the southern area in the Red Sea, and I am in Jeddah, located in the closely to the Red Sea. This issue actually was it takes time with us, about 5 years. If you remember the Safir ship and how much it's the biggest transportation ship for the oil, and this actually has been threatened that area and environment about 5 years without any action. So in that period, I was thinking about the synthesis of nanoparticle that have advantage to remove some dye, like a dye removal agent. But actually, our product, it has multifunctional effect. As I go back after the corona issue and the late time that we have facing at that period, so I go to my lab and try to find that material that I have already succeed to prepare and examine for the dye removal. And then I tried just for the moment that we have that issue for the oil spilling in the water and the issue for the sulfur transportation ships. Then I thought that maybe that nanoparticle can be working for the oil spill issues. So why I thought that? Actually, because the nanoparticle or triple nano composite that I am working on, it was have multiple function related to the size controlling, the high ability for absorption, the aggregation control, and also increasing the surface area, improving the thermal mechanical property, and enhancing the magnetic property. So these all properties, I just take a second to think about those functions together and to highlight each part or each function to be in that application. So I just tried to realize what the connection between them and how can be applied. So the easiest way to prepare or synthesize the triple nanocomposite is that using the co-precipitation method, and this is the lowest cost and that's the valuable material that I can have in my lab that time for the limiting of fund. So in that period, I just thought that nanoparticle can be targeting different and multiple applications. So I start with the thing, the first part I was started on for the cleaning the dye spill in the water. I take sample from industrial disposal water. And they was using alzyrine dye, and this is so cancer, like a cancer agent, and making health issue. Then I thought that nanoparticle maybe can fix and being familiar for the removing of oil. So you can see in the testing image, I have tried with the oil spill, and it was succeed. And I did, at that time, I didn't realize the main reason for that one. I go further, and I would trying to check the electrical property and optical property for that nanocomposite, and was giving excellent results related to the solar panel and the application that we're targeting for the generating of AC or current, continuous current instead of the fluctuation. So I keep just thinking about this multiple application for the one using one material or one synthesized nanoparticle. I thought that maybe I can go further once I understand and get more close for the application that can be applied or enhanced on. So by realizing the factor that already playing an effect and direct function for the synthesis, which is related to the durability and lighting and also for the flexibility, which is modified by the polymer, then I realized maybe I can get that control. Depends on the ratio that I play on when I synthesize my component. Then I can control also the application. So I start from the beginning. I do the different ratios of the synthesized composite, and I have succeeded to get a good result related to the comparison of polymer or trimeric structure. So this trimeric structure, it was first, it's a novel structure that have been applied and have patentable project. And it's running now as a patent as a confidence for confidence. So this can be actually for the literature review. I go for the thiophene, as thiophene having many of application related to the electric and the electric part. So at that time, I just take a moment, think about what that application can be going through and keep for the patentable idea. Then I realized all the functionalized all the part that I have my component. So I put each part and put their realistic function. Then have a main dramatic issue, which is related to the shielding and de-shielding effect. So, you know, in the morning, for example, it has different time since morning until getting during the night. So this effect can be actually having main issues related to the running of the current or losing the current. So in the triple nanocomposite that we have used, actually we can save about 20% of the current that can be lost by applying the product as a bypass diode. What I can do, actually, it can make the circle of the current being in the same circle without any offloads. So this making a controlling for the solar panel service and keeping the service, the current in the service without huge or without losing of the current. So what's the key of this application? Actually is related to controlling the temperature, controlling the current flow, and also controlling the voltage and material degradation. So all these factors, if we could going through and giving them what they need for the control the solar panel, then we can controlling the losing of the current. So if we know that in the USA they are actually they have about 200 million ton of the solid waste related to the panel or photon voltage in the solar panel for the end life of this solar panel. So we are thinking that if we use this kind of diode bypass, we can actually controlling and lowering the effect of this loss of the waste to be lower than 1 million ton instead of 200 million ton, which is actually, we are talking about huge of money that can be just losing without any impact benefit. So in that way, we can saving the money, we can solving the issue of current, and also we can give a good interpretation for the solving this issue. So how actually this bypass product, it has a lower cost, as we are using a triple nanocomposite with the highest of service area. We can controlling the issue and making it much more lower, and also we can solve the issue that all that we are facing in Saudi Arabia related to the season of Hajj and the people that are coming from the international areas in one spot during the Hajj, and also the consuming of electric. It will be so high at that period, which is need a lot of maintenance and consuming a lot of huge of money to keep the current unfluctual and keeping as AC. And actually, this one of our interception for the RDI, one of the project funding project in Saudi Arabia that are give a chance for solve this issue. So at the end, I just would like to mention that AI, it can give a clear and a magic tool if the researcher can make if they can make they can use this tool wisely. How? If, as I mentioned to you, as the triple non-composite I have used, it has a function as energy storage. For the cytotoxicity effect, it has an electric effect, and have a medicinal effect, and also it can be solved for the logistic issues can threaten the area. So these points actually have been tested. As you can see, one of the tested point, it was related to the OSPL. So by using the same building triple nanocomposite, we can succeed to save our environment from the oil spill. So oil spill can be one of the huge issue that can facing the Gulf area, and also the IUPAC countries related to the transportation, at least. So they need a lot of maintenance, a lot
I'm
of
sorry, Dr. Aslam. I'm afraid that we're approaching to the end of this session. We're running out of time.
Okay,
Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. And I want to thank all our presenters for those insightful, engaging talks. And this is for me to conclude our session. And I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now this next track will be building the bridge, fostering startup ecosystem. The chairing session is Professor Jennifer Aarons, I think.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Professor. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Oh, Sonate is there. Sonate, wish you great recovery for your mom. God bless you and bless your mom. Don't worry. You do some great job for us. And you supporting us in the 5th year. Really, I like the EOS, and I need everybody through the world using EOS as strategy. More than welcome. It's with you now.
Perfect. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Doctor, for those kind of words. My mother got into a car accident this morning, a very short while ago. So everyone is fine. Everything is okay. But I did reach out to Dr. Hanadi to say, hey, there may be an issue with me attending, but everything is fine. So here I am. I am going to pull up the presentation, walk you through something called EOS. And EOS is the entrepreneurial operating system. And it is a set of simple concepts and practical tools used by more than 275,000 companies around the world. And they use it to clarify, simplify, and achieve their vision. It's an operating system, which helps you fill the gap between what you know you want to do, your strategy, your vision, and what you ultimately do. And our premise is that for most companies, the gap in performance and success and achievement actually exists in that space between the knowing and doing gap. Given the time that I have today, about 40 minutes, I thought I would walk you through an exercise and introduce you to it, and also use this time, given the hustle and the bustle of the work around us, to actually give you time to reflect and do some work on your own. So turn this into a working session for you based on whatever project, organization you may be working at, and hopefully apply some of these concepts. You can see how they work. The presentation is from vision to traction. It's a 45-minute EOS experience to help you gain clarity, build alignment, and move faster together with your team, with your thoughts, however you're debating doing it. So what I'd like to do is say, if you can, get something to write on. So either a notebook and a piece of paper, pull up a Microsoft Word or Google Docs. Just get something so that you can do some thinking and some processing while we go through this exercise. Let me give you some data first. So the problem and the opportunity. Now, this strategy applies to organizations, but very honestly, this can apply to your own approach to the work that you're trying to take on. How clear are you on what you're doing? And MIT Sloan Management Review published this article. No one knows your strategy, not even your top leaders. And a study by BCG says only about 50% of senior leadership team members agreed on the same company-wide strategic priorities, which means that even just within your leadership team, there is great misalignment between 50% of you and half and half. Imagine that noise at the highest levels of the organization, and imagine how much noise that creates as you go down to senior managers, middle managers, and all the way down to your frontline employees. So this is one of the premises around which EOS was created. Most organizations struggle not because they lack ideas. We all have amazing ideas, but it's because people aren't aligned on what matters most. And so today, I'm going to give you some space to just explore that for yourself. Again, think about this in terms of your organization. Think about this in terms of your team. Think about this as a project or an area where you may be volunteering. We're going to work on this journey, and I'm going to ask you to pick a mindset to work on. And EOS helps everyone get on the same page and moving in the same direction, which sounds very simple, very easy. And that's why on the first slide, I said, it's a simple set of practical tools because it is very simple and straightforward. But often it's so simple and straightforward that we skip past it. And as a result of that, we miss building something that is foundational. As an overview, this is the EOS model. I'm going to walk you through it. It starts with vision. And so I'm going to show you a document that helps you get on the same page around vision today. But the premise of this wheel is vision is at the top. You have to be clear on your vision. And then the two most important things that happen next are you can have the most amazing vision, but if you don't have the right people in the right seats, then your vision will not be realized, cannot be realized. Similarly, if you're not measuring and people can't connect their performance to the vision, then you don't have data, then you actually don't understand how well you're doing. If you get those three correct, you have the right vision, you have the right people in the right seats, they're aligned with your culture and they get the job and they want to do the job, and you're measuring performance, you're in an excellent place. And the rest of your time can be spent solving issues, improving processes, and making sure you're moving at the same rhythm and cadence across the organization. This is the EOS model, and your business is at the center of it. So today's focus, again, 35, 40 minutes. Here's what I want to do. I want you to reflect on where your organization has and lacks alignment. I want you to revisit your top short and long-term priorities. And then I want to put you in position to equip your team to move faster. So I'm going to send you some prompts. We'll do some conversation and discussion if people are willing to share. But I'm going to give you time to actually do some thinking. This is something called the Vision Traction Organizer. So when we share assets after, I will share an example of this with you. When I say getting on the same page, it literally is the same page, front and back. It's a single 8.5 by 11 document. And this takes your entire strategy up from your values and your vision and your 10-year target, all the way down to what are you doing in the next 90 days, which are those rocks. And that's the journey I want you to take you on. EOS is kind of like going to a chiropractor. Your back is out of alignment. It snaps everything into place from your head to your heart. And that's what we're trying to do for your organization. The first thing we're going to focus on is this idea of the 10-year target. It's your big why. So I want you to think about, where are you working right now? Are you working at a university? Are you working in an organization? Are you leading an organization? Are you leading a team? Similarly, in your personal life, is there a project you're trying to get off the ground? Is there something you're trying to accomplish? What I want you to write down is 3 to 5 sentences minimum. What is your big why? You can think, I say 10-year target, but it's really how long-term are you thinking and looking out? What's your 10-year target? Is it your 3-year picture? What's the time frame? But what is the big long-term reason your organization exists? And what does it aim to accomplish in that time? What's the big picture? So I'm going to give you 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes. Just write. And then we'll come back together and talk about this.
Sonate, is anything has happened?
No, I just asked people to answer this question, to write this down and answer this question. So I'm giving everybody 3 minutes to write down 3 to 5 sentences about their big why. Okay. I'll say it's hard to know if folks are here without your cameras on, but I'm going to assume that folks are here and participating. It's a great reflection exercise. I promise you that if you do this with me in the next 30 minutes, you are going to exit that 30 minutes likely with one of the most productive 30 minutes you've had in a long time. If I can ask if there's anybody on the Zoom who did this exercise, can you share either in the chat or on type it in the chat or come off and share what did you come up with as your big why? What did you write down? Feel free to share in the chat, post in the chat. See, I got a list of participants here.
Sunit, this is Jennifer Ahrens. I'm the moderator of this roundtable, and I just want to say I think that this is a really great activity, and it's a great opportunity for, people to reflect on what they're doing, why they're doing it. I mean, myself, I actually changed careers from working in the hospitality industry, and now I'm a professor at Stockton a couple of years ago. So, my big why was trying to get that better workplace balance and, wanting to give back to, the industry that had supported me for so many years. So, I think this is a great exercise, and, I see we've got one participant that posted. So, I'll let you go ahead. They said academic and research target goal.
That's perfect. And so here's what I'd say, a few things. And thank you. I mean, first of all, Jennifer, thank you. I know that pivot well. I now teach at Rutgers University, so you and I should connect. And it was a similar pivot for me as well. Here's what I love about, first of all, thank you for sharing academic and research target goal. The benefit to sharing is, here's what I would encourage you to do. One of the reasons why I said write 3 to 5 sentences is when you write that first 1 sentence or 2 sentences, it can feel surface level. If you write 5 sentences about your big why, you will start to unearth really the motivations behind it. It allows you to go a layer deeper. You'll understand it more. You'll be clearer on why you're doing, and you'll remember it better. So retention will improve. So to anyone who went through the exercise, I really encourage you to think about 3 to 5 sentences minimum, because that helps you just lock it in more. Here's your big why. So Jennifer, to your point, here's the next part of what EOS does. And actually, this is the first thing we do in EOS, but I wanted to highlight it here. It's this idea of core values, because too often we jump to what we want to do. You're building an organization, you're building a nonprofit, you're creating a course to teach, you're creating a presentation for this conference, right? And so, for example, when I did this exercise, I thought of my values, getting 30 minutes with you all. I thank the gracious doctor for giving EOS this time. And I said that one of the most important things for me, something I value, is giving the people I present to space and grace to do work that they may not otherwise have the time to do. So space, 30 minutes to actually do this work, and grace, no pressure. No one's judging you. No one's evaluating you. No one's demanding your time. And so as much as what I want to do is evangelize and share this amazing and powerful tool set, what's really important to me is how I do it, my values. Jennifer mentioned that she wants to find balance. That's an example of a value. So what I'd like you to do next is take another 3 to 5 minutes and write down the values that you are trying to operate by. And when we talk about core values, we talk about the things that you are at your core, right? Who are you at your core? What are the values that define how you work, how you interact, and how you make decisions? The interesting thing about values is too often we use words like freedom, justice, we use love, we use these words, but they mean different things to each of us, right? I can tell you that love is a value of mine, but your definition of love and mine are likely not the same thing. And so the important thing about picking these 3 to 5 values is to write a sentence about what it means to you. So I'm going to similarly give you 3 minutes. Just write down the top 5 values that you have that come to mind for you and try and write a sentence about what it means to you. So I'll give you 3 minutes to do that. Oh, I love this. Thank you to the Zoom user who is sharing. As you all continue to write, this is where I think this is a really powerful statement. Let's break it down, right? It says in the chat, pull this up. It says serving community. If you break this down segment by segment, this person has said, okay, at a high value, one of the most important values is that I am in service of my community. That's a strong value, right? This idea of service. Now, what they mean by service can be different to each of us, right? And so they've clarified that by saying employ chemistry in our life, right? Which is incredible. So it's serving the community, and the how, another value, is this idea of chemistry, employment of science and chemistry in our life, right? And then marketing the lab product, being productive in a world of applications. Like, you have all of these clarities. The benefit to writing this down is that now when you have these, you see this sentence, you now have you set your long-term goal. So you have your North Star, right? And now it can feel really challenging to get to that North Star. But as soon as you articulate your values, it starts becoming tighter. There starts becoming constraint. And now you have the ability to know how you're going to pursue it. It doesn't feel like there's an infinite set of options. By clarifying your values, you've clarified how you want to go about this. And this is a good way to get on track or to know if you are getting off track. And that's the power of values. Does anybody else want to share an example of their values? I shared one of mine, which was I believe in giving the people I work with space and grace. I want to give you the time to do this work, and I want you to give you the space to do it. And I also want to make sure you don't feel judged when doing it. So you can trip, fall, stumble your way through and refine the work so you exit with something really positive and powerful. Anybody else want to share? Jennifer, can I call on you? Did you write down anything? Since you're here, I'm going to at least tag you in.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the reasons why I kind of moved into education was throughout my career in the hospitality industry, I really enjoyed just the developing, the mentoring, and seeing the proverbial light go on. And even when I was developing an hourly employee who then became a supervisor, who then became a manager, who is now a director, that fuels me. So that's an important value for me, is seeing other people succeed. And so I have that opportunity to share my experiences, good and bad.
Yeah, both. I agree. And these students these days want to see both. And I love that when you highlight that value, it makes even more sense that you have shifted into an academic environment. If you're interested in seeing the light go on, right, then what better place to do that persistently than in the classroom? So congratulations on aligning your values to your decision. Is there anybody else that I can ask to share or put something in the chat? Come on, folks. Anybody else? No? Okay. We'll keep moving. So here's what you've done so far, right? You have set this incredible, you've written down, you've codified ideally 3 to 5 sentences, maybe for the first time in a while, your long-term, your big why, your long-term vision. What we at EOS call the 10-year target. The reason we call it the 10-year target is we don't believe that people dream big enough these days. We always undercut our dreams. We always talk about why we can't do something. We want to make sure we anchor in something big, powerful, and meaningful. We don't want to worry about how or whether it can be done first. The first thing we want to do is have the dream. And we still didn't jump into how we want to get the work done, right? The next thing we did, instead of jumping to how we could do the work, is we talked about our values. So we said, okay, this is the big thing we want. The next thing is how I want to operate, how I want to work. It's not about success or failure. It's about how I want to feel and what I believe in as I do this work. You've got a dream, you've got guardrails. The next thing I want to ask is look 12 months out. Take 12 months from today, mark it to November 10th, 2026. What needs to happen in the next 12 months? So we're at this conference next year. Imagine we're at this conference next year. What needs to happen in the next 12 months to ensure you are on track for your big why? So what are the things you need to do in the next 12 months to ensure that your big why is happening and you're doing it according to your values? I'll give you 3 minutes. I love that. Make the product in the market, which is great. I would encourage you to take that. What does that mean? Does that mean deliver the product to the market? Does that mean a certain number of customers, certain number of users? Does that mean marketing material is available? Is this an alpha, a beta, or a test? Take that, make the product in the market, and make it 3-dimensional. Imagine you're standing there. What do you feel? What do you see about that product in the market? Make that 3-dimensional. Do you have to complete is there any patent or trademarking work that has to be done? Is there any user testing that has to be done? Is there is there a pricing model that has to be built? When you say make the product in the market, make that three-dimensional. And it would be really powerful because you'll start to see your priorities for the next year shape up really clear, right? I'll give you another 2 minutes. Okay. So you're visualizing. This is helpful. Thank you. Whoever you are, you're a hero to me on this presentation. Thank you for participating. It's really helpful. And for those watching, it's helpful to see you work through it. Thank you for honoring my prompt and going deeper. You're in the visualization stage, product value, being ready to convince industry for the model product. Excellent. That's great, right? And that's what I mean by grace, right? Space is to do this work, and grace is to work through this work. And that's what you've just done. This is exactly the kind of work I would encourage you to do. I'll show you to the individual. This exercise, this document, may be really helpful for you. Because if you look at it, you'll see, if you were to fill this out for your product today, right? You would see, you'd say, okay, what is our vision? What is our focus, the purpose, the cause, the passion, the niche? What is our 10-year target? Then it gets you into this really neat marketing strategy idea. And then it says, okay, in 10 years, you have this. What do you need to do in 3 years? And then you get to this page. You say 1 year, which is the exercise you just did. And now you can see it starts to put numbers against it. What is your future date? Is there a revenue number, a profit number, a number you want to hit, maybe a number of users? I would highly encourage you, the individual who's commenting, I will send this one pager out, but I would really encourage you to explore just taking time with your team or with yourself. Take an hour or two and complete this. You'll be amazed at how powerful that is for aligning you and whoever you're working with on the direction that you want to go. And it's powerful. I do this with nonprofits. I do this with startups. I do this with enterprises. As long as you are a team with a vision that wants to have everybody on the same page and bought in, where you can't do it all by yourself, it's a really, really powerful tool. Okay, let me proceed. 12 months out. Is there anyone else that wants to share sort of 12 months out? So for me, right, my 12-month out is, my goal is to have EOS clients and doing this work 40% of my work day, of my work week, 40% of my time, which to me is, that's a powerful thing, right? I have 40 hours a week. So I am trying to get, I do 5 days a week, which is 2 full days a week. I want to be focused on EOS. And so I have some targets to get to against that.
Sunit, we have another posting in the chat.
Thank you. I missed that. Thank you for saying that. Sharif, thank you. The best approach is to conduct a serious SWOT and develop plans that address the labs. Yes. So SWOT is a very powerful analysis. We do SWOT. It is after we do this exercise that we just shared, we do actually conduct a SWOT, and we encourage folks to revisit the SWOT once a year as a team, typically led by the CEO and the go-to-market person. The one challenge or the one recommendation, there's no challenge. The one recommendation about a SWOT is, if you don't have your values and your priorities, et cetera, aligned in the beginning, right, then you can find yourself answering and responding to the SWOT without a compass. And so the only thing I encourage you to do, whether you do the SWOT first and you do EOS, EOS is about operations. It is about operationalizing your strategy. I think it's a great balance to the SWOT, because it also helps you ensure that you're not just chasing the market in an analysis. You're actually doing stuff that you are passionate about doing. SWOT is an excellent tool. Stakeholder feedback, interviews, market analysis, all of those things are valid commercially. But once you have that, how do you take that and bring it to your team? That's the exercise that we are here talking about. So Sharif, thank you so much. And again, not only should you do the SWOT, it is excellent to revisit the SWOT analysis every year at a minimum. Okay. The last thing I want to tell you is, okay, so let's refresh the exercise. You've gone from the big why. What is the big reason we are here? And the big reason you are taking on this initiative. You've then put some guardrails and constraints around it and said, hey, my values matter. How I feel and how I operate and make decisions on this journey to this amazing thing, this big why, are important as well. So you've established some constraints and some values. Then you've said, okay, in order to make sure I'm on target for that big why, here's what I've got to do over the next 12 months. Shift from visualizing a product to bringing it to market, shift from having an idea to getting a clear percentage, like I am 40% of my time focused on this. This is where the rubber meets the road. Over the next 90 days, I want you to be able to draw a straight line from the very top of your idea to what you're doing over the next 90 days. What do you need to do over the next 90 days so that you are on track for your 1 year, so that you are on track for momentum against your 10-year target? And we call these rocks because there's that popular internet meme that went around for a long time where there was a professor at the front of the class, they had a big glass jar, and they had small bowls of rocks, sand, and water. And they said, all of these things have to fit. How do you get these things to fit into the jar? And most of us have probably heard this. And the students struggle to get it in. Some put the water in first and they put the sand in first. And then there's no room for the rocks, right? And the trick is that you put the rocks in first, then you pour in the sand, it fills in the space around the big things, and then you pour in the water, which fills in the rest of the space that remains. The order in which you prioritize matters. And so the reason we call them rocks is we want you to pick the biggest things that you have to do. And if you don't get these done in the next 90 days, then your 1 year plan is at risk. So what are the most important things you're going to do over the next 90 days? What do you have to get done, have to prioritize, have to complete so that you can feel comfortable that you're making momentum against that 1 year plan? So again, I'll give you another 3 to 5 minutes. 3 minutes, write down. The sweet spot is for an individual, especially if you're early, you really don't want more than 3 to 5, right? And a maximum of 5 to 7. What gets neat is your organization and the entity has rocks, then each individual and team has rocks, and they all start laddering up into what you're doing for your organization and idea to move forward. If you're an individual, then you are the organization. Right? So what do you need to do over the next 90 days to make progress against your 1 year plan? And so to the 2 individuals that approached, right, whether it's the Zoom user or Sharif, what are the 3 to 5 most important things you have to do in the next 90 days? And hold yourself accountable to it. Okay. Anyone have anything to share in terms of that, going from this like big picture, and just in 30 minutes, we went from this massive long-term aspiration to now thinking about what we need to do in the next 90 days to make that possible. And we built steps along the way. Right? We did 10-year, typically in EOS, we would do a 10-year, a 3-year, a 1-year. And when you start reinforcing that along the way, the 90 days becomes something you feel urgently you want to do. You want to you feel energized to prioritize it because it helps you build against your aspiration. Can I ask anybody to share? What do you need to do over the next 90 days? Any takers? Jennifer, can I tap you for at least a two-way conversation?
Sure.
Oh, wait. Here we go.
Oh, there we
I'm going
go.
to tap you back in. Yeah. Finding a fund and partnership. That's clear, right? That is sharp and clear. Now what you know, in order to find a fund and partnership, you really can think about the next 90 days and say, what are all the things that need to happen so that I can find this fund and partnership? And that's one, right? What would be interesting is if you're on a team, you would say, okay, finding a fund and partnership is our organization or our team's rock. My marketing person has to create the script and the deck. My product person has to make sure the product is ready and meets the expectations in the deck. My CEO has to start opening conversations with potential, and board have to start opening conversation with funders. So everyone's got 3 or 4 different rocks. And if everybody does what they're supposed to do, at the end of this 90 days, this idea of a fund and partnership is going to be highly probable, right? Now, there's certain things that are out of your control, right? Because you can't ultimately fund yourself, but you will at least know that you did everything you could to make that possible. And that's the power of it. I'm sorry, Jennifer, I'd still love to hear from you. What was your, if anything?
No, I was just gonna say, I'm going backwards from when I made the transition. So, for me at that point, looking 90 days out and having that plan was, okay, what do I need to, I need to go back to school. What are the courses I'm going to take? How am I going to balance, so what were those things? So, for me, it was more of a personal prioritization, to get to, where I needed to go. So it just really depends on what the goal is.
Absolutely. I think you hit it right. And sometimes the 90 days, it can feel overwhelming. And that's why if you look and say, okay, I have so many things to do. But then if you step back and say, well, actually, these are my values. This is my long-term aspiration. Of all these things I'm going to do, which are going to connect and help me maintain momentum? So Sharif, thank you. No business would fly in absence of a values basket. Amen. Thank you. I appreciate you. Leadership is everybody's business. Graduation is step forward to hub and hug. Face bravely your mistakes, set a crush plan, turn the compass direction. Right. And I think those are great, excellent values, right? Like leadership is everybody's business. That tells you that when you're building an organization or a team, Sharif values leadership. It's for everybody. And that's not all organizations. We've all had bosses and managers who wanted to be the leader and wanted us to execute the work. And Sharif is setting a vision for an organization that's very different. And they don't want somebody to come into the organization that needs to be told what to do. And so this helps with hiring. This helps with right people, right seats. It helps with everything. Sharif, thank you for sharing that. And you don't need 5, right? If you can articulate it sharply in 3, like you've done here, then that's excellent. And I think, Jennifer, thank you for sharing like this idea of it's personal. Sometimes the 90 days, it can be overwhelming or it can be clear, which is I need to get started, which is really powerful. Folks, we're coming up on time. I hope this was a helpful exercise for you all. It's called the Vision Traction Organizer. It's a really powerful tool and you can do it yourself. I encourage folks to run this experiment, and any team they're on. Families do this, right? Husbands and wives and spouses do this with each other, do this with their children, do this for the family. This idea of what are we trying to get done, right? How are we thinking? And how do we all get on the same page, which is the most important thing? Like, and what I'll tell you is, why do you need somebody to help you with that? What I'll say is that in hierarchical settings, the research has shown that most people don't talk. They stay silent. Fewer than 10% of people confront issues directly when they've got someone senior above them in a role. And the greater the power dynamic, the more likely they are to stay quiet. And 70% plus withhold concerns or ideas because they're afraid of how it's going to be received. When you tell people your values, when you say leadership is everyone's business, you're making it clear that you want everybody to step up. You start turning down the dial of uncertainty and that fear of negative and unpredictable reactions because everybody is aligned with the same values. They know what we value. And if they're living outside the values, then they know they're going to be corrected. But the benefit to EOS is professionally facilitated groups reach decisions 2.7x faster and produce plans rated 43% higher in quality. It is hard to be the person in the organization, leading the organization, that's also facilitating the conversation, because you want to be a part of it and your team needs to see you be a part of it. And that's the role that EOS plays. And so I appreciate you all. If you want to chat about EOS or you want to chat about any of the work that I do, this is my LinkedIn, this is my QR code. Please connect, sunit.bot@eosworldwide.com, or you can find me on LinkedIn. And it's a real pleasure. And I really appreciate the work that the good doctor does with this event and the team does with this event and all the hosts that come in. Jennifer, thank you so much for also being a guinea pig and letting me tap on you for conversation. It was great to hear your perspective. And again, how values aligned you are. Like, that's beautiful and a model for folks. Everyone, it was really nice to meet you. Thank you for joining. And with that, I will turn it back over to the hosts.
Sunit, thank you very much, and also expressing my concern and wishes for good health for your mother as well.
Thank you.
So hopefully she's doing fine. But some really powerful messaging there. So thank you all very much. We do have another presenter scheduled, John Fitzpatrick. I'm not sure if he is on.
John, I don't believe is joining, which is why Doctor told me to go from 10 to 10:45.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
John and I did the presentation together last year. He was unable to make it, so I was like, I'll just carry it.
Okay. Okay. Well, we can certainly open up the floor to questions for anybody that has any questions or comments about this really interesting, exercise. And I think, again, I shared a little bit about my journey. It's important to kind of look at who you are and where you are personally, but also as an organization. Our university is currently going through some administrative changes. So charting that course and seeing where we're headed, and everybody's trying to find their footing, and what are but doing all of that while trying to maintain the core values of our university. And at heart, we are a liberal studies education, but we have, of course, business and hospitality and criminal justice and all these. But finding what your values are and making sure that you develop a strategic plan to meet those values is really important.
Amen. That's it. And sometimes we just get past the values and just get past the connections. So it's always a good reminder. It's the simple stuff that's the most powerful.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, and thank you, Sharif, and thank you to our Zoom user for participating. Yeah. Participation via Zoom is always kind of a challenging thing. Especially when we have so many people across the globe at different times.
Yeah, I get it. And the camera's off. I totally get it. Different time zones. Okay, I'm going to hand it back.
Okay, great. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. And so I know we have another session that is due to start at 11. Hanandi, I don't know if you are on with the schedule. I believe our next session is Fueling Innovation, Accessing Finance and Investment for Growth, where we have 3 great presenters, and another one of my colleagues is due to join as the moderator of that roundtable as well. So hopefully everybody is enjoying this. And there she is. Hello,
I've been
Professor.
here. I was listening. I didn't want to jump in because I know the next session starts at 11, so I was waiting. But you had a very good session, Jennifer. It was so informative.
Yeah, what an interesting topic. I mean, really to think about how you structure your goals and your plan around what your values are. And, just a really important part, I think, for everybody.
Absolutely. And of course, we are all listening from our own knowledge and background. I was listening from my background in strategic planning. So I was thinking about the values that the mission that we have and the values we have as an organization, and how our next steps could be aligned with those values. And those questions that the speaker was raising, I was thinking about those questions and trying to answer those questions, but it was so informative. So it is so interesting to see what we are practicing and how it could be strengthened by these kinds of ideas. It's eye-opening. And then that's another reason why I really like this conference.
Yeah, this is my first time participating in the conference, and the topics are really quite fascinating. I mean, think everything from entrepreneurship to, I was sitting in on the earlier one of technology and AI, and now it's, investment growth, and just a lot of really great opportunities to hear from leaders and people who work in these spaces, and just, it's a sharing of ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And sharing of concepts and creating opportunities for people to do all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a really great opportunity with this conference, and kind of amazing that we can do it across the globe.
Yes, as long as we are good with the times.
Exactly.
As long as it's not 4 a.m. here at our time.
Yeah, I think that's about 6 or 7 o'clock. Where the conference,
yes.
Yeah, in Kuwait,
Yes.
yeah, I think so.
Yes. But the thing is, attendees are from all around the world, and that is also another thing that's so fascinating. Everyone has a different time, and while I'm having my coffee here, trying to wake up, it's 7, 8 p.m. somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I think you're going to have a pretty interesting roundtable talking about financing and investment. I mean, there's certainly a lot going on in the world these days. That
no doubt.
Topics.
I definitely have a lot to learn because I am not a finance person, but I'm always open to learn new things. So it will be eye-opening, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we know there's certainly a lot going on in our country with our finances and budgets and stuff. So,
Hanadi, are you here? Okay, that's a lot of juggling she's going through, because this is not easy to manage such a large conference, and it's a challenge. But I am seeing Emre is here from my session. Hi, Emre.
Yes, hello.
Hello, welcome. Yeah, how are you? We haven't started officially, but I saw your name there. I didn't want to pick on you or anything
that's
like
all
that.
right.
If you're not ready yet, I completely would understand that. But welcome. Are you in UK?
No, I think we are at a client site. I'm in Istanbul today. So,
Oh, wonderful. That's where I'm from.
oh, really? Small world.
Now we can talk about the weather.
Weather is nice. It's
How is the weather there?
like summer. London is the same. What's happening to the world? It's summer, never winter now.
It is summer. It's not necessarily here. Tonight will
Where are
be
you based?
really cold. That's what they say. I'm not looking forward to it.
No, no.
It's,
Well,
I
I'm
think
going to sign
Jennifer.
off and let you run your
Okay.
round table and enjoy.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Nice seeing you.
You too.
So you're in Istanbul, and because when I was reading your bio, I realized you are. It was saying you're based in Parsons Green
Yes,
in England.
yes, that's where I
So
live in London.
you're visiting back and forth. It's nice.
Yeah, we have companies in London, in Dubai, in Istanbul. We have clients all over the world. I'm
That's
kind of
very nice.
move all the time.
I believe you like traveling.
Yes, well, I've been doing it for so long now. I don't know any other way. Like lifestyle.
It's good not to know in any other way.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
traveling is the best. Yes, yes.
What do they say about travel industry? I mean, we are in aviation and travel. They say it's Hotel California. You can check out, you can never leave. So people are always show up in different companies in the same sector.
Mhm. Are you aware of the fact that there have been some flight cancellations here in the US because
Yes.
of the government shutdown?
Some is very diplomatic.
Yes, I don't want to get into politics, obviously. Not at all. However, it's because you're in aviation, obviously because there are not enough employees on the ground, that could get dangerous. Is that right?
Well, no one will allow that. So what that means is the service gets reduced before it gets dangerous. So that's why.
Yes. That's the ideal thing to do, that they are reducing the flights. Definitely. Okay, it is 10:52 here.
Yeah, I just have a comment to make because I think when we had, I prepared a presentation and I sent it in July, which was something very different because we have an AI innovation. We are discussing with leading, in fact, it's being tested in a leading company, and it's doing away from the aviation industry is approaching AI very carefully because of this hallucination and all, So this is a new innovation, and we prepared our presentation for that. But then I saw that his title is about finance and so on. So I tried to combine both. Like we have that, but we've added something on finance and raising finance. So I wanted to just qualify that before the session.
Yes, thank you, Amir, for mentioning that. And more information is better for our attendees, and I'm sure everybody will learn a lot. And
We also have a video we want to show on this new technology, so hopefully that will work.
This is a technology conference. It should work. It better work. It
sure
will
it will
work. Yes. I don't know. Let me just say one more time. Hanadi, are you here? She's not. Let's wait a couple of more minutes, if you don't mind, Emre, and you will have something to share as
Do you want me
slides.
to share my screen?
Yeah, just in a few minutes, because I'd like to start at the time that we were scheduled for. just in case if anyone is running to get in front of their computers to catch your presentation, I don't want them to miss it. That's why. Yes. In the meantime, you can talk about food.
Yes. So where are you based in US?
Okay, I am in the US. Yes, I'm in New Jersey. I am at Stockton University, and I'm a professor of business administration at Stockton University, and I teach marketing, business sustainability. Corporate social responsibility is my research area, so I teach courses related to that as well, both at the MBA level as well as undergraduate level. I'm also the president of Northeast Business and Economics Conference Association, that we have conferences every year. In fact, our recent conference concluded yesterday. So I'm just recovering from that one. And I'm also the editor-in-chief of some advanced management journals. So, but I'm based in South Jersey.
It's
So
very
that's
nice to meet you virtually. We can send you some material. We can introduce ourselves to you. In fact, my son actually lives in New York.
He does. How old is he?
Yeah, he's an aeronautical engineer from Imperial. He went to.
Of course, look at daddy.
Now he's in finance.
No wonder.
Works for Citadel. He's in AI and algorithms.
How wonderful. How wonderful. Yes. Maybe next year he'll join this conference as well.
Yes.
Together you two can join.
World
Yes.
champion. His algorithm in a competition by UPS, the Swiss bank. He and his team, they were, I think, maybe not the champion, but runner-up among 2000. The algorithm they wrote yielded the best returns.
These new generation is doing great things. And with the help of AI, it's no time will be flying in space, spaceships. Very soon, it's coming up.
That's right.
Okay. 3 more minutes. Hanadi, last call. Okay. I think we can start. Igor, you're here too.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, you're the second presenter. How are you?
Yeah, I think I'm after Emre. All good, cannot complain. What about you?
Good, thank you. Where are you joining from?
From London these days.
Oh, from London. Okay. How is the weather in London?
Like it's usually in London, raining, you know?
Raining. Okay. That's not really, I'm not fond of that one.
Yeah, well, it's not too cold though, 11 degrees.
That's good. That's good. Very good. But
Actually,
you're
13 now. Sorry, 13 degrees. I just checked. Yes, 13.
Okay. That's not bad.
Quite warm. Yeah.
Yeah, you're originally from Kiev, right? Kiev
I'm from
City.
Ukraine, not from Kiev. I'm from Rivne, which is the western part of Ukraine, but I've been based in Kiev for quite some time. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. So we
Yeah.
are all international here. Very good.
Yeah.
From different regions. And our third presenter will be Hamad Alafkan. I don't know if he is here. I am not seeing his name here, but he may join later.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, he just joined, I think. Hamad? Okay. He just joined. I think I need to give him a little bit of time until he gets situated. Okay. So I think it's time. I'm looking at the time. It's 10:59 a.m. my time, but it's getting late with your time. So let's start. Thank you all for joining this session. And it's The session is called Accessing Finance and Investment for Growth. Earlier, I mentioned, Emre, that I'm a professor at Stockton University, South New Jersey. And this is, I think, my 5th or 6th time I'm attending this conference as the moderator, roundtable facilitator. What I find very fascinating about this conference is that because I'm a scholar, I do a lot of research, but implementation, I don't know much about it. So attending this conference always informs me about how the application of the knowledge happens. So I always find it very fascinating to hear from different individuals and learn from different individuals at this conference, and Hanad is doing an amazing job with putting together a great conference every year. So our first presenter will be Emre Serpen. And Emre, if you don't mind, I have your bio and a little bit of it I'd like to share with everybody. Is that okay?
Yes, sure.
Dr. Emre Serpen is an aviation executive with global experience in strategy, business, and digital information, digital transformation, and innovation. He has led more than 100 transformation projects for airlines and airports, including AI-driven operational innovations. He's the founder of Troy Avi, a strategy and transformation advisory based in London and Dubai, working with aviation and aerospace startups to enhance performance and digital capabilities. He also established TroyNet, focused on digital transformation in cargo and logistics, and has held leadership roles at Wipro, Sabre, Capgemini, Arup, ICF, and Intervistas. These are a lot of them, huh, Emre? Dr. Serpen holds a PhD in cybernetics and was among the pioneers in business process engineering in aviation. I definitely will learn a lot from you, Emre. I have no doubt. None of these things that I'm familiar with. So I'm excited to hear from you. Welcome.
Thank you, Professor Naz. If I may share my screen.
Of course.
I think definitely the finance, raising finance, we included that now in our presentation, but also we retain some of the original things that we discussed this summer with the organizers. So today we'll cover innovation in its purest sense, how it is applied to the business, and also a case study, which is TroyAvTech. This is a deterministic AI platform. It doesn't do language processing. There is no hallucination, and it's being applied to aviation industry. Aviation industry is distant to AI, especially generative AI, for this reason, because things has to be right. You know, the safety is #1 priority. And then we'll address raising finance and the financial side of AI. I think you've made a wonderful introduction, so I'll keep it short. My experience goes back 40 years, and our companies, 4 companies, TroyAvi group of companies, London, Dubai, Istanbul, and TroyNet. We work with aviation companies. We do strategy, business, and digital transformation. We're very big in air cargo and logistics. We also do digital transformation. In fact, I established and led aviation departments of giant digital companies like 300,000 folks, Wipro, ACLTech. These are Indian heritage. Publicis Sapient US, Intervistas US, Sabre US, Arup British, Capgemini European, let's just say. So also we have our own platforms. TroyNet is a digital air cargo and logistics platform nationwide. We are partnering with Istanbul Airport. So this is paperless cargo. And we are also developing a platform for foreign service, foreign department in United Kingdom for the country in Pakistan. So this is a nationwide, whole country, 10 airports, hundreds of airlines, thousands of ground handlers and carriers, TIOs. So it's so today you are going to see the experience from this perspective. I think in innovation, we are also a gold partner to an innovation company. So we bring practical experience to innovation. So strategy, industry, it's embedded in innovation. So we bring that, but also there is access to tools like including over 5,000 companies benchmarks in these tools, and they are driven by AI. And what we do is like taking a profile of a company and looking at their maturity level in innovation. Innovation is just not the ideas, but end-to-end execution in a company. And the metrics, how do you measure it, and different dimensions. We'll talk a bit about that. And then the processes and the portfolio management, like executing an innovation. For instance, we've done a project with Turkish Airlines during COVID, how to reposition the airline. It was a learning project. It wasn't a commercial project. So that included working with, 20,000 employees participating, customers. These are mega programs. You have to use platforms to manage them. Okay, so let's start with innovation now. Just few words around innovation. Innovation has got different horizons. Okay, often people think one or the other. Some companies, typically commercial companies, when they say innovation, they are into operational excellence. So they are executing work and then they are improving work with good ideas. It's bottom-up execution, lots of people coming up with ideas. How do we improve? How do we prioritize? So it's iterative development. It's very important and it's practiced and it's very helpful. The other extreme is radical innovation. The horizon is much longer and the change is very strategic and the impact is much, much greater. It's far more difficult to deliver. So, and this is also innovation. And then smart companies, they execute both. And also there is an interim in between execution, like adjacent business area. You are looking at different departments, learning from each other and so on. But I think for sake of this discussion, our focus is incremental in an exploratory radical. And to be able to manage this, you need robust processes like ISO, standards. This is counterintuitive because when people think innovation, people think, oh, people should be free thinkers coming up with ideas. Yes, that's part of the element, but there needs to be a ruthless execution. Otherwise, you just run out of money, all these ideas that are not executed, implemented. It's just a waste of money. And then this needs to be managed properly. So then how do we do that? So I think when we say innovation first, we need to broaden the scope. There is product innovation, there is process innovation, there is organizational innovation, there is management innovation, production and operations, business models, service. So it's not, when you say innovation, people intuitively think coming up with a product that no one has before, or coming a new service. But it's not just that. It's actually 360. It's much broader, and so it goes into the heart of the organization. Then some people might say, well, how is that different to transformation? Yes, there is a lot of overlaps with business transformation, but typically business transformation is all about execution and doing things better, and innovation is part of it, whereby this approach is just looks at exclusively to innovation end to end. So it's a different approach. So here is how you can start doing it. Firstly, you have to examine where you are in the company, because everybody likes to think, oh, we are so innovative and we are so open-minded and we are great. But there are very methodical ways of measuring this, okay? So there is a database that includes, top 5,000 companies, they are among the 4 best largest companies. So sort of there are specific references across these different elements and how you execute innovation. So there is leadership, there is culture, there is whether or not the organization is asking the right questions, whether or not the organization has got the right processes to execute, whether they are following the portfolio management, performance measures, like running it as a business. So what you are seeing here, so the process starts with interviews. Typically you interview 40, 50 people. It's a 20 minutes interview, and it's an AI-led interview. So you have access, you give access to employees, 30 to 40 people from each organization, different departments, and they go through an AI questioning. And it's very specific, very deliberate. And the knowledge base then captures this information. And then it aggregates across different users or super users from this company. And they are typically combination of senior executives, business managers, frontline people, sales, marketing, different areas, product development, strategic leadership. So it's like mix and match. Like in military, they say, take the level off. So it's everybody contributes. And then it's mapping to, you see different colors, like you have best companies, and then you have average of the 5,000 companies, and then you have top 25%. So we can see how the company is doing. For instance, here the red is a target company, and yellow you are seeing the average of the all companies, and blue is the top 25 best performance. So across the board you are seeing gaps. Some of them are significant. For instance, platform, products, service, this company is really struggling, okay? It's doing a bit better on the supply side, production, operations. Customer experience really sucks. They need a lot of improvement there. So when you think like an Apple as a company, it's 360. They got an excellent product, excellent customer service, excellent branding. So I'm just, because I'm using Apple right now and happy with that service. It's the only reason I'm referring to it. So it's not just one thing. It's a lot of things. So then the knowledge base computes a number, innovation quotient. So if you are scoring 0 to 30, you need to work urgently on your innovation. If it's 91 to 100, you are great as a company. And then scale goes. So because this is a very specific number, and it emerges from the analysis, the diagnostic, if you like, also led by AI, it's very, very powerful. And then it gives you a roadmap, what needs to happen in that company, the culture that needs to change, leadership, proper allocation of resources on innovation, the execution and the follow-up process. It's very, very powerful. So if anybody from our audience is interested in this, please drop me a line and we can give you a demo And world's largest companies are among the client base, largest companies. So this is a well-proven methodology. It's 360, Innovation 360 is the company. So we are a gold partner to them. So, okay, once this is done, then that's clearly a complex topic and we don't have much time. So then you need to operationalize that. And this is about involvement. You need to get the whole company getting involved. The top tier management sets direction and strategy, but then you need a platform to generate ideas, to collect ideas, to prioritize, and then you basically run the process like that. Okay, so this is our first topic about innovation. How is it applied to large corporation? Our second part of our presentation is Tech. This is a platform we have, and it's a parameter extraction. It's not language models. It's basically creating formulas, looking at documents, and then extracting formulas and working with those formulas. So the accuracy is like 99%. It's used in aviation. So we have a video to demonstrate what it is, but typically an extreme example like flight plans, it's extremely sensitive, nothing can go wrong. And then in 1 year, you might have 1 million changes because airport conditions change, the atmosphere change, a lot of things changes. You have different directives from aviation companies. And then the reports that comes to you, imagine you are receiving a 500-page contract and it's not red line. You need to read word by word, compare with the last time. So you have armies of engineers doing that. So what we achieved with Tech is execute AI on it, and it's not language processing. There is no hallucination. Okay. So without further ado, please look at this video. So I want to make this large. Okay. Maybe that's okay.
Hello. Welcome to Flight Information Automation, FIA. FIA is a software tool that detects and reports changes in thousands of parameters published in aviation documents. Aviation documents are regularly published by various agencies. Stakeholders that need this information must do manual inspection to capture the changes to mission-critical parameters. This is where FIA comes in play. It reduces days of manual labor to minutes. FIA can extract different procedures from a transmittal letter published by the Federal Aviation Agency. It further extracts parts of the documents, including features like airports and runways. Here is a sample transmittal letter from the FAA website. As you see, the software is quickly extracting all the important procedures and features for further processing. This only takes a few minutes. After feature extraction, the FIA software then extracts all the important parameters and their values from complex layouts and free text. It accurately detects the relationships in data layouts to make the correct associations. In a typical approach procedure, for example, FIA can extract hundreds of parameters within a few minutes and with 98% accuracy. The accuracy of the extracted data is then verified by human operators using FIA's validation screens. The entire operation is completely transparent and traceable. The central function of FIA is to detect changes in data by comparing to the previous records. New documents released by agencies typically contain a mixture of old and new information concerning the conditions of airports and approach procedures. It is, therefore, utterly important to detect what changed with respect to the latest record in the database. By clicking on Change Report button, FIA compares everything in the database to detect the changed parameters. This is a small example for simplicity. In a standard operation, there could be hundreds of changed parameters that are mission critical in the aviation world. There are many more features and capabilities provided by the FIA software to improve downstream applications. Your data team can exploit the efficiency of information automation by deploying the FIA software. More videos with detailed illustrations are available. Thanks for watching.
Okay, so that gives you an idea. So of course, then the process, the technology, you can apply any content to it. So it handles all the formats, different formats, PDF, PPT, PSD, executable files, XLS, PNG, JPG, MP4. This is important because aviation and travel is a global business. You need to be able to execute in Africa, in everywhere in the world, and they all have different levels of technology and presentation. So this is applicable to training, to digital twins, flight planning, the example you saw, but also aircraft maintenance, like air cargo. We just presented here a range of documents, and at present they're all PDF, and people are reading them and so on. You imagine you include these documents, you extract the information about, it could be standards, it could be handling dangerous goods, and then the AI solution is actually helping out the executives running the process without force. People are always involved, but instead of having 20, 30, 40, 50 people doing that, you'll have one or two people overseeing it, but then the AI is doing it, and it's doing 7,000 times faster with 99% accuracy. Okay, and then this is the second part. So if you have any interest from our audience with this technology, we'll be happy to share with you. It's leading edge, and it's used in some of the largest aviation companies globally. It's just starting. It's deterministic AI, parameterization. It's not language processing. It's very different. So it's very secure and traceable and reliable. Okay. So then our topic also on the finance side. So I'm sure you are all reading the news about technology companies, investments in AI, people getting offers, 50 million, 100 million, 25-year-old kids. So the numbers are crazy, amazing, like 600 million, the pipelines for these companies. So I think, I mean, I have a PhD in cybernetics. I don't know if you've seen the movie Imitation Game, which was the life of Alan Turing. So it's in London, in Brunel University, where people worked with Enigma in Second World War, and Alan Turing, he invented computers to be able to decipher, Enigma. And this is with that group, cyberneticians. I did my PhD there, and I remember 40 years ago, people talked about AI and so on. Nothing much happened until very recently, like 3-4 years ago. I think when the computing power reached a certain level, then it's possible to get into really beginnings of artificial intelligence. So now the time is right. So we are going to see a lot of growth. So everybody that, all of our clients, whether it's technology, especially technology companies, everybody's talking about AI. Everybody is betting their future on AI. All the executives they are doing an AI degree now. So it's becoming the thing to do. So in terms of investment, I think it's scaling up very quickly. It's 35% growth year on year expected. So it's growing like 15-fold in the next 8-9 years. So it's amazing. It's the biggest growth we saw in technology. I mean, it's bigger than internet. So this is expected to continue. So who are the investors? We have different investors. You have venture capital. So of course, they want to come in and they want to control, and they have a role to play. You have strategic corporate investors like technical giants like Microsoft, Amazon, Google. I'm sure you are all hearing about them. You also have private equity companies interested, and public markets, IPOs. Largest and fastest AI growing AI firms are preferring them. and you also have revenue and customer financing. So in a way, this is like how we are working at this stage. Like we don't have an investor, but customers are paying POCs and so on. So this is the investors end, and so what the investors are looking for, I think, because there is so much hype and so much money and so much talk, so they are interested in ROI, return on investment, and quantified real traction, and they are very interested to see, okay, you guys have great ideas, but who are the paying customers? So when you get in front of an investors, do not try to sell AI without KPIs. They will not see, they will want to see the KPIs. It's very important to secure few customers first, deliver few POCs, then get in front of customers. I think this is one. The second one is defensible advantage. Now, maybe
Emre, sorry to interrupt, but you have just 1 minute left.
use my time. Okay, then I won't tell you the story in Japan.
Oh no! I think we will have some time, hopefully, at the end of the session, we
okay,
can
maybe
talk more.
I'll just finish it.
Sure.
Defensible advantage is
Thank
very
you.
important. Whatever your innovation is, the investors will be looking at whether or not this can be copied or not. It can be stolen or not. Or can you maintain your IP in the deals? Because big companies, they will want to have your IP to share funds with you. Make sure investors are aligned with your strategy, cloud, enterprise, or financial. So don't look for investors just for money. The capital deployment plan must be linked to clear milestones when you are talking to them. And then you have to be realistic about credible computing and cost engineering, because model training, cloud credits, controlling cost, operational cost of delivering is very, very high. So you have to really pay attention to that. And then you need to don't scale up quickly. Keep lean and experienced founders team until you do some of these other things. I'm sure there are many examples. I mean, OpenAI, because everybody knows them. Anthropic, Cohere, Hugging Face. Anyway, I think we don't want to take up your time. Thank you, Professor Naz. I'll take up your questions later.
Thank you, Dr. Sarpan. It was a great presentation. I have a lot of questions, but we don't have a lot of time right now, but hopefully we will have afterwards.
Okay, sure,
Yes,
sure.
thank you again. Igor, it's your time. Just very shortly, I'd like to introduce you to our audience. Hopefully, I'll be able to pronounce your last name. I'll try. Give me 1 second. Igor Cherenko?
That's good.
That's good. It's good. It's not perfect. It's good.
That's good. That's good.
Igor is a startup enthusiast and tech-savvy professional with over 80 years of experience developing startup ecosystems in emerging markets across Central and Eastern Europe, Central Asia, the Middle East, and North America. We all know you are right now in England.
Yeah.
It's
I'm based in
amazing.
Dubai. Yeah, same as
He has led
between.
acceleration programs, corporate ventures, and market expansion for numerous startups through his Estonia-based company with offices in Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and South Africa. It's a pleasure having you here, Igor. Floor is yours. You
Thank
can
you so
share your
much.
screen. We are
Thank you so
excited.
much. Thank you so much, Professor Naz. Yes, excited to be here. I think it's my third time, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, good job on pronouncing my last name. Yeah, let me share the screen quickly. I was thinking that, I mean, together with Dr. Hanadi, we discussed that it would be quite useful to discuss, getting more like practical views of, some of the fundraising do's and don'ts. As you mentioned, Professor Naz, I have been involved in this a bit more than 8 years, actually more than 13 years now, working in various venture capital firms, investment business angel, working with the governments and other things. And I, collected some knowledge about what are like common mistakes and what kind of things to avoid for the founders when they're doing the fundraising, the capital. external capital. So I hope it's going to be quick, 10 to 12 minutes. I'll try to make it as soon as possible. Happy to share the materials later with the rest. You can see my screen, right? All good? Okay, cool. We already did the introduction, did a couple of investments. Now I'm partner in IOI Capital based in Dubai, now in London for just a short visit. I think before going to any of the fundraising, I would definitely urge our entrepreneurs to ask the question, do they actually need money? Because in fact, especially the VC capital is one of the most expensive one in the world. You're gonna give out percentage of your company, and that is, an early stage that is kind of like, going to be hard for you to get rid of or buy out back later on. So first of all, can you actually not raise money first? I think this is the question. And can you bootstrap as long as you can? So the bootstrap is a term where you basically use your own money, your saved money, or the money that generated by the company as long as you can, right? So basically, I highly recommend to bootstrap as much as you can, and then only after that, try to get the external funding, because basically, when you raise money from external people, this is like a marriage where you cannot divorce, right? So it's very hard to do that. So I would suggest that you think twice. So first of all, raise funding when your company can no longer grow on its own. So essentially, the money that you generate from your venture is not enough for you to grow, to keep up with this, good growth. Second of all, raise funding when your startup has a compelling story to tell. Essentially, when you have some dynamics and growth and something that you can tell as a story. Maybe you pivoted once or twice during the company existence, and basically something that you can answer all the potential sneaky questions of the investors in another way. Raise funding when you have a strong customer growth rate. Essentially, you have to generate money, and it's obvious then if you have a growing customer rate, that means that you're doing something right, and therefore investors would more likely give you money for that, to basically add more fuel to your venture. And the last thing is raise funding only when you're ready to make tough decisions, meaning, you're going to get some people on board that will be telling you what to do and what not to do, as if they will become your board members, etc. Sometimes you will have to fire your co-founder because he or she isn't performing, or you will have to get rid of, I don't know, a feature that you thought that this is the best ever, but not necessarily because the board said no. So again, before you get external people on your board, think twice. Again, not if you can bootstrap, go into fundraising. When you get an investor, again, it's gonna take you two to swing or two to tango, meaning that it's a relationship that you will have to build with the investors. So again, be careful in choosing who are those people that you would want to tango with, right? Another thing is, let's just think about what investors are looking for. I think Emre mentioned this a bit, but they're looking for returns, right? But first of all, I think when they're evaluating any of the companies that they see multiple per weekly and monthly basis, they're looking for clues. Essentially, they're looking for the avoidance of the red flags. Let's put it other way, right? They're looking for ventures that can be aligned with their mandate to invest. So essentially, they look for clues and something that will help them later on to approve their own internal investment committees. And they're also looking for clues that the people behind this team, the team, has the ability to execute and do it rather well. Because we all know that the market's changing, the competitors evolve, there's could be many things happening, and then usually the investment from a VC is coming for from 3 to 7 years, maybe to even 10 years. And therefore, lots of things can happen within that time frame. Therefore, the investors are looking to those team credentials and then ability to actually execute and do well no matter what. So I would like to kind of mention what makes an investor a good one, right? Because again, because it's someone you're gonna take for tango for quite some time, you'd better have this kind of your own criteria, right? There are a couple of recommendations from my side which you can use. So the investor should be someone that could be your fixer with international experience. You are, as entrepreneurs, you might do some mistakes, right? You might do some things that you could avoid, let's put it that way. And it's always great to have someone that will be behind your back and help you in fixing the things on the fly, right? So someone with international experience, someone that has this, right people in different locations and can help you with fixing things. Then proven expertise and know-how. Again, this is like idealistic world, right? Again, maybe this kind of investors do not exist, but I'm just giving you some of the indications of ideal case scenario. So proven expertise and know-how, they know well your industry, they can support you with potential clients, with potential people to hire, etc. Someone who can be generous with advice, someone you will be interested to listen. That's very important. I think that person should be a balanced dreamer when it comes to realist and optimist, because you building ventures in tech, usually it's, not necessarily something you can feel and see that easy. And you, as investor, you definitely want to support those entrepreneurs in their like goals and like future aspirations, but still keeping the balance of being realistic and kind of like putting them down to earth, right? Ideally, those investors also entrepreneurs themselves, so they did a couple of ventures, they've been C-level executives, so they know they've been through what you're going through. They are they were building teams together, they were building products, etc. So again, ideally they have that experience. Obviously, clean cash, you don't want to have someone like bandits or like money laundering, of course, that's not gonna work. And someone who could be a good intuition and psychologist. Very like quick to understand thing on how the investors are thinking and how the whole this venture approach to risk management, right? Basically, the earlier the investor gets in, the lower the valuation, higher the risk, right? So then according when we move from stage to stage, the valuation goes up, the risk goes less. So again, in these different phases of investment, there are different types of investors that are focused on specific areas. So you will rarely find in a, say, venture fund, they'll be investing from, idea stage to IPO. Usually they're around like, early stage, which is like seed to idea to seed, or seed to series A, or series B to C, but they will not be like the whole thing. So choose them wisely and understand what kind of risk appetite they have and what kind of how do you approach them and what do you talk to them about. So in terms of the fundraising process, again, in terms of like do's and don'ts, first you need to outline why you're raising, create your fundraising goal, like how much, right? Create your fundraising plans, like when do you need that? Ideally, you need to start your fundraising process 6 months before you are out of cash, your burn rate, right, for 6 months and above. You would want to understand who are your investors, like specific investors, like names, not only their profile, but like specific companies, specific partners within the companies, the investment firms, etc. And obviously, perfect your pitch and understand the whole, like make it, polish it to the right thing. I would suggest one thing on the research investors. There's a lot of information online, right? I would suggest you like do your research very well, do cross-checking, talk to the companies that they invested before, do your due diligence on the investors that you might be getting on board. That's important, and that's rather something that you would want to do early on. And in terms of like perfect your pitch, you all know, I think it's nothing like crazy. Again, this is about clues that you need to give to the investors. You need to clearly state what is the problem that you're fixing, what is the solution, how big is the market, your business model, unfair advantage, who are your competitors, marketing plan, team, funding goals and all of that. I think this is just like a kind of like, common sense. And if you have any additional things that you want to add, obviously it should be in your pitch. And this is something that, again, will simplify for the investors the going through this like red flags, as I mentioned earlier. So a little bit on how this whole fundraising works. Usually you're gonna reach out to the investor ideally through a warm introduction from someone, from an entrepreneur or from an investor, from your friend or something. Then you're gonna have a first meeting. Probably if it goes well, if everything's fine, you send lots of materials. Then you have a second meeting, which is like more like on a partner level meeting. Usually the first meetings are happening with like the analysts and people like that within the VC funds. Then you go with a partner meeting, sending some follow-up term sheet, ideally, then due diligence from both sides, and signing and closing. So this whole slide is to again highlight that this will take time. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not a week's question. It's a month's question. Therefore, please be careful when you plan your fundraising. Again, more or less 6 months before you're running out of cash. When due diligence is going to be done by investors on your ventures, they'll be looking into management and personnel, the customers. They might talk to your customers, your partners. They might, just like, call them and ask them, what do you think about that venture with that company? The product technology, so like tech due diligence. Again, if this is something very techy, they might ask for external people to do that. If it's more like, common things that they may do within in-house, within their among the partners, they will see how you do marketing and sales. They will obviously check all of your legal and financial and operational documents, all your contracts, your legal docs, and all of this is super, super important. So how do you get to those investor meetings, right? So this could be a couple of options. The best one that is working, I think, is the referrals. Again, through friends, to your like fellow entrepreneurs or investors. This works the best. Also, some networking events like this that we're now at today. Some thought leadership online on LinkedIn, maybe, or something similar to that. You could be very deep in research and like famous for doing some specific, again, publications and stuff. Your traction might lead to investor meetings. I mean, if you perform too well, the investors will reach out to you themselves. So this is how you get basically those investor meetings set it up. And to go through like do's and don'ts, a couple of things. So do's for the company, start by doing things that don't scale, meaning essentially you need to understand every single part of your value chain creation as a founders, as someone that will be raising money. So to answer all the potential questions of the investors, you would need to know every single thing, every single step of your value creation. Then make sure you create a product that the customers actually need. Outsource as much as you can. Automate as much as you can. Like we have all these AI agents right now. Use them. Set up smart goals, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-based goals. Obviously, you need to have healthy unit economics. Probably you heard about the terms of LTV versus CAC, so lifetime value versus the customer acquisition cost. It should be at least 3. So basically the cost of customer that you get should be 3 times less than this customer brings into the business. The more it is, the better. Obviously 10, 20 is fantastic and all of that. Retention, etc. Hire the right people. Obviously it's very hard to do, And of course, for the compliance, all the legal documents and other things should be there. In terms of the do's for the fundraising, I would say that you would need to segment your investors by size, types of investment, and their mandate. Use multiple channels, not only one LinkedIn or, emails. Do follow up religiously. Engage, comment, try to give first, give them a bit of value. Maybe share some research on your industry or something. Build relationship and nurture those relationships. Send regular updates, weekly, monthly. Usually it's monthly, actually. Be transparent, never lie. try when you segment your investors, like say tier 1, 2, 3, 1 being like the best, like your perfect match. Start with the ones number 3, because you know, you can basically get some feedback, and if they don't invest, you don't care that much. So you can kind of like practice a bit more on them, and obviously have all the documents ready and adapt. Quickly on the don'ts, and this is my last couple of slides.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
so
good because, yes.
yeah, I know. I'm checking my time. Yes.
Thank you, Igor.
Yes. So don'ts are: avoid aggressive tactics, don't cold email, don't harass, ignore feedback. Do not ignore feedback. If someone gave you, there is a reason for that. Think about from different perspective to your companies. Do not rely on the single method as if like, oh, I'm going to be only like doing the online thought leadership. No, do referrals, do all the other things. Yeah, use role name and the greeting. When you do the sometimes copy paste, you forget this kind of things. This is very depressing as an investor. Be very precise, concrete, understand like how do you build this like credibility with the investor when you write to them. Don't be rude, obviously don't lie, and this is it. Whew. I think this is 15 minutes, no?
Go through it, Igor. Thank you very much. Very good presentation. I have again a number of questions, but we will have Hamad joining us, and then hopefully we will have some time for questions. But thank you. Very good information you provided, and particularly, I'm not familiar with much of the things that you were talking about. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So now we have Hamad Alaftan as from in Investors Relations section. Hamad, welcome. You're there. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, done.
You are unmuted already. Very good having you here, Hamad. Just real briefly, you're a business graduate with over 15 years of experience in innovation and entrepreneurship. Hamad currently serves as acting innovation manager at the Sabah Al Ahmad Center for Giftedness and Creativity in Kuwait, where he fosters a culture of innovation and supports creative initiatives. Hamad also leads business development and commercializing efforts, and previously partnered with Smart Sustainable Solutions to drive entrepreneurial and sustainable projects. It's so exciting to have you here. Sustainability is my research area, so I'm so excited to hear all about what you will have to present today, Hamad. Floor is yours. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Naz, and I feel just a little bit unlucky to present my paper after Igor and Mr. Emri, which is make it more difficult and put a lot of weight on my shoulder. But I hope so I can present something simple, easy, and light on you, and I hope so I can share some thoughtful that we have here. So first of all, I am not acting anymore. I am now the manager of the scientific innovation in SACGC. So regarding the topic, I just would like to share some of how SACGC can see how we can empower the innovator and how we can build Kuwait innovation from the idea to the market. So first of all, I would like to present that SACGC is a full subsidiary for KFAS, Kuwait Foundation for the Advancement of Science, which is a huge, big NGO in Kuwait, specialized to support and grant scientific culture in Kuwait. So how SACGC can empower innovator? We are empowering innovator through the IB and the patent and innovation program and training, and of course with the international exposure and also community and ecosystem. So our broad target is to enhance the ecosystem in Kuwait. But what we make us different, how we set the goals to receive this goal, is how we can enhance the Kuwaiti ecosystem and innovation in Kuwait. So first of all, I will start from our vision with it recently embedded, that first of all, we are only focusing in scientific innovation. So when we are now, as you may know, innovation is a big word and big responsibility. So we specialize mainly on the scientific part of innovation, and also it must be strategically aligned with the national priority and all our mother company KFAS priority. Also, Professor, I just add this one for you. Sustainability is one of the main cornerstone that we will rely on. Also, just for the impact, we'd like to have a lasting impact. That what make us to working in to establish a long-term tracking impact for our alumni and our inventors, so we would like to measure the impact. So the impact is not more like how many patents that we have. We would like to measure our KPIs and what's the impact that you made. Regional leadership. So just to set our benchmark, we would like to position SACGC as a regional role model for innovation in the region. So starting from Kuwait, expanding to GCC and all the MENA regions. So what is our compass? Of course, our compass is the GI and the all international indices that work with us. We would like to align with it. Also to be aligned with the new Kuwait 2035 vision and mostly is KFAS strategic plan. So we would like to we like to separate our goals and plans into 3 layers. First one, we call it ideation, or just today I am calling it how to ignite. So how we can enhance the ecosystem in this level. We would like to focus on innovation events and public engagement. Last year, we held more than 30 plus events in this regard. Mentorship through our community, also IB and legal guidance, also ideation program and scientific hackathon. For the last year, we have a medical ideation program. This year, we had an engineering ideation program which held with the cooperation with IE University in Madrid. So we start with 75 candidates. It will shortlisted to 21. Before 2 weeks, we choose the winners, 3 winners. They will go to Madrid next month to showcase their projects, so give them international exposure. Also to hosting top level speakers. After 10 days, we are hosting the winner of CES event, the winner of Innovation Award of CES event last year. Also continuing outreach to expand innovator network. What is the expected outcome? What we are looking for? We are looking for higher exposure of SACGC mission. We're looking for a larger innovator base for progression to innovate, which is next stage. Also, we like to have a living innovation committee built on continuity, network, growth, what may give us a successful stories to create a momentum, help us to enhance our ecosystem. So second level will be acceleration, what we are calling today, how to elevate, how we can reach in this stage. We are working in technical and engineer support, so we have a platform we can any Kuwaiti national can access it and can have appointment to have the proper support and proper mentorship regarding 3D, CNC, mentorship and everything for in the technical field. Also, we have to have this year we start our structured mentorship tracks, which is mostly provided with our programs alumni, since now we have a big base of alumni that we can stand on. So now we are using them to help the another generation by mentorship. Also, we have big effort for proof of concept validation pipeline, which is support the first stage regarding the IB and the patent. So in this stage, we help them to prove the concept. Also, we have some programs, technical training this year. We sent 10 Kuwaitis to Taiwan to have just a big training course on the semiconductor, just apart to be aligned with the global effort. What is my expected outcome from this? Of course, I need more ideas reaching tangible, testable form. Also, we need to have inventors equipped with the technical readiness. Also, to have stronger internal ecosystem, and progression to commerce. Now that will bring us to the third stage. Now we are talking about what is it, market access, what we will call it today, how to launch. So we are working to support people in this by give them support them with the needed related skills and knowledge in this stage. We would like to help them in this stage to minimize their risk and to increase the chance of their succeed. So we don't want to let them launch alone, so we will help them by safety nets. So now we have go-to-market training and resources. We have demo days and industrial matchmaking. So at the middle of next December, we will have big impact and demo day in Kuwait. We would like to make industrial matchmaking for our alumni and for all the winners for our program at the end of the year. Legal support and feasibility study, these big non-financial services that we provide for all our alumni. Also, a global exposure, global innovation events. That's part of our work to empower them. So we're talking about, for example, JITEX at the regional level, JITEX, Web Summit, LEAP, and in the international level that we have CS and Geneva Fair. What is our expected outcome here? We're looking to have locally successful stories for Kuwait innovation. We'd like to create a successful story that can be a role model for the market, a greater success rate in commercializing high potential. We all know that commercializing rate is very low in all, globally. We'd like to work to enhance it and also to enhance international presence for Kuwait innovator through our participation in the international event. So thank you everyone, and thank you. And I will not forget to thank Dr. Hanadi Lumbarki to give us this opportunity every year to be network with this kind of brightful mind. And I hope that I did represent a nice paper. I think now I just reached 10 minutes. I will donate my 5 minutes to Emily and Spirin eventually. Thank you.
Ahmad, thank you so much. Your presentation was definitely very sustainable. You went through everything so clearly and effectively, very efficient presenter you are. Thank you so much. And it's obvious that you're doing amazing things, and particularly trying to engage students and taking them on board, informing them. That is so critical because they are the future of us. And it's very, very critical. So we will have a couple of questions, hopefully, but I'd like to start with you. I know you waited for a little bit to present your presentation, but before I forget, I have one quick question. Speaking of students, what do you see them? Are they excited about learning about innovations? What do you see happening?
So in our SAC KGC, we have two kinds. So as you can see, it's Sabah Al-Ahmed Center for Giftedness and Creativity. So I am managing the creativity part. The other part is giftedness. So because we know that giftedness regarding this young is very big important, so we create two important departments to serve them. One of them is giftedness, so that we are working on them from early stage and we set up an international what they like now, and what we are focusing now on the Olympics. Now we are launching the physics, chemistry, math Olympics, and we would like to reach the international bar. And for the other part, we have a designated department. It's called capacity building, that is target kids from 7 till 18 years old to empower them with all related knowledge. And as you may know, that AI is one of the most important topics. And next week we will have for them sustainability for kids. So
very good. Yes, thank you. I see in the chat.
Yes, please. I have a chat question is related to contact, if there is the possibility to contact Mr. Hamid. As I have a product, I need to spill to the market for the oil spill treatment and recovery.
So do you need, I can provide you my email now for any?
Yes, please. If there is any contact for you from your side, I appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you very much. I don't have your name, but thank you. That's
My name is Ahlam Sulami. I was a keynote before your session started. I following you and you're doing amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very good point.
Professor Matt, hello, how are you? Sorry, when you asked about me earlier of your track, I've been with the media in the TV live, and the other media person wants some speech about our event. And just in case, I need to make a comment about Hamid statement. You asked him about the student. I need to draw your attention. I'm one from the students from education system. When we studying in high school, we've been doing also some marathon about R&D, some research, and we reaching a high level. We coming in competitions for the Ministry of Education. Then this competitions, it's happening since before, let's say 14 years. Then our education system is very innovative, and we need now to lead the student for inventions. Is not only competing and getting medal, competing and getting medal. We're getting plenty of medal and certificate. Now we need to engage the student about the inventions, and it's highly contributed positively in economic growth and economic diversification. And it's the conference, it's about economic diversification based on innovation ecosystem, entrepreneurial ecosystem, and AI ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hanadi. Another year we are here, but thank you for having me here. I saw that David, Dr. Maddie is here. It seems to me that every year we are seeing each other here at this conference, thanks to Dr. Hanadi putting this together. I'd like to mention one thing. If Emre and Igor, if you could also provide your email addresses in the chat, if anyone would like to reach out to you regarding your talk, maybe they may have some questions, because we kind of run out of time right now. I think we will join the next session, but they will reach out to you. For example, I would love to have your slides, the information that you had on your slides, if you don't mind. And I would love to be in touch with you both, all three of you. I already have Hamad's contact information. Thank you, all of you, and thank you for having me, Dr. Hanadi. I hope.
I need to draw your attention, Professor Naz. We have Hoover platform, and Hoover platform, it is an AI platform, can connect all the speakers, all the attendees together by just you drop some message, instant message, and your photo and your information, agenda, PowerPoint, all is there in the platform. Then get the benefit of this platform is very expensive. I buy it every year.
I will definitely utilize it. I need to become more technologically advanced, because I'm attending this conference every year. I need to be more knowledgeable.
We have to use it more to minimize the costs in the economy.
Thank you again for all the speakers, and thank you for having me. We'll join the next session right now.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, Igor. Thank you.
So next session, I am not quite sure who is the roundtable, but I know who's the speaker. That would be David. That's yes. You. And I'm not quite sure who is the moderator, but since I'm here, probably it's me.
Yes.
I
The
didn't leave yet.
the moderator, it's from your school. It is Professor Hima Rabdi. You see the name in the agenda?
I am not seeing the.
Well,
Okay.
we have been at this conference, I think, since the beginning, Dr. Hanadi.
Yes, this is the
So
6th
we are
year.
very familiar with the format. I think we can facilitate.
Absolutely, David is
us.
so right. Yes, we are the experts.
We are veterans.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks, Hanadi.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, David, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. And also, actually, we brought Hilton and I will be having conversations through this this presentation. But also, our colleague Elizabeth Binning is with us, and I think she's maybe not allocated as a presenter, and there she comes. So now it's the three of us. First of all, thank you, Dr. Hanadi, once again for having us and give us this opportunity to talk about how we work with AI, and especially how business advisors can utilize AI technologies. We have, as of every year, something new to show this year that we're excited about to launch for the first time in the Middle East as we are here today. I myself am from Denmark. Hilton is based in South Africa, from South Africa. Elizabeth in the United States, in Texas. And we are a company that have staff all over the world. We also have representatives in the Middle East, in Asia, and everywhere. And as I say every year, one of the things I truly like about this conference, Dr. Hanadi, is how you managed to assemble such an international audience from around the world. I don't think I know any other conference that has such a broad representation. So congratulations on that. Otherwise, I think we will get started. And for those who are here live, and I know that many will be watching recordings as well, I want to kick us off first here. Say just a few words about Growth Wheel. We are a company dedicated to support the business advisors. So we don't work with the entrepreneurs, we work with the business advisors and bring to them everything they need to be successful. This includes training and many other things, and AI as well. And today, what we're going to talk about and launch is a new tool that we made, and we're going to show how it integrates with AI. This is just not the tool that we made. We're going to really show a case study of how any tool that you might be using, you may be using the business model canvas, you may be using a SWOT analysis, you may be using balanced scorecard, you may be using any kind of framework for advising entrepreneurs, or even if you're an entrepreneur yourself, to develop your business. We're going to show a case study here of how we implemented the bridge between such frameworks and technologies with AI. But I do owe everyone just a few words about the Growth Wheel advisory system. We've been occupied for 17 years in figuring out how advisors can be better. And it is a challenge when you are an advisor that it's easy to get overwhelmed because you're working with as an advisor with many different kinds of businesses and different life stages, different industries with different personalities. And they have very many different business problems. However, we always thought that the real problem is how to get organized. And that's why Growth Wheel is a simple structure of how you can look at a business, have conversations, dive into different areas, and it works for any kind of industry. So I know we here at this conference have participants from the healthcare industry, we have from the technology industry, but we also have entrepreneurs who are in the food industry or any other industry, and all of them can use this framework in their business. They can use it no matter what life stage they're at. So maybe even we have entrepreneurs at the conference who are thinking about starting a business, and I know for sure that we have representatives who've been running their businesses for very many years and might be in their growth stage, their mature stage, or even in a transition. Growth Wheel, the framework can be used for even businesses of different sizes, whether you are a one-person company, a 50-person company, or a 500-person company. So what really Growth Wheel is a way to show what we're going to work with. And as we're utilizing AI, the question becomes, how is it that AI can support some of this work? One such challenge that companies have is to create an attractive business concept. What is a great product, service, or technology that somebody wants to buy? So you work on designing products, and you work on writing up missions, finding the right business model, finding the right customer portfolio, and find out how you can be different than the competition and things like that. But it's not enough to have a great business idea. You also need to have an organization behind it. So you need to hire people, full-time, part-time, freelance, remote. You need to have partners, distributors, vendors, suppliers, and so on. You need to have an organizational structure for that. In terms of business processes, there are legal compliance in some cases. You need an executive team and management and all that stuff that everybody who runs a business or advises on already knows. So sometimes we focus on that. Other times it's about customer relations, because that's really where the income is coming from. So how can businesses build lasting customer relations? Through networking, marketing, branding, through sales work, customer journeys and things like that. But even for those companies who have a lot of customers and who write a lot of invoices, there's one last challenge, which is to make money. Be profitable by having efficient procedures, using technology through them, manage margins, accounts, cost structures, and facilities and whatever is in the business. So what Growthfield has always been about is to break down these 4 challenges into 20 focus areas. So that the first thing an advisor and a business can do is figure out what matters most. Not everything in a business is important all the time, so we need to focus. And Growthfield is really a tool for prioritization. It's a framework that is really a checklist in a circle with colors on it, and then advisors and clients look at this to determine at any given point in time, on a board meeting, executive management team meeting, or when someone is sitting by their desk, which one is it that we're going to work on today? This framework is utilized in many ways, but we're going to talk about today, and we're going to show the AI features that we have. But first, a few words about Growthfield. And I think, Elizabeth, I'm just going to hand it over to you and say a few words just to give everybody an overview of what is it that Growthfield is doing, so you can see what we're going to present here in the context of that.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. So yeah, so we've had, I will go ahead and share my screen then.
I can share mine if you want. Yep.
That's okay. I will go ahead and, all righty. So yeah, so we've been working with over 5,000 business advisors since 2008. And we are used in 68 countries all around the world and counting. And so what we have as we look at Growth Wheels, we've got 6 things. First of all, we do have our Growth Wheel certification course. We have additional levels of certification as well. Secondly, we also have a business advisor certificate that focuses more on those interpersonal skills that help you become a trusted advisor. Third, we have business tool library with over 300 tools to help clients learn about various aspects of business, whether it's about hiring that next employee, how to manage their lender, or what marketing they should be doing. Fifth, we have a client learning platform where clients can learn about business topics on demand in their home at whatever time works for them. Fifth, we have an advisor CRM system and a client portal that was designed for the business advising industry. So advisors can track their interactions, their emails, and all the tools that they've shared with clients. And sixth, we have impact reporting so that you can customize that with the data, have it on the scheduling you need. That's just right there for you. So yeah, so that's what we have. And so now we've got our business canvas we're going to talk about.
That's right. And I can kick us off on that one. That is really number 3. We're looking at the tools. And one of the tools that we have enabled with AI is the 360 business canvas. So what we set out to do here is not what you may be familiar with, the business model canvas that Elizabeth is going to share more about a little bit later to make a comparison. But we set out to figure out, if you're an advisor, how can you best understand a client's business? Because you can't really advise a business if you don't understand it. So we believe you need to have a 360 view on a business, and why not base that on the Growthfield framework? So our canvas, the 360 business canvas, looks like this. It has exactly one box for each of those areas that I just presented in the Growthfield framework. And we also have individual pages here for those who are using this, and we will share a link shortly how you can download this tool. We have a freemium version, so everybody can get their hands on this tool right away. And then what we have done is we have just distilled one key question. And you can also think of this as a prompt, as we're going to get back to in just a moment. But one key question about these different focus areas in business that is required to make a business grow. So it starts with the business idea. What is the business? It moves on to the product portfolio. What are customers buying? To the revenue model. What are customers paying? To the customer portfolio. Who are the customers? And to the market position, who is the competition. So these are very, very fundamental questions, right, that any advisor would ask a client anyway. What we have done, as we now see in the first section up here, is also to go in and add some additional keywords. Because when you ask a client or yourself as a business owner, what is the business? You could also ask, what is the mission of the business? What is the vision of the business in the future? What's the story behind the business and how it was first created? What are the values that this business believes in? And what is the growth potential of this business? So as you will see, for each of these areas, there are keywords. Now, this becomes important when you prompt the AI, because if you just ask AI, what is the business? It will surely come up with a nice answer. But if you ask the AI, what is the business, and specify mission, vision, story, values, and potential, or evaluate those things, or come up with ideas for those things, or whatever the prompt is, it is a more rich prompt. We're going to talk much more about the importance of the richness of the prompt and the challenges in making them rich, and how technologies like what we're showing can help with that. But the canvas also sometimes focus on organization, who leads the company, who works at the company, who are the partners in the company, how's the company working in terms of business processes, and what is the legal foundation? Could be incorporation, compliance, contracts, IP rights, and things like that. When it comes to customer relations, some basic questions that advisors ask the clients they work with is, how are contacts made? How is marketing done? How's the company selling? How's the company using media? What is the company brand? What makes people come back? What are the stories they tell? What's the visual identity and things like that? And lastly, of course, for operations, how is money made? How's the business financed? How is the company producing and delivering services? What technologies are used and which facilities are used? So you see from these basic questions and the keywords that this is a simple visual framework to get an overview, a full 360 perspective on a business, so you can really understand it. And you can't really advise a business if you don't understand it. So that is something that we have developed, and that we are using in AIs we're going to show later. But before we get to that, Elizabeth, I'd like, I don't know if you want to share your own slides, or we can roll on with mine, but you may be familiar already with the business model Canvas. So it's interesting to see the difference also, so you know, if you're going to use this in your in combination with AI, what the difference is in what AI is going to produce with these two different frameworks. Elizabeth?
Yeah, absolutely. Because maybe you're already using business model canvas or lean canvas. A canvas really, as David was saying, is nothing but a question in a box. And so as you can see that it's really, you know, these are just frameworks that we're looking at here with these options. And but there are some differences, and we can take a look at those. So some of the little bit significant, slightly different names for some of these. So for example, what we call, you know, with what we have here on the screen, you can see what they call value propositions. We've broken into business idea versus product portfolio. And then also you can see another difference is what we call revenue model. They call revenue streams and channels. So they're broken up a little bit differently. Now, Growth Wheel, it doesn't just have those 9 areas that they have in Business Model Canvas. We have 20 focus areas. And so we do have more areas that are covered, as you can see this. So we know that Business Model Canvas kind of famously leaves out things like financing and ownership and, you know, communications and facilities, IT. So some of those things are left out. So that's why we like to make sure that those are covered. So, so we can take a look that, of course, now with Business Model Canvas, it was sort of designed to make multiple different business models and then tweak little different areas and kind of figure out which one's the best way. With Growth Wheel, it's a little bit different. Our canvas, we're trying to get that full 360-degree view and then decide where to focus. In Business Model Canvas, traditionally you would use Post-it notes to do brainstorming and put those on those different areas. David already pointed out that we have some keywords at the bottom of all of those areas. So here what we do is we look at those, we actually dive into decision sheets. So each one of those keywords represents a different decision sheet that we can use. So we have lots of different decision sheets in Growth Wheel that we can take a look at. And we have a few examples here. For example, we've got the product portfolio. So we can say, hey, maybe, you know, helping the client to brainstorm what should be the product or service mix that they want to offer. Or maybe, you know, who is that next key employee that they want to recruit for the business, and who are they? What are they going to be contributing to the business? What role would they play? What would be their education and mindset and things like that? We could also maybe think about a client that needs to work on their elevator pitch and define who that audience is going to be and help them work on that. Or maybe come up with ways that they could have better cash flow. So both short and long term. So we have all kinds of different ways that clients can brainstorm as we look through those different options that we have. And that really is what we, you know, kind of help clients to think through. And that's how Growth Wheel is a little bit different than Business Model Canvas.
Yeah, that's right. Now, we have a 4-step growth planning process that we're just going to walk you through before we see how the AI integrates. And one thing is to get the big picture of a business. That is what the canvas is doing. There's another step really is then to decide of all this information you have, what matters most. It is certainly knowing the destination, setting goals. So let's say employee matters most. Let's say market entry matters most. Then you want to define some specific goals. Get into a number of markets, get a certain number of revenue, get a certain number of distributors, something like that. Maybe hire one new employee, maybe hire one new employee per month, or whatever it might be. And then the 4th step in our simple growth planning process is to plan the next step, break goals down into details. This is not something that is new. It's actually very true to the way that advisors work. So when you download the canvas, the Growth Wheel 360 canvas, you actually see that on the backside, this 4-step process is mentioned. There will be a way to make an assessment on this piece of paper. Those who are Growth Wheel certified and use our online platform can do that in the cloud, of course. When it comes to goals, you can make a little list here right on the sheet of paper that you're using, because it actually comes here even as a pad, so that you can sit with them in a meeting like with a piece of paper. But you can also go online and have sophisticated AI features to break down these goals. And on the backside, you can make an action plan. Of course, it gets even smarter when you do this in the cloud. And here's actually an example I want to show you from our AI. You can generate an action plan just from adding an ambition. It'll automatically put it on 30 days. Here's repeating. You have an ambition, you generate an action plan, and AI is very good at making details. We may do a presentation of this a little bit later. So there you go, is that 4-step process. All right. So I want to next jump in and give you a live demo of how this looks when we're using the AI with the canvas. So let me just jump over here. Then I don't know if you want to jump in now, Hilton. Otherwise, I will have you comment after I make the next part of the presentation, and you can talk a little bit about the experience in South Africa of utilizing this.
After your presentation.
Yes, I thought so. Very good. So let me share my screen right here and show you the Growth Wheel platform live. And yes, I did pick an opening here where we have our Arabic translation. So we have Growth Wheel in 19 different languages because we have partners all over the world. So one of them here is Arabic. I am going to switch to English though, if not for the audience's sake, then for my own. So we can just take a look here at how it works. Growth Wheel is a CRM system, as Elizabeth mentioned. So you have a list of your clients, and you can go in and invite them to the platform so they can log on and have an account there as well. We have, when you go into one client, the option of making business profiles. You can make financial overviews. You can make work on budgets and things like that. But we are going to focus on the growth plan. And on the growth plan, we have a number of things that we might take a look at. But today, our focus is the canvas. So I want to show you here that how you can upload a canvas to the platform. So if someone filled out the PDF file with the information that is asked in there, you'll see here that you can upload this PDF file. And the first thing the AI will do is simply read the file in just a moment here. So now you have all this information. You can copy it, you can paste it, you can edit it and work on it. So that can be very convenient when clients or advisors together have added all these key bullet points for the presentation. For example, this is a coffee roasting company. They make coffee roasters, and under business idea, they wrote, starting a coffee roasting company that will manufacture coffee roasters, offer roasting cleaning services, and sell roasted coffee beans, and so on. So now we have all this information in one place. And all this information, of course, can be used in the prompt. One of the problems when we're using AI is that our prompts are not good enough, right? We learned that by now. You could be a little bit tired of AI from time to time. It does 80% of the work, but you have to do the 20. And the 20 is a lot. Let's say you go in and you want to have some help with working on a business, and you write, I want this for this particular kind of business, and AI will write you a lot. It will write you as many pages as you want. Now you have to read them. And after you read them, you realize, this is not exactly what I was looking for. So you give the AI more details. Maybe you do it in a project, maybe you do it in a MyGTP or whatever you have. So you update the prompt, and it will generate much better content, but you have to read that as well. And it's still not perfect. So those who are using AI a lot knows that the prompting is really demanding. You have to really make an effort on the prompt. It's a very iterative process if you want to have consistent results again and again. And what we have found is that many business advisors and businesses don't spend the time of making the prompt. It just takes too much time. Now, if you have as input for your prompt all this information about the business, then you have a very rich prompt. And now you can generate really valuable documents. In this first release that came out just a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, we have launched first for the AI to generate conversation starters, opportunities, and market research ideas. Let me show you how that works. We have an API to OpenAI's ChatGPT that we are using. And what we do is we feed this AI now with a prompt, and we're asking it to come up with a conversation starter. We're basically saying, now this company answered some questions here on these 20 focus areas that we think really covers 360. But what would be deep dive questions? And without the user having to do any prompting, we've designed it so it comes up with a question for business idea, product portfolio, revenue model, and so on. It follows the 360 business canvas and asks some deeper dive questions like product portfolio. Based on what was written, a question comes up. In what ways can we expand the product portfolio to meet the needs of coffee enthusiasts and businesses alike? That's a pretty good question. It may not be a good question. If it's not, we can delete it and we can focus on some of the others. So as an advisor, you may not want to present your client with 20 questions for everything, but it's certainly a good starting point. And what I find is that even, of course, if one of these questions are not right, it inspires me to a better question. So that's one of the things that advisors need. They need conversation starters, right? So they can start that whole process of prompting and asking clients. And you may think of questions naturally. We do as advisors and as human beings who learn about other businesses, but we may not think about 20 questions that cover 360. So AI is great at that, especially when it gets a rich prompt with all these details. Now, you may not want to have conversation starters. Maybe a business comes to you because they really want to have new opportunities, like in a SWOT analysis. But instead of starting with a blank square where you have to put in bullet points for what are opportunities for this particular business, why not give the AI a rich prompt from the canvas and say, given all this information about the business, what would be potential opportunities? We asked for only 10. That's how we engineered the prompt. It could be different, but again, we take away from the use of the work of thinking about. You have to limit it. You have to have just enough and not too much. So yeah, here we have a generation of ideas. For example, enhance the subscription model. And it even shows some options for how that could be done. So now advisors suddenly have 10 options. This can be downloaded. This can be copied. You can change and edit things that you don't like. So it is much faster to have conversations with businesses about what the opportunities are. But maybe this is not what you want. Maybe you're not ready to suggest any opportunities. As an advisor, you may prefer to first do some research. We need to know more about this business before we can advise it. So you want to have a research plan. And any advisor can make that, but not this fast. So what we do is now we say, well, given this information about the business, what could we research? And it comes up with typically with some good stuff. Industry trends, that's a classic. Consumer behavior, competitor benchmarking, but also distribution channels, right? And it mentions specifically the coffee industry here, an example of the Specialty Coffee Association, for example, where you could do market research or look for trends, for example. It even has specific sources for research, Nielsen IQ, IBIS World, maybe familiar with some of these places where you can get information about something. So that is how we took and made a bridge from a framework, a structure for a conversation. We have the 360 business canvas, but this could be done with the business model canvas or any other framework. We get this information into our platform. We use this information in a prompt that's been engineered to produce at least these 3 documents. And this is just the beginning. Before the end of the spring quarter, we can have at least another 3 business documents that can be generated right here. And you can, of course, upload as many canvases as you want so that you have an option to produce the documents you need for advising a business. So that was my presentation of our technology, first here presented in the Middle East at your conference, Dr. Hanadi. And now I want to welcome questions from the audience, of course, and comments as well on what you've seen. But also, Hilton, I want to start with you just to share a little bit of your perspective on what this technology have done for entrepreneurs in South Africa in particular.
Good evening, everyone, and it's great to be back. And it's it feels like a little family, you know. And I saw Igor here. He comes from a different family, so it seems the family is connecting, and the village is growing wider and wider. Yes, I think, you know, I figure one can't just talk about South Africa anymore and just, you know, AI has made the world flat. Now everyone is a coder, and similarly, you know, everyone has access to information. The challenge we have now is that, you know, over the years, with our experience, advisors have gone from business plan writers to focusing on using a structured system. And, you know, very much, Elizabeth, you know, business model canvas was that thing that kind of pulled everyone into kind of the sticky note, you know, ideation thinking, and then AI in some way took people back to this business plan way of working, which was again with lots of text, lots of resources, and so that efficiency kind of went. And so the challenge that we found with business advisors and their clients is they use the free version of the LLMs. And then this doesn't give you specific data. And so, yes, David, people spend a lot more time in the admin side. They have to read those documents, right? They have to make sure that some other company isn't mentioned in their growth plan, in their report, you know. And they also, you know, business advisory is about focusing on your customers' needs and their customers' needs. So if you have a general response in your AI, this becomes a problem, you know? And so I think, Elizabeth, and like we've both have many years working in small business and incubators, etc. We've seen this evolution, and it's always those that kind of find the structured approach. Entrepreneurship is chaos, and I think Dr. Hanadi, I think AI has made this a little bit more chaotic for us than ever before, because now your client arrives with 12 AI documents and you were there supposed to focus on their growth plan, what really most needs their attention. And so I find that this is perhaps the challenge for entrepreneurship support organizations around the world, is that we back into taking business advisors, mentors, and coaches into administrative staff. You know, during COVID, many people had surveys and everyone reported their impact on spreadsheets. And this also turned them to inefficient professional resources for business advice, you know, called business advisors. And so I think, you know, what we've seen here with with not just our 360 business model canvas, but with the integration of AI in a structured manner, is that your clients is able to benefit from your efficiency. And I think that's very important. Clients don't have time to waste.
Very much. And I think you make a good point. I guess with the generic business plans, right, that are just too generic, and anybody, an investor, a lender, who is looking at these things will immediately see that it's not specific enough. And I guess, Elizabeth, as you were a business advisor for 19 years, and I guess in the past, people would copy templates, right? They would find on the internet someone had a business plan template, and it's kind of the same now. Because they're still templates, right? They're just a little bit smarter and quick and so on. So there's a little bit of parallel there, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're always looking for something. What is that easiest way to do this? It's not like I never had anyone that said, "Oh, I can't wait to write my business plan." You know, they'd always beg me as their business advisor, "Can't you write that for me? You know, can't you do that for me?" And so they're just looking for the easiest and the fastest shortcut to get that done. Absolutely.
Yeah. And talking about the shortcut, Elizabeth, we've seen that, advisors that doesn't kind of, everyone is using, about 97% of people are using AI. It's been the fastest adopted kind of, new tool that we have on the internet and so forth. Only 1% has really achieved what they were set out, what they wanted to get. And so therein lies a huge problem, is that some people then end up training these large language modules with a free kind of user login and putting their client data there. And do they actually aware of what they're doing, which laws they are breaching? We have GDPR in the US, in EU, we have, in South Africa, we have papaya, and I'm not sure what they have in the Middle East, but I think, these are the kind of things that we need to think about as business advisors. We are accountable, we're responsible, but just like we use the internet, and just like we kind of said, you can't copy someone's business plan, we also need to be responsible as we use different tools, right? And it's actually one of the things that we've discussed and researched the last 7-8 months, David. In South Africa, we hold the G20 and the Startup 20, where we cover things like entrepreneurship support and etc. These are some of the things that we identified is data sovereignty and where AI is taking us, and whether you work in the structured environment, because not only you're protecting your localized support, but you're also protecting your customer or your entrepreneurship center in what you put forward into an open system. And I think what we've achieved, since we first kind of built the MVP for the 360 Business Canvas, and of course earlier this year when we started releasing the AI, is that efficiency that business advisors experience when you work within a structured system, that you don't copy paste. When you put in the business profile and you do your 360 canvas, these two already talk to each other. And when you do an assessment and a growth plan, they already talk to your financials and your budgets, right? Yeah. And if you have a structured accelerator program or entrepreneurship, program, 12 months, or a longer incubation program, that as your team leaves and as the entrepreneur, get new executives in their team, this data is always on one single spot. And this is perhaps one of the critical challenges for entrepreneurship support organizations, for universities for that matter.
Yeah. And that brings us to a question here, or a comment rather, in the chat from a Zoom user. We cannot see your name, but we can see your comment. And the user is saying, I'm working in the Grok with steps, I think, to find the best model for the problem solution, and advice. And I think in doing that, no matter what AI platform you're using, again, what's going to determine the quality of how the problem is analyzed, how the advice is given, the solution is produced, is going to be how much information, as Hilton just talked about, how much information can you safely give the AI so it actually gets the chance to produce better information. And that's also why when you look at this canvas we presented, this is generic for any business, as we talked about. But Elizabeth, we could show a little bit here how that, again, to the point of getting this correct information in, we can change how the AI works by also changing the questions we're asking. And of course, there is a difference between being a technology business, a carpet roasting company, a food business, or maybe an e-commerce business or something like that. So we are also in the process of launching industry-specific canvases that the AI will read and respond to in a different way, because now we are much more specific in our questions and our prompts to the industry. So let's get a peek at that, Elizabeth.
Absolutely. So you may work with a lot of clients in a certain industry. So for example, maybe you work with clients who are in the childcare business, so daycares, or businesses that work with a lot of retail, or businesses that do exporting. So the questions and keywords will be very specific then in those boxes for those industries. So for childcare, the legal issues for childcare, for example. So this is our childcare business canvas. And so you can see that the questions are just a little bit different. So instead of what is the business, it's now, well, what is the concept? What are families buying? What are families paying? Who are the parents and children? Who is the daycare competing with? So we've got very specific questions then that are a little bit different that we can take a look at. And so those are some of the things that are going to be coming as we continue to have that. We do already have on our, for those who are GrowthWheel users, the 360-degree childcare business canvas is available. We have an e-commerce canvas, and we also have a founders canvas. I'm going to stop sharing this and switch over to a different slide to show you that really quickly. So let me get that one up here. Here we go. And with the founder canvas, it's a little bit more for maybe those clients that you're working with that are, they're not even sure what they're going to be doing. They're really early in this phase. And so the founder canvas is really about, do they have what it takes? So we're going to look at these 4 main areas. And one is about the aspirations. So what is their purpose, their short, medium, long-term vision? What are their personal and business values? So thinking through that for the client. We can also look at their capabilities. What skills do they have? What is their educational background? Or what is their experience? Maybe it's not a formal education, but they have years of experience working in an industry, and so that's going to support them. We can also look at the relationships. Do they have a network that they can reach out to? Do they have business partners? Who would be some of their first customers? Have they thought through that? And finally, of course, we want to think about the resources they have. Do they have a location or facilities or equipment? What about money? Of course, they need to have the capital. And what about time? Is this going to be a part-time thing that they're doing on the side? Is this going to be something they're going to be doing seasonally? So they can think about that. And then we can take a look at the answers that they have into these boxes and say, hey, do we think that they're not ready, almost ready, or they're ready to go now? And helping them then figure out, so based on that, maybe what should they be doing? So we still kind of have some of those elements of that 4-step planning process that David showed earlier, where it's like, okay, what are your goals or your ambitions? What do they want to achieve? Maybe to help support what they don't have. And then also what would be an action plan? So what could they do going forward? So we can take a look at those options as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. So again, you see what changes here in these frameworks is the question. And we already know that when you work with AI, it's the question that you ask, it's the prompt that you write that is going to be make the big difference. The case we are making here today that you can be inspired by is to put that extra effort into generating these frameworks of questions. So you really make sure that when you work with AI, you ask all the right questions, because if you ask all the right questions, AI is going to be pretty good with coming up the answers. It's good with that. But if you don't ask the question, right, it's going to be very hard. We could even consider that we didn't have any AI at all. What would constitute a great business advice? It would be someone who really made sure they asked all the questions and got that full perspective. And it's no different with the AI. It can only give, as good answers as the questions that are coming to the table. So whether you work with a general business in the early stage, with someone who's growing, with a founder, as Elizabeth said, with someone in a niche business like childcare or e-commerce or retail or whatever it is, it's those questions that makes the difference to the output from the AI. Input equals output. And that's why we, as someone who's focused on helping business advisors, made this effort of really making sure we got the questions right. So that's my recommendations for all of you here today, to think about that. No matter how you use AI to produce these kinds of output, put the extra effort into the questions and consider frameworks like what we've been working on. Here's an example for you, Hilton.
I just wanted to add to that, David. Like our experience, we have about 7.5 million youth, and about 4.5 million of them are unemployed. And this is actually a global problem, that we have challenges with youth, new jobs. Everything is changing. We've seen, the big companies reducing staff because AI has kind of automated, loads of things in the business. And so we now need to have lecturers, professors, give them the tools to get the students at the desk already, in the class, in the lecture room, already start asking the right questions, so that you can map this theory of being an accountant or be a doctor, or whatever the case may be, whatever your journey is, studying engineering, etc., that you already start thinking about, how your theory turns into self-employment or employment for that matter, but also starting a business. And we've seen, here in South Africa with our own program, how the 360 Business Canvas has really been a simplified tool for lecturers to integrate into their classroom, and for students to take the academic and theory and apply that in a simulation to start a business or test a business and build an MVP that way. These days we have vibe coding, so you can have a website out tonight, you can have an app out tomorrow morning, but that's just an output. We've known for the last 120 years, if you don't plan a business, 90% of them will fail. We do know that when you are connected to a business advisor, 54% of your growth will come quicker because you are connected to a business advisor. But you need to have a structured business advisor, and just a free AI account is not that.
And I think, Professor Nas Unel, that our time is up. I think it was right here at 45 minutes past the hour. But again, I would be happy to open up for any questions or comments from the panelists or from the audience.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Hilton. What a great presentation. I learned a lot as a business professor. Particularly, I needed this information tremendously. I tried to download the program as you were talking, because you provided the link. I'm not sure if I was successful as of yet, but I will check it again, because this is a great tool. We can definitely utilize in the classrooms. They will have hands-on experience a little bit. It's kind of imitating what could be happening in the real world, and that's sometimes we are struggling with in the classrooms. But thank you, great information. Anyone who would like to ask any questions to our
No question. In fact, Professor Nas, my conference protocols is no Q&A, but we have a discussion between us and between the speaker. Just I need to answer one question for David. He is now, this is 6th year. I'm the first advisory from the Middle East who is owning the certificate of growth wheel since 2000, 2012?
2008.
2008, yes. We'll be together in Abu Dhabi when he's coming there. And only me, I continue the advisory and continue till today. But now there are plenty of advisory from all over the world. The answer for why we invite you every year, because you have a leading model supporting by AI for the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And our conference is focusing in entrepreneurial ecosystem and AI ecosystem and innovation ecosystem. Based on that, we need to spread your model in all over the world and let the people implement it and be part of your model. Now, I think Professor Naz will be part of this model with your students. Maybe.
Loved it.
You can test it out for free, and I think maybe the link we shared was not with the different language versions. So I wonder, Elizabeth, we can put out the one with the Arabic.
I'm not sure if I have that link. I have yeah, so I have our basic where you can click the blue access tool button and
Yes.
add your information in there, and then you can download it. So
Right. We are going to get that in just a moment. So yes, and it's free to use. We have a freemium model only for certified advisors. They get access to all the technology. The basic framework is one that we share with the world.
Prof. Naz, what we've done with the students in one particular university is we took 100 common business ideas that was, done in the country. And the students were able to simulate them and build their own versions of their company, starting off with the 360 business canvas. And so if you need some tips on how to do that, just reach out.
Yes, definitely. I will be bothering all of you very soon because particularly when it comes to some of the niche subjects, for example, I teach business sustainability, the developing sustainable business practices. And there are not really out there enough information about it and how to do it. So these kinds of practices will be very important when students are developing any kind of ideas, and they have great ideas, but they should be more structured, as you also mentioned, Hilton. And so this is a great tool.
I'm going to throw David under the bus and say to him, this is a co-creation opportunity with Professor Naz to develop a 360 canvas for sustainable business ideas.
We would enjoy that very much. Thank you, Hilton. You're not throwing me under the bus. You're putting me on the bus.
Very good, very good. So then we will be in touch. Dr. Hanadi, I have a meeting to attend, so
yes, no problem. Go ahead. Just like Professor Mike. He is in the way to the conference. I hope he joins. Just like
yes.
I think it's there. You can I will Professor Mike. Yes, good time.
Yes, Professor Baldler is here. I will hand the microphone to Professor Baldler. He does an excellent job. So I was so glad that I was the first before him because he always sets the bar very high. Professor Baldler,
thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You as well.
Go ahead, Professor Mike.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye, Ibra. Bye-bye.
Thanks again, Dr. Hanadi. We will also be moving.
Thank you. Yes, we will be in touch.
Very much.
All right. Give me 1 minute to pull the conference up here, the agenda. Let's see what I'm reading at.
I will send you the agenda, Professor Mike.
Okay. Here it is. I got it.
You got it?
I think so. Wait a minute. 1 second. 13 Bustler.
Send to you by WhatsApp.
Yeah, I have it. Shannon Dobbs, I think, is the first speaker.
Yes, we need to search about them. This is a team together, the three, Barry and Shannon.
Shannon,
and
Barry, and Rashka.
And Raksha.
Raksha. Who's here?
None of them is there. I received a message, but no problem. Professor Mike, you can give introductory about that the topic, and we can speak together till they join.
Okay.
Because still there are 6 minutes.
Oh, okay, we got a minute. Okay, so we're looking at the smart economy, and how artificial intelligence is going to create a transformation in both the public and private sectors. Already, we're seeing AI have some very significant impacts. In academia, I know we're just starting to use AI, and I know it's helped me a lot significantly. I write a weekly column for Newsmax, a publication in the US. And I write my column and I always run it through AI, and it cleans up everything for me and works well. We've also noticed in the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks, a fairly large number of companies have announced layoffs, and a lot of those layoffs are due to their jobs being replaced by artificial intelligence. And I think in the short run, there will be some problems with that, in that AI will eliminate a lot of positions. In the long run, though, I think this is going to be very positive, because AI will make every worker more productive. And when you make workers more productive, they become more valuable, they can produce more output, and generally that will help economies of the world to grow. I don't think we fully know yet exactly what AI is capable of doing. We're starting to see it in the beginning now. Some of my friends on Wall Street tell me some of the hottest stocks right now are AI companies, and some of them have just gone public, and there's a number of startups that they expect to go public within the next couple of years as their revenue grows. So I think the future for AI is very positive. And I think the efficiency it will create in the workforce will also be very positive, enable us to produce goods and services at lower prices, and therefore offer them to the public at lower prices. That should be beneficial for everybody. What I think governments are going to have to get involved in is what happens in the short term when all of these workers will be replaced by artificial intelligence. I'm sorry?
Sorry, Professor Mike.
Okay, all good.
I'm calling the presenter. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so again, we'll have to see how far this goes, and well, the governments, I think, are going to have to deal with some of the short-term problems. A number of fairly large companies, Amazon, some large retailers in the US like Target, they've announced more than 10,000 jobs will be eliminated at these companies. Amazon works essentially by their massive software that they have, and they can keep control of, or at least keep tabs on, every products that they sell, and how they end up delivering that to consumers. Right now, in the Amazon warehouses, you have workers there. A lot of them are actually on roller skates, and they move around very quickly to wherever the products are that they have to load and ship that day. But in the future, I can see that job being replaced by robots. A little bit of a sidelight here. You may have heard, I guess in the last 4 or 5 days, Tesla has offered their CEO, Elon Musk, a compensation package of $1 trillion. $1 trillion. And it looks like, how can anybody pay that? But in order for him to receive that, it's a 10-year span. In order to receive that, he has to do a number of things. Get his robots mass marketed, and there's some number of millions of those he has to have sold. He has to have more Tesla cars sold, a lot of these robo-taxis, and a lot of driverless cars. And they set very specific goals for him to reach within the next 10 years. How he's going to do it, and there may not be another person on Earth that could possibly do all this, but how Musk intends to do all this is by utilizing artificial intelligence and getting these robots working, and making things more efficient and be able to keep the price down. In addition to doing all that, Elon's working on some of his own new products to come out. He's looking at a cell phone. Rumors say it should be out sometime next year. I don't know if that's fact or not. Sometime next year, and his phone will be hooked up to his satellite system, Starlink. The phone should be much cheaper than the Apple phone or any of the Google phones, and it should be much more efficient to operate. One of the advantages of the Starlink is it pretty much covers the whole Earth. I have a lot of, or some friends. I live at a resort community down beach from Atlantic City. Boating is very popular. I have some friends who tell me they go out pretty far to catch tuna, maybe 100 kilometers. And by having the Starlink, they can get internet service out there, kind of in the middle of the ocean. So Elon has been able to do that, and we've all seen what he's done with his SpaceX and some of his other things. So he's going to rely very heavily on artificial intelligence. And if you can do all that, estimates are it will increase the value of Tesla, that is the market capitalization of Tesla, from the current about 1.5 trillion up to about 8.5 trillion. So they're looking for a $7 trillion increase in shareholder wealth. If they get that, I think they would gladly pay Elon Musk 1 trillion to be able to do that. But all that is possible through the use of artificial intelligence. Okay, so that's kind of my introduction. I see Raksha is on. I don't believe she's supposed to go first, but I don't know if any of the other people who go first are here. Let's see, who are we supposed to have here? Raksha, Barry Tate, and Shannon Dobbs. Are any of those people here? Okay.
They're on their way. I'm part of that team.
Okay. So you're prepared to get started then?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, fire when ready then.
Okay, just give me one moment and I'll make sure that they are following me.
All righty.
So where are you from, Professor?
I'm from US. I teach at Stockton University. It's in New Jersey, near Atlantic City, and I live just down beach from there.
Okay,
And I've been at Stockton for a number of years.
nice. So Shannon's here.
Okay.
I'm sure Barry's going to be right behind him as well. And my
Okay.
name is Raksha Joshi. I am from Miami, Florida, and I am you can call me a social entrepreneur. And I have a number of things that I'm into. So I'll go. Oh, so Barry says he's here.
I'm here, he says.
Yeah, he says he's here. So
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I'm the president of RIA, which is a Regenerative Impact Alliance, based out of Colorado, and we're five people that have come together to create an impact leveraging the resources that are now available to us, right? And what makes us unique is we all come from different areas. We have different experiences. As myself already explained, I'm a social impact entrepreneur. Shannon is into food food hackers. Barry is into entrepreneurship and leadership coaching, and Tessie, she's not joining us right now, but she is an attorney from Nigeria, giving her MBA here in the US right now. So we all have interesting areas that come to our mind where We are a 501c3 based out of Colorado, and Shannon can speak a little bit about that in a moment. He'll explain exactly what we do. But what we are really here for is to see how we can leverage AI and what it has made possible for us, right? So I am like freshly coming out of a mastermind that I was in over this weekend, creating 2026 and the impact that AI is having on entrepreneurship and our daily lives, right? And I'm so saturated with all the information and stuff that is going on, and how RIA is really going to make an impact, not just for nonprofits, but anybody who wants to create impact globally. And that impact does not have to be in any one industry, because what we are creating is a platform for people to come together, connect with each other, and then support each other, because I believe we all have talents that we bring to the table that will move that game forward, right? And through this collaboration and connecting with each other, we're noticing that systems that we might be using in one part of the world can easily now be duplicated in another part, creating something that used to take us years to achieve can now be achieved in months, just because we know who to connect to on the ground. The red tape is being taken away. Having all the other approvals, governmental approvals and stuff are getting eliminated. So 5 years ago, I dreamt of a borderless world. And today I can honestly say that through AI, there are no borders. The only thing that holds us back is our imagination and our fear of sharing our thoughts. My thing is, if I share my thought out here, I know there's somebody in this room who can either connect me to a person or can tell me what I can achieve just by declaring and saying, this is what I want to create. So RIA is all about bringing impact, catalyst, entrepreneurs together. What we are focusing on is making a difference today, not tomorrow. So we have a wonderful project going on in Sori Village in Kenya, where we're using a water filtration system, and Shannon will go into that more in detail since he knows the technical part of what is going on and the challenges we have on ground and how we are overcoming them. I just want to introduce RIA as an ecosystem of many gears coming together and really working well, because now we're in sync and there is synergy, utilizing AI, utilizing not just Chat GPT or Claude. I mean, these are just base level, right? We're not even going down deep. But the impact that it is having on people's lives is unbelievable. And that's what we're here to do. Google is providing some amazing tools, as is ChatGPT and Copilot, Perplexity. These are all tools that I use on a daily basis in my business. And I will tell you that it is not just saving me money, but it is saving me time. I'm able to see results on the ground in days, results that would have taken me 6 to 8 months. Now I'm able to see them in a week or so. So that is the beauty of AI, and that is what we are bringing together and supporting people in creating. So there's a lot of educational stuff that our organization does as well. Connecting people is one thing. I personally have a background in marketing and systems. I will always believed that nature is built on systems. So why are we trying to create the wheel again? Why don't we just take the lead from nature? So for me right now, it's the most amazing time of my life where I get to achieve things that I could never have achieved had I done them traditionally. And that is the breakthrough. I'm getting to create bridges along communities and countries and cultures to where we can really make a difference. We're not just talking about, I want to do this, we are actually on the ground doing it. And that, for me, is the most important thing, is that we are making and seeing the impact on the ground today. So without any further ado from me, I think I've spoken about my passion and how AI is changing everything and how RIA is positioning itself to be the source for information, for the learning. And if you don't know how to, we will help you figure it out. But we're making those resources available and we're taking the noise out because there is so much out there to be learned. We hone in on what is important for you. We take away the bells and whistles so that you can focus on building what you want to create. So Shannon, if you don't mind, I'm going to let you take over and talk about some of the amazing projects. And Professor, one thing I would like to say here is RIA is only 4 months old. And we're already making this impact. Imagine the impact we will be making in 3 to 4 months from today, or even a year from today. RIA, I see it as a catalyst for change makers and impact entrepreneurs. This is not a platform for nonprofits and entrepreneurs only. It is also a platform for people that have a dream but don't know how to make it a reality. We will support you in creating that reality. We will point you to the people that have that available for them. So, Shannon, I'm going to hand it over to you and just zip it up because I could talk about this like till kingdom comes.
I've spent over 30 years of my life in leadership positions ranging from the United States Army all the way through small business entrepreneurism to founding a nonprofit organization in 2016 called On Common Ground. This was in Reno, Nevada, and at the time, our goal was to create a grocery store in downtown Reno, the area's largest food desert. I had developed a business model where I basically reverse engineered supermarkets to create a model centered on pre-1930s dry goods stores that would allow us to have equitable access to healthy food in a business model that can cash flow, something that supermarkets can't do in low-income urban and rural communities. We spent nearly a decade working to develop this grassroots model in the community. We had hundreds of volunteers, we had alignment with academic organizations, we had partnerships with other nonprofits throughout the valley. And we were unable to succeed because of various communication and coordination breakdowns. We were unable to coordinate the resources that were needed in order to effectuate this change in our community. I've seen this same strategy, the same issues coming across all of the sectors that I've ever worked in. When I was running nightclubs up in northern Nevada, I had multiple locations that were coordinating security, bar staff, and all kinds of other vendor relationships across multiple locations across town. Any slip up of coordination through those systems could have resulted in a business shutdown, violence, any sort of different issues at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's very critical that we coordinate all our issues and all of our staff were well trained. But more importantly, as the business owner, I had put systems in place to ensure that they had the capacity to be able to solve the challenges on their own without having to go through me. Fast forwarding to today, I see this same problem laid out in the impact community all around the world. We have well-meaning people, we have experts, knowledgeable folks that are screaming from the rooftops about the challenges that we're collectively dealing with. But the breakdown is at the implementation area. Either we've got a failure to coordinate on the ground, or even worse, we're experts trying to rely on our expertise and push that through the narrow hole that is Wi-Fi access and dropped calls and all the other headaches that happen when you're trying to coordinate remotely around the world. When I started advocating globally and started having conversations with changemakers, I started realizing that there's a common pain point across there where all of the changemakers that I've been talking to are struggling to have your voice heard above the crowd and to really find what successful practices around the world are actually happening. Where are the success stories? Where are the lessons learned? Where are the other folks who have gone here before? Because I guarantee you, if you've got a challenge somewhere in your area, somebody somewhere in the world has probably solved this in a way that you've never heard of, maybe even using equipment or in a language that you haven't heard of. And that's really kind of the biggest challenge that the Regenerative Impact Alliance is focused on. This common pain point that change makers need certain tools and strategies. And even more importantly, we need a peer network so that we can coordinate with each other and so that we can share these stories and so that we can help each other to navigate larger systemic situations that require more of us to get together. We have this tendency in the change-making space of going project by project, of really looking at what can me and my organization deal with. Well, when I'm looking at this, when we see these common pain points, there's certain things that we can put in place, certain capacities that we can support communities with that can actually level them up and give people an opportunity to be able to tell their own story in a way that has never been possible before. And the biggest thing that's really making that happen is the advent of freely available AI around the globe. A lot of folks, when they talk about AI, they talk about business aspects. They talk about the things that are going to benefit from productivity. I'm talking about it from a pain relief standpoint, from change making, from movement building. When you talk about the need for coordination capacity, it's never been greater. We're dealing with global situations from supply chain instability to really wholesale retreat from global supply chains in general. And everybody's really wondering, what do we do? How do we develop community and regional capacity and resilience to be able to weather the storms as the foundations of everything that we thought that we knew is starting to crumble moving forward? I think everybody on this call probably understands. You read the news, you know what's going on around the world today. This is the time that we need to be able to pivot. This is the time that we need to be able to really take a hard look at what tools are available and how can we come together as communities to be able to solve these major issues. The Regenerative Impact Alliance exists essentially to curate these resources. I mean, I'm a nerd. I'm somebody who's really into these tools, and I love figuring out how these things work together. And so I'm seeing a lot of commonalities and connecting a lot of dots that we're now systematizing and turning into tools that we can pass on to other users. Everything from prompts is of course an easy one. Everybody's used to the ChatGPT influence and everything like that. But what about agentic AI? What about the fact that Google now has the ability to vibe code, which means that you just speak in a plain language, this is the app I want, and it'll spit one out. I mean, there's some iteration involved, but really that ease of connection and the fact that these tools have now transitioned from expertise to anybody can use them if you've just got the time to, watch a YouTube video. That democratization has actually opened the door for community change groups to be able to coordinate with each other across tens of thousands of miles and even asynchronously around different time zones simply by transferring documents back and forth and sharing essentially AI platforms. So this is kind of the direction that we're going with this. We're also getting really heavily involved with leveraging other people's expertise. We're really not trying to do it all. We have, there's a huge understanding that if, organizations come in and they try and grow and gain capacity and get bigger and do everything. And our recognition is there's lots of experts out in the world that are doing really good things in everything from regenerative agriculture, agroforestry, silvopasture, all the different components of what goes into that, to marketing, which is a huge part of movement building, because movement building is marketing. It's connecting with communities, it's relationship building, it's all of the different things that we've struggled with throughout our history. And now we've got situations like Go High Level and other tools like that really are designed to create community around products and services, but we're using it really and kind of bringing it back into the impact space. And that's kind of the beauty of where we're going, is we're a bunch of business owners and a bunch of experts that have been in our industries for many, many years, coming in, looking at where those shared pain points are and how we can build this capacity together so that our businesses and the people that we're supporting can all benefit from this. And the cool part about it is that because we're a 501c3 nonprofit organization, our designation is educational research and development. That means that as we experiment with these tools, we get to just document the experimentation. We get to try things out, figure out what works, figure out how it works in different capacities, and then work to translate that into different communities so that they understand how it works for them. And that's really the biggest beauty for it for me. And with that, I'd love to pass this on to Barry, because my goodness, he's got so much relationship and business coaching advice. But Professor, I haven't had a chance to introduce with you either, so I'd love to hear from you too.
Yeah, I was wondering if I can ask a question. You started out talking about a food desert problem, and you said you were able to come up with some solutions for that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, matter of fact,
So,
some of these solutions have actually been around for decades, and it's the coordination failures that have kept them from expanding throughout the world.
So Atlantic City, a population of maybe 25, 30,000 people. It's kind of it's a resort town. So along the boardwalk where the casinos are, or out by the bay where the casinos are, there's a lot of wealth and a lot of things going on. Many of the jobs in the casinos are moderate or low paying jobs. So Atlantic City hasn't been able to attract a supermarket to come into the city. There's a bunch of grocery stores, and if you go outside the city a little bit, there's some farmers market kind of things set up. So they had a couple that have come in and tried, and the biggest problem was pilferage. Grocery stores operate traditionally on relatively low profit margins. And of course, you do volume, and that's how you make profit. But when you have some pilferage and you have a small profit margin, and you get a fair amount of pilferage, that turns the profit margin negative. They've tried a bunch of things, and nothing seems to be working. Every supermarket that comes in ends up staying there a year or two, and then saying, look, we just can't make it unless the city wants to subsidize us. And the city's trying to avoid that. We have a casino redevelopment authority that collects tax revenue from the casino and helps invest into some projects. So the redevelopment authority was willing to contribute some funds so that the negative profit margins went away. And even with that, they were still having trouble getting some kind of profitability. I'm wondering, in the food desert issues that you had, was pilferage a problem? And if it was there some kind of a solution you came up with?
All right, I have to ask you first, Professor, are you okay with me getting to the answer eventually?
Surely.
All right, fantastic.
We have plenty of time, so I'm kind of long-winded myself, so whatever you need to say is fine.
No, we're going to get along. I appreciate that. So I want to give you just a little bit of a history lesson about something that I discovered while I was randomly doing my research for grocery stores. Are you familiar with Freakonomics?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Trying to think, I can't remember the author's name. It wasn't Stephen Moore, but
I got it somewhere.
I can't remember if Arthur Levitt or something. I can't remember. But anyway, I'm
right
familiar
here
with it.
So Freakonomics had a podcast out for many, many years. And in 2019, they came out with an episode where they interviewed this World War II historian that was focused on the agricultural situation back in the 1930s and 40s that led up to World War II, and then ultimately into the arms race and all the situations that we'd gotten into. Everybody's really familiar with the whole thing with Gorbachev visited the United States and saw the supermarkets. And he's like, oh my God, this can't be real. Well, the backstory on that is that all of that was intentional. So in the 1920s, the American agricultural group at the time, I can't even remember the name of it before the Department of Agriculture, but they had essentially, they started getting involved with chemical fertilizers. They really kind of started developing in that direction. And so the industrial agriculture movement had started progressing. And in 1930s, the United States created the supermarket model as a way to showcase America's agricultural might on television, so that we could essentially broadcast, this is all the food that we have available, look at our full shelves. This was a strategy that was developed and ran for many, many decades. And so that ended up being our national security movement within the agricultural space, was to develop these supermarkets and to make sure that they got into every community. Starting in the 1960s, that model got so dominant in our society that it ended up basically outcompeting mom and pop stores around the country. And so because of that dynamic, we started losing access in low-income communities and in rural communities to essentially food, healthy food, of any sort, because the supermarket model can't survive in a low-income community. So those razor-thin 2 to 3% margins that you were referring to, that's specific to supermarkets. If you go to a mom and pop store, the margins are much different. And the reason why it's an issue now is because our entire system has essentially worked over to this extremely fast, kind of warehouse specific, very fast movement, high volume, low margin work. And the wholesalers and the distributors and the aggregators all the way up the system has essentially created the system all the way down. So if you try and open up a single store, you're still going to get your lunch eaten by the wholesalers. You can try and change the margins, but it doesn't matter because you have to go through that supply chain in order to get the food to you. Now, the response to that, and this is, I initially learned about this from a guy named Doug Rao. He was the CEO of Trader Joe's for 35 years before he retired and opened up a series of nonprofit grocery stores called Daily Table down in the Massachusetts area. Definitely recommend you check him out. He is a fountain of information, and he's the one that got me on track initially back in 2017 about the hub and spoke model. And the way this works is really kind of fundamentally stepping away from the supermarket idea of overabundance and just ridiculous amounts of food that you constantly have to throw away about half of, and moving into more of the pre-1930s dry goods model, where you've got shelf-stable products. You're not shoving a bunch of brands in there, but instead you're really focusing on shelf-stable commodity goods, basically non-branded produce, farmer staples, bringing that stuff in, and then supplementing once you have your core with branded products that the community needs, but really specifying and kind of curating it down. So kind of intentionally getting the size of it down under 2,000 feet. And then once you have a grocery store, what Doug told me that was absolutely amazing was you don't ever want to start with just one store. Because if you get one store, you have to get a wholesaler and then you tie right back into the system. What you can instead do is you create what's called a hub and spoke model. And that's where you get a half a dozen stores in different food deserts around the area. So you could be New Jersey, you could be up in the boroughs in New York, you could be, in your area, you've got a pretty good driving distance to be able to do weekly deliveries. And then you have a warehouse on the back end that provides the logistic maintenance in cheaper areas. So you got your warehouse, kind of off the turnpike, that kind of thing. And that flexibility allows you to bring in larger supplies. You can bring in the pallet loads, use a commercial kitchen to break it down into smaller orders and do custom branding. And then you have more of a Trader Joe's style model where you have, kind of consumer friendly. You're bringing the food as much as possible from local and regional areas. And then when you do have to bring it in, it gives you the opportunity to really kind of lean into fair trade, lean into, kind of all the different components and hitting all the notes that your customers are looking for. But ultimately, you're flipping the script from stores exist to carry brands, which is the supermarket model, to stores exist to get healthy food to communities. And that reframe really changes everything. Now, what's interesting is that if you adopt this model, and this is kind of the core of what I've been bringing to the table for the last decade, once you adopt this model, now you got this now you got this giant commercial kitchen there, and you got to figure out, well, if I've got this commercial kitchen that just exists to be able to break down these pallet loads and rebrand and do all of this kind of packaging and marketing internally, why not also retool it, tool that into a food rescue hub? Because if you do that, now you start being able to tap into restaurant meals. And you've got, New Jersey, you got hotel buffets all over the place. Because of a breakthrough in Las Vegas and also in 2016, we now have the ability to rescue restaurant meals safely by using blast chillers to safely bring it from hot hold, 160 degrees and above, down to frozen in less than 90 minutes. That opens up the logistics to be able to bring that food back into the community. So you can either take the entire hotel pan frozen, send it over to the church that Sunday so that they can do their weekend meal, or you break it down into portions and you turn it into grab and go for sending home with families or for putting back in the market. You can actually give it a second at bat. And if you're doing that as a charitable effect, that gives you a revenue producing model, which gives you more sustainability. So you have less dependency on grants. And that's a common theme that we really point to in RIA, is that we're collectively looking at the realization that the grant system is under attack. There's a very significant push to end funding for a lot of the social safety net that we have in existence right now. And there's a whole lot of organizations that are panicking right now because they don't know what to do. They don't know what's the first step because nonprofits fundamentally really don't know how to business. other than large corporate, like this is how we get grants and this is how we deploy and do projects. What RIA really is here to do is to help people to understand this is how small market capitalization works, this is how marketing works, this is how business fundamentals work, and this is how you use cooperative and collaborative strategies versus competitive strategies to grow markets and basically grow the size of the pie. We're employing this, well, I mean, I live in Denver. This was intended as a US situation, but what I've found over the years is that the US markets and the US nonprofit sector is very resistant to change. And so what I've done over the last year and a half is to start pivoting overseas and look for partner groups around the world that are ready and willing and interested in moving forward to different strategies. And so that's where the whole situation with Story Village started coming from. Raksha was she was mentioning Story Village in Kenya. This started out 6 months ago as a random Zoom call where the fellow Walter Combo, who's the representative for his village, was trying to get support for doing boreholes to get clean water because they have a critical access issue there. They're right next to Lake Victoria, which is the largest freshwater lake in Africa, but the water's polluted, so they have to do very expensive boreholes. It constantly breaks down. They don't have revenue to be able to maintain the equipment, and so it's that constant. This is a situation that's kind of standard across Africa and around the world in developing nations. What we did instead was we suggested, well, why don't we put inline filtration systems, like a multi-stage filtration system from the lake, build a lagoon, so you have 97% clean water in the lagoon, you can create aquaponics, and then you put an RO filtration system on the other end of it with a card reader system attached. Now, because I was a nightclub owner, I know that card reader systems allow you to basically control and create the market. Once you have access to those resources and you can create accounts, everybody in the village now has their account. So for $5-6 a month, they now have unlimited water for their family. Everybody that's not in the village can also get an account and they can pay by the 5 gallon, the jerry can or whatever they need. Maybe they roll up with a truck, and because we're engineering this for a robust enough system that it handles all 25,000 residents' needs, plus addition if they need, they can move that over towards, ecotourism. They can move it over towards ice making. They can start getting into processing capacity so that they can rescue more of the harvest and more of the catch from the fish. They can now get into waste to value situations where they're turning those fish heads and the scales into topsoil that's going back on the farms, reducing irrigation costs and actually improving the value of the crops going to the next yield. So this is how we're really showing them, okay, this is how you basically build a market from scratch when there isn't one. You look over the other side of the world, we're having the same conversations with folks over in Trinidad. Matter of fact, Barry's friend, Lionel Suturin, is a waste to value specialist who does mulching in the islands. And we started talking to him about humisoil and other capacities for basically turning, massive amounts of food from the hotels, from agricultural uses, from all kinds of different situations on the island into a soil amendment that actually reduces irrigation needs, which is massive on the islands. I mean, it's such a huge need. And by just introducing these things and showing them, here's the case studies, here's where it's working in Malaysia, here's where it's working in UAE, here's what we know, and then really applying that to these situations, we're helping experts that are already familiar with their own ecosystem to better understand the global ecosystem and how it applies to their needs. And then we're taking those situations that we're developing, and as we progress with them, we're basically broadcasting them and sending them back out in the world and saying, this is what we're doing. This is our progress. This is what we ran into. This is what we decided to pivot and why. And that kind of step-by-step experiential and experimental progress is the thing that we're sharing, if that makes sense. Or it's at least the thing that I'm sharing. Everybody's coming with their own lens. So this is kind of where I'm coming from.
Okay, I think that makes a whole lot of sense what you're doing. A lot of these problems people have, other people have already had these problems and you've solved them. So rather than try to reinvent the wheel all the time, by sharing the knowledge, which sounds like you're doing here, you can end up solving a lot of problems. And by using AI to work with that, looks like you have a bright future ahead.
Yeah, and that's where the free AI, I mean, I don't think people are really understanding how much of a breakthrough this has been in the last year and a half. So yeah. I'm the author of 3 books now. My first book I wrote myself, and I got to tell you, it sucked. It wasn't fun. It took almost a year, and I don't think it was that great. My second book was a crap, I had a crappy early version of AI. It was basically Claude, like the day it came out. I was like, oh, give me that. And I came in and I did another book because I really wanted to focus people's attention on food rescue and just having something that was a mechanism that people could follow. And so that was great to be able to throw that out. And then my third book, AI had gotten much better. And so we were able to get, nuanced systems, and it was natural sounding voice. And it really kind of is me at this point. And so we kind of melded these capacities. And on top of that, I've got a template in my back pocket that I can drop a PDF in, and anybody I know also has those same capacities. And now we're getting into the point where you've got skills packets and different ways that you can really kind of drop in, drop a capability into a school, into a movement, into, wherever you're trying to put it, and they can really just kind of level up the game. It's almost like you remember Neo when he plugged in and learned Kung Fu?
Yes,
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
I remember that.
Everybody remembers that. Well, now we've got things like Notebook LM, where you can take sources and put them in there and then create primers and reports and other things from those sources. Well, what if you just take that entire LM and hand it over to your strategic partner across the world? Now they can develop primers, they can develop explainers, and they can do it in their own language, and they can do it in their own cultural idioms. They can, micro train the LM at that point, like who they are. But the source materials, and the cool thing is, like, we're doing it on live documents. So if we update our information, that flows out through the entire network. So that's the kind of thing that we're looking at, is how do we leverage these freely available tools and a Google account to tie folks that traditionally have had to go through gatekeepers in with direct capacity to be able to actually tell their own story.
Excellent. Excellent. Barry, I'm chomping at the bit here. Let's hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Professor Michael. And Shannon covered so much of what we're all about as RIA. So I'll just plug in a little bit of where I come from. I am based in Trinidad and Tobago, the southernmost islands of the Caribbean. And one of the first things that attracted me to the concept of RIA as a business consultant, and having worked with entrepreneurs for decades, locally on the island and in the region, it's the potential and the ability to scale and to broaden the impact I can have as an individual, and also support other impact makers, regardless of where they are on the planet. And in my experience, this is the key to why so many of us as impact makers fail to hit the target or get to the ultimate objective. And that is, we're a little bit too much isolated. We're operating as silos. We're operating, just in our own space. So going back to your example, Professor Michael, the grocery, and I can take it out of Atlantic City and put it in any community in Trinidad. The grocery or the store or the supermarket that is often pilfered, the people doing the pilfering usually are coming from the same community. And that is, it's indicative of a disconnect between the initiative, whether it be a business or nonprofit or just a project, the disconnect between that and the community it has been set up to serve. And so now with technology, as Shannon was just talking about, we can plug any initiative using technology into our community. So when Shannon talked about having several supermarkets set up simultaneously, or several entrepreneurs or impact makers working together to launch a chain, and that chain has messaging and is building a community behind it, so that the employees are coming from the community, but the chain is also serving other needs in that community. So, for example, all of the convalescent and retirement homes, the children's homes, the orphanages that have a need of getting food or getting supplies, depending on the store, the chain we're talking about, this community initiative can now serve that need. That's the waste to value scenario Shannon was talking about. But if the community is building, I mean, that chain can have sweepstakes and competitions, for example, for recipes, so that when the next step of launching 1 or 2 restaurants in the community is taken, the menu can actually come out of the community. And the individuals that gave the ideas for the recipes that come onto the menu of the restaurants, what if they have offered some sort of compensation on equity stake or some other scenario so that the community has a sense of ownership in the project? It's going to be a lot harder now in that scenario for someone to stand by and watch their neighbor or someone from their community rob a business or steal from an impact initiative that they feel they have a sense of ownership of, because they're involved in, because the owners are communicating. When the community council gets together, the ownership of these businesses turn up, but they're not only turning up to talk about their next special or their next deal, they're actually connected and plugged into the community. If we break that barrier down, if we break the isolation out of it, and it's now community driven, then it is a lot easier to protect the interests, not just the business owner or the impact creator protecting its own interest. It's now a community initiative. And as I talk about this, it calls to mind, for example, the Burkina Faso story. Regardless of your viewpoint of what has happened there, we have a president who is always either being applauded or criticized, and the people of his community, the people of his country, are standing guard outside. No, I'm not talking about the military. I'm not talking about the police force. Regular folk take shifts around his residence or the office that he operates from to ensure that no harm comes to him. And I'm saying it does not have to be only in that scenario. If we're able to really form strong collaborations and communities around what we're doing, because we're really solving clear and present danger problems, there's going to be greater responsibility. And this is what RIA is about, in as much as we're helping impact makers build those communities, plug in the strategies, have the conversations to take the next step, and then get the support they need so that their efforts are sustainable.
Excellent, Barry. A couple of things you mentioned, I just want to comment on, if I may.
Sure.
The community engagement, I think, is extremely important. If it's just, people in the community going to a store and just it's a transactional relationship, that's one thing. But if the community feels they're engaged with the store and the store gets engaged with the community, and just simple things, sponsoring a Little League team, offering to help in food banks and things, so that people feel that the enterprise is in the community. Once people feel that, I agree with you, that they're not going to want to see the store hurt, because they feel an attachment to them. So I think that community engagement, I think, is extremely important.
Indeed.
Another thing, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just agreeing with you. Indeed.
Okay. Another thing I found with some of the entrepreneurs that I've helped, and I teach class in new ventures too, so I hope my students actually go out and do these things. But one thing I have a problem with is getting the businesses to understand scaling. How you take, this is what you're doing well with it, but let's take it to the next level. They seem to have a little bit of problem kind of figuring out what that means. I mean, just open up another store, or how big can I get? I tell my students, you always should try to think big when you're coming out with any kind of a venture. But getting existing businesses to scale, I find, is very difficult.
So that really comes in when we're doing their business planning and stuff, right? That factor is taken in because when you think about it, fundamentally, entrepreneurs, since COVID, there has been a huge increase in people creating side income. The way I approach it with my clients is we create a business plan with scaling involved in it. So right from the get-go, you're educating them because think about it. When a person says, I'm going to start my own business, they really have just an idea. They don't know how to because it's not something that gets taught. So they have to be taken through that journey of what owning a business is. A lot of people will start because they're working for somebody, they're frustrated, and they think they can do better on their own. So they take their retirement money out, they'll take all their savings out, and they'll start this business and not know how to manage it. That is what Barry and I are amazing at, is we actually take them through the journey of how to do that, and why it is important. Because when you're a business owner, and right now is the most amazing time to become one, because you don't need that much money to start it. If you have an idea, you can create a plan, you can create that mindset of what it is to stop being a manager and stop being an order taker, but to actually become the owner of that thing. And it's honestly a mindset shift that happens for scaling when you build it into the coaching on a weekly basis. This is where this journey will take you, and this is where you will be in 3 to 5 years. Um, I I do that constantly with communities that I work in, is what is the next step? What are we reaching for so that we can expand and not retract, right? And AI has made it really easy. Like how Shannon said, there's so many free resources. There's so much education. The thing is, we're in a state of overwhelm because we have so many free resources, but our mindsets are that of the corporate world where we come from. So once we shift that, now we can do anything. We literally, become unstoppable, right, Barry? And
Exactly.
we talk to couples about this as well in our courses, is having your own business or being an entrepreneur doesn't just impact you, it impacts your family first. And think about it, you just took out all your savings to build your dream. Why not enroll them into that dream as well? So now you have a team, even if they're just cheerleaders, you know. Um, And that's what it's all about. We live in an age right now where your demographic doesn't dictate who you are, your race, your gender, your personal beliefs. If you have the passion, the resources are available. The only thing is you have to ask somebody. And like I mentioned earlier, if you're in a room full of 10 people and you say, hey, I'm trying to create this, does anybody have any ideas? I like to call it the and book. So I'll say, this is my idea, and somebody will say, yes, but, and if you did this, right? So you walk away with something amazing. You walk away with community. 10 years ago, communities were where you lived geographically. Now communities are of same interest globally. Time zones don't make any impact on it. I travel the world. That's what I tell people. Every day I get to travel the world because I'm in these networking meetings. I'm in these conferences that I'm speaking in, and my mind has expanded. So scaling for me is the first thing I look at. How can I scale this? And what Shannon does is he takes the McDonald's principle of how can we duplicate this? and provide the same results. And that's
Oh
why
yeah, I was gonna say I got a contrary take on this whole thing. My background is very much small business, mercantile, grassroots vendors, that kind of thing. And when I look at the whole question of scaling, I immediately go to the fact that businesses inevitably and nonprofits even worse in many cases inevitably grow to their own incompetence. They tend to go to a point where their job is just to maintain their own situation rather than to pivot or to do things. And anybody who knows anything about business, eventually you get a large enough business, and then some small agile company is going to come in and basically cut the knees out from them. And that's kind of the way things go. So with RIA, what we've done is intentionally really kind of step away from the scaling model completely. And what we're looking at doing is empowering groups and empowering change makers with these tools and strategies so that they can scale. So we're really positioning as a force multiplier and making these capacities available so that we can amplify the impact of everybody that gets involved with our ecosystem. Our organization is going to stay super lean. I'm a disabled veteran. I'm definitely not going to be working for a living. Barry and Raksha, they have their agencies and they have their consultancies, and they're very good at what they're doing. But what they're doing is not what RIA is doing. And the same thing with me. I'm a regenerative practitioner. I'm a food justice advocate. I'm a climate resilience advocate. The things, and this is, I kind of wanted to differentiate too with the store situation. I run a public benefit company separately called Fellowship of Living Systems. And that's what's really focused on teaching people about the store mentality, about the processing, about how to apply regenerative land development into cities, and how to create circularity across entire bioregions. So these are market capacities that are really kind of I'm bringing to the table through my PBC. And then what RIA's role is really focusing on the educational and the connectivity components. And so we're really creating a nested situation with multiple organizations with distinct roles and multiple change makers coming in that are really kind of working kind of within this ecosystem to focus on our own situations that we're working towards. And that creates a really nice situation for anybody who wants to come into this ecosystem because it doesn't require ideological conversion. We're not asking you to go become RIAites or anything like that. We're just saying, hey, use the tools. If it helps you, the cult of RIA is not going to be like that. It's more like, hey, these are the curated tools. Here's a great newsletter that you can get with some hot tips. Here's a community group you can join. Here's some agentic AIs that we've developed. Here's some data that we're tracking. Here's some grant boilerplate that we've developed, or we've worked with some organizations, and here's some stuff that we're making available in case anybody else wants to go this path. And a lot of the things that we're really focused on in business are, instead of scaling the organization, we're looking at kind of vertical scaling and looking at how we can integrate more of the supply chain, integrate more of the business modeling itself, so that organizations, so that communities essentially can understand how to deal with their own resources more efficiently. One of the challenges that we're dealing with around the world is that farmers think that they have to stay on their farms. And that as soon as they spend all of their time and effort growing some amazing produce or growing whatever it is that they're doing, they're going to go out to the edge of their farm, and then they're going to go hand it off to the distributor that's going to go put it into the market with the rest of the farmers, and they're going to go compete at a disadvantage in many cases with the big growers out of Texas and California or whatever. And so we've got these dynamics that people kind of like little blinders that we don't really look at. And we have opportunities to really kind of hyper niche into different markets. The store model that I developed the reason why it cash flows and the reason why it works is because it specifically focuses only on the things that supermarkets don't do. And so by really hyper niching into things that supermarkets are not willing to expend effort going into, we can carve out a space where we're marketing to our local community. Here's some specialty goods, where we're going out and we're putting public marketing. Hey, here's some amazing stuff that you can't find anything else. And at the same time, we're having word of mouth conversations going through social service agencies saying, hey, if you show up and you're on SNAP programs, if you show up and you qualify in these different ways, we can drop the profit margin off of our food and just give it to you for what it costs us. So we're actually turning business into a logistics model, while at the same time, keeping those profit margins going so that we can have programmatic growth and everything like that. So these are all kind of basic concepts that I flow through RIA. And I just appreciate having the opportunity to have a platform to put courses up, to put workshops up, to speak with other professionals, and really kind of create a train the trainer approach so that we can all approach this from kind of a higher order of potential.
Okay, we've got a couple minutes left. Let me just ask one more thing. Some of the small businesses I work with, some just getting started, some looking to expand. We do everything right. We come up with a business plan. I teach business how to do that. So I show them how to do a good business plan. Everything looks right. The critical path here is raising capital. So and they say to me, well, where do I go to raise capital? Now we have a small business development center and we work with, and there's a small business administration that will make loans. But do you work with anything with putting kind of people with capital together with people who need capital?
I'm seeking funding for a land development deal that's a regenerative systems development right now.
I'll be happy.
I'd be happy to put together a funding stack if anybody's interested in seeing how this works. Put together. But as far as
can I jump in for a minute? If you guys
Yeah,
don't
Pema.
Hello. I don't know if actually we got invited into the right session or not, but given the topic that you guys are discussing right now, it's very synergetic into what we're doing. So I'm actually a co-founder of a company called PeachScore. We're an acceleration platform for entrepreneurs globally. So currently we're supporting over 1,000 startups around the globe. And we have most of our startups are from the US, but we're in 91 different countries, and we support them all the way from ideation phase to Series A. And we benchmark and score every startup. We provide them with 12 weeks of education with a lot of different tools and access, and also connect them with investors, depending on the stages that they're in. So this is what we do. We're industry agnostics. Earlier on, I think you guys, this session here, I think might be around smart city. We actually have around 61 startups in our program that are doing things either in smart city. We have sustainability companies, a lot of companies trying to make the world a better place that we support. So, and what we do is actually funding is one side of it, helping investors to really understand. I think earlier one of the other speakers was talking about understanding the mindset of entrepreneurship, the mindset of working with investors, and how that's very different. I'm an angel investor myself, so when we work with startups, that's one of the things that we really talk to them about, how investors think, how it's a different type of a conversation that you need to have with them, which is very different than when you're trying to sell to a customer to sell your product. So this is what we do. We're an equity-free program. We have a very small one-time fee for it's $350 actually, between an application fee and an enrollment fee for our founders to join us for one whole year of support. So we structured this in such a way to remove cost as a barrier. We don't take equity in our companies that join us, again, because we believe that's overly expensive. So it's all about, frankly, giving back and supporting founders in a number of different ways. So a lot of them come to us in terms of helping, in terms of gaining help to learn how to raise money. Sometimes it's about fundraising, go-to-market strategy in terms of getting revenue, scaling their companies, building teams, all those aspects that we work on. So given the conversation you guys were having, I thought I'd jump in and just say, this is what I do. This is what we're all about. So be happy to connect. And if you guys have any organizations that you think we can support, I'll be more than happy to. So the company name is...
love to get your information, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm on LinkedIn. I don't know if I can put it on the chat here. So look me up. Our company
I just
name
pinged
is...
you.
Amazing. Our company name is PeachScore. Peach like the fruit, and a score. So all the grocery stuff we're talking about. So here we go. So we're peachscore.com. So look us up. Happy to connect and work with you guys and your audience. And I'm always looking for ways to expand how we support founders globally at scale. So anything we can do to support, I'm all for it. So amazing conversation.
So you mentioned you take companies all the way up through their Series A.
Yeah, we support from ideation up to Series A,
So,
given how we're structured.
Any seed money you help them with, angel investors?
Yeah, we connect them. Yeah, we actually work with a broad. So we're based out of Los Angeles in California. We work with a lot of different angel groups. In fact, we just had, if you guys are aware, TCA Venture Group, one of the biggest angel groups here in Southern California. We just had a session with them where they selected 6 of our startups based on data, not based on opinion. So we're a data company at our core. As I mentioned, we benchmark and score every company that comes to us. So, and 6 of them just pitched to them, and we're waiting to see on next steps. But we connect founders directly with different sources of investment, that whether they're individual angels or angel groups or even VCs. So we have our own demo day. We host 15 startups that pitch at each one of our demo days. We typically do this 4 times a year. And we're industry agnostic, as I mentioned. So we invite a large audience from varied background into our sessions. So our demo days are open. If you go to our portfolio section on our website, you'll be able to see past graduates and statistics around our program. So we do a lot of, and we also, one of our things that we do, kind of, I see it as an industry leading and first, we hold daily office hours. So twice per day, founders can come in, and everything we do, by the way, is virtual. No one needs to travel anywhere. It's all done through Zoom. So twice per day, folks can come talk to us, our mentors, and anything about their company, learning how to pitch, building pitch decks. And this morning I had a founder that was talking about adding a CRO, to talking about pivoting the company. So we're able to really support founders in a number of different ways through our program. And we believe founders need more support than what typical accelerators do in like a 10-week program. That's why from the time they enroll, they're with us for at least 1 year. And we're seeing most of our founders actually opt in to stay with us longer than that. So it's a long-term journey. Entrepreneurship is not a quick overnight thing. Although we
Perfect.
all would love to have that quick overnight success, but it is a long journey. So, and that's what we're all about. So.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about climate change. It's a long journey. We're not
Oh,
fixing it
yes,
tomorrow.
absolutely. Absolutely. So.
All right, excellent. This was a great session. We put together Shannon and Payman too, so maybe something that comes out of this where you both end up gaining from this. So I consider that a
Sure, I'm
successful.
happy. I'm happy to connect again. Look me up on LinkedIn, just my last name and first name, last name. You'll be able to find me. Always open to connecting and having conversations. So happy to support.
Cool. Okay, I'm just writing your name down here. Okay, excellent. Well, thank you all. This was very interesting. I learned a lot myself here. I try to learn a little bit out of every one of these that I attend. So thank you all so much. And I think we're ready for I'm on the East Coast here, so it's 2 o'clock in the US. So I think we're ready for the next session. Let me just see here.
Well, it's a pleasure meeting everybody. Thank you.
Are these people here? Thank you all so much, too. I appreciate this. Are any of these people here? Professor Habib, Professor Akzalmi, Professor Glasheen, Charles Ross, Hanadi, are you here? I'm looking for any of these people.
Hi, Mike.
Yes.
Yes, Amish is there. I don't know, Professor Mu'min Habib is there. I think so.
Okay. Let's see who wants to start off here.
So, Professor Michael, unless the topic here is around entrepreneurship, I'll go ahead and jump off to my other call. Is there, what's the topic on this session?
This is a bunch of, I don't know if we have a specific topic here. They're just some people, Hanadi?
The last track, it's talking about the keynote speaker will present their presentation based on the conference objective and conference track. Each one is specialized in some area.
I see. Okay. Do you
are you present? Are you speaker in our conference?
No, Alex Mushtari, our CEO, was invited, and I think there was a confusion regarding the time and all that. And he asked me to jump in and answer any questions.
Alex, now it's no more. Okay, but if you want to present 10 minutes, you can. Are you able to do the presentation 10 minutes?
What's the topic? What am I presenting on?
Yes, yes. The Alex presentation should be in, let me.
I'll be happy to share more details about
Yes,
our company if you like.
about the smart city and infrastructures.
No, that was a misalignment. He did mention me that. So we have founders in
What
our
is your
program.
specialization? You want to speak about your accelerator, right?
We can do that. I can share more about the company. I just
Yes,
did
go
that
ahead
briefly.
and do it.
And why don't we
Professor
start
Mike,
there?
Professor Mike, he missed the presentation, the CEO missing the presentation during misreceiving the email. And now they sending someone in behalf of them to present. Go ahead till now, locate Mu'min.
Sure. Yeah, I can let me download, let me grab a presentation
how
that
are
I can
you?
share with you guys.
Good, good.
Are you
Nice to
okay?
connect. Yeah, anytime. Anytime you
Thank
want
you
me to
so
go.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Everything I'm hearing is connected anyway. So
Yes, yes, exactly.
Just give me 1 second. I wasn't prepared to present, but let me pull up a. I can share with you guys our overview of the company.
Perfect.
And let me see down here, this presentation. Okay, I gotta get rid of a few slides here. 1 second. That way we can have a more. You guys don't need this. Let me just give you guys an overview. Okay, I think this will work. All right, you guys. So this is entrepreneurship, right? Think on your
Yes.
feet and quickly come up with something that has of value. So here, let me share my screen. Hopefully, I have the ability to share. Yes. You guys can see my slides, hopefully.
Yes. Yes.
All right, amazing. So let me start out again. So again, I'm Payman Shamrizadi. I'm a co-founder, CEO of the company, also one of its initial investors. So Peach Score is where data becomes decision intelligence. So let me talk about that. So Peach Score is a data-driven platform for entrepreneurs to accelerate their growth while enabling investors and organizations to make smarter decisions. I see us as a central figure within the startup ecosystem. So we basically work with startups, investors, and organizations centrally, and that's actually our Peach score on our platform. This is one of the dashboard images on our platform. And this is why we're doing this, because when we initially started the company, our focus was on the technology. We built the benchmarking AI system, and then we started seeing how acceleration and support for entrepreneurs globally is broken. Frankly, 97% of entrepreneurs are left out, as there's over 4 million startups and companies looking for capital and growth around the globe. 1.6 million apply for accelerators, only about 48,000 get accepted. So that's a massive, massive number that are not able to get the support that they need. And the reason for that is accelerators, frankly, they're not built to scale. They're human-centric. They have a short cohort window, as I was mentioning earlier, and very limited exposure after the program is done. So I know, frankly, a lot of founders that have gone through traditional accelerators, after 10 weeks, the relationship ended and they're back to trying to figure out how to do things on their own. So we did not want to do it that way. So we're an AI-powered platform to accelerate from ideation to growth. We analyze startups across 900 qualitative and quantitative metrics. We've analyzed over 600,000 companies for our training data. We have a massive and unique data set that we put together. and our training data is over 20 gigabytes. So we're an AI technology company. And our value proposition at our core is basically we support founders on 4 key areas. One is AI advisory readiness scoring. This is the benchmarking that we do. Every startup, when they complete their profile on our platform, they get over a 30-page assessment report done from an investor's perspective as to how an investor looks at them. This provides them credibility and investor visibility. Intelligence analytics engine that we have really dives deep into their company, provides them a lot of analysis in terms of how they can really analyze their company without actually having to sit down and talk with an advisor. So a lot of readiness. And, we build our community is extremely accessible and founder friendly. So as I mentioned, right now we have over 1,000 founders in the program. So now on the investors and organization side, same thing. As an investor or organization, you can be on our platform to find startups that you want to engage with. It's sometimes for investment, sometimes for just being able to work with them, pilot with them. Everything is done through analytics. It's all data driven. So we have different types of risk scoring. We have different types of continuous tracking that you can have. You can have different types of visualization into each company as their journey continues from the start until at least through Series A. And later on, we'll probably even work with startups even beyond that. So now this does work, as I mentioned. So, we're right now getting over 7,000 free signups. We have 1,400 paid customers. I keep saying over 1,000, but it's actually over 1,400. We're doing around $300,000 of revenue, and we have 7,500 hours of engagement by our founders across 91 countries. We are ranked #1 as a program like this on ChatGPT and Chrome. And then we do high-level partnerships. Our key partner, DLUM, we have an API integration with them. DLUM is an organization out of Europe. They're a global organization working with primarily angel groups. They have over 30,000 investors on their platform, and our platform is integrated with them directly. So a founder on our platform is able to share their company, their own score and benchmark spotlights on the DLUM platform for 4x more visibility to the 30,000 investors that they have on DLUM. And this is one of the ways that we provide high visibility and access to our founders. Customers love us, lots of reviews. If you guys go check it out, our founders, we love working with them, and they're also very kind in their reviews back to us. Now, one of the things, a key thing for our company, we are a data company at our core. We are supporting startups, we are supporting investors and organizations, but the core of what we are is a data company. Our value to startups is the acceleration platform. Our value to investors and organizations is our insights. And our value at exit is basically our data. And one of the things about our technology, our technology is purpose-built in-house. We built our AI system over the past 4 years. We own every piece of it. It is our own platform and APIs. It is a closed and secure SLM model that we've created. And this is the P-score, basically. It uses our extensive data. That's the scoring system and the benchmarking system at a high level. And it creates a reason for our startups to join us. And also, it's a path to industry standard valuations for startups. Our business model, we primarily work with startups. Currently, our enrollment is a $75 application fee along with a $275 enrollment fee. I'm sorry? Oh, I heard something. And we also do work with investors organization and have a data licensing model that's coming on board. In terms of competitors, who we compete with, we basically see traditional accelerators like YC, Plug and Play, or programs such as Founder Institute, also even nonprofits out of schools and consulting firms. We actually see ourselves more as a complementary solution to all of these different types of solutions. we can work with many of them. Plug and Play is actually our lead shareholder in our company. So we believe we're structured in such a way that we're able to support a number of these organizations in a number of different ways. LMU, as an example, Loyola Marymount University, is also one of our partners. So even though you can say there's some competitiveness in nature, but realistically, these are all potential partners to us, and we're more than happy to work with any of them. Here's our team. So again, I'm the co-founder, CEO of the company. I have a computer engineering background, and I've been around the industry for over 30 years, from Fortune 500 companies all the way on to many startups. Our founder, CEO and CTO, Alex Moshedi, he has been a serial founder. He actually was part of Plug and Play and ran their media advertising accelerator that he created with the $10 million fund that he was investing. And then we have the who's who of industry advisory board. So Dave Burkus, the founder of the Burkus Method, Richard Sudek, David Friedman, Sid Mohaseb, all these folks are extremely well known in the startup scene. Many of them came from Techos Ventures. Rahim Hamidi is also our advisor and also part investor in the company. He's the founder and chairman of Plug and Play, and Vipul Nekon, also former head of Dun & Bradstreet. So we put together an extremely strong team, and that's how we're able to support a lot of our startups with the expertise that we have. And that's it. Hopefully that was a very quick overview of what we do, how we're helping. In case there's anyone here would like to work with us, we're definitely open to partnerships. We're also open to investment, a number of different ways that we can engage. So feel free to reach out to me or Alex, that's his contact information, and we're more than happy to have the conversation. And hopefully that was helpful to you.
Excellent, excellent. How long have you been in business, did you say?
We launched the company back in 2021. We started building our platform then. We launched the accelerator on top of it in its current form late last year. So we've been at the acceleration platform the way it is right now. So there's been a lot of pilots and a lot of things that we've done beforehand. So it's been a little over a year since we built what I just shared with you. But the company it's been around since late 2020, early 2021.
Excellent. Well, I hope if there's some people on the call interested, I think you're a real good source for them.
Amazing.
Thank you so much,
Yeah, my
Damon. I know
pleasure.
you did that ad-libbing sort of.
Yeah, that's okay. No worries. No worries.
I appreciate
Happy to
that.
do it. Yeah, pleasure.
Thank
And by
you.
all means, if anyone on the call would like to connect with me, just reach out to me on LinkedIn. Be more than happy to connect and have conversations further. And with that, I'm going to jump off unless you need me to stay around for anything. No? All right.
Thank you so much. We
My
appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Absolutely. You're quite welcome. Bye-bye.
Okay. Anybody else here? Hanadi, we've got 5 people supposed to speak. Do you know if they're here? Hanadi's not here. Okay. I don't see any of these people are here. I'm waiting for Hanadi to tell me what to do. Hanadi?
Thinks he's talking to someone.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else want to speak on anything while we're waiting here?
Well, I think I was scheduled to talk at 11:40, so maybe we can start a little bit 20 minutes early. My name is
Okay, perfect.
Unmesh.
Okay.
All right, should we go ahead then?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Well, thank you for everyone for opportunity. So just to give context, my name is Unmesh. I'm based in Silicon Valley. I have been leading a company called SOPACT. Our goal is to really focus on providing a better and effective feedback and learning whether you are dealing with a nonprofit or accelerator or corporate social responsibility, every one of them has a stakeholder, and getting the insights into the stakeholders' journey. In fact, the example that Payment was giving is quite appropriate to start out. So what SOPAC does is to help making your data collection do much better than what traditional tool is. So there are many traditional survey data collection tools that are there. Some of them are survey-based tools, Qualtrics, SurveyMonkey. Many of you may be familiar with that, and Google Form, then CRM tools, and all those things are has its own sort of the things that they solve. But there's a lot is changing in last 3 years. We started with ChatGPT before even they become ChatGPT 3 and become public. So one of the challenge that I would like to really start out by describing is that how the role of AI is changing into the data collection practices. And so SOPAC is solving these challenges of collecting effective data and leveraging AI in a more effective way. So to begin with it, I want to really start by giving what exactly we're trying to solve first. One thing is that the traditional data collection, if you think about it using survey, they have been mostly about collecting satisfaction data, and mostly in the form of yes, no, or score me by 1, 2, 3, 4, and those kind of things. That's called quantitative data. And if you see that for decades, that's how the most companies have been collecting data for the products or services that they are collecting. One thing that they are not realizing how the landscape has changed and how AI is playing a massive role in collecting and effectively understanding what stakeholder wants. So let's take some example here. So let's say I'm working on some accelerator program or training program. And my goal is to really understand how this particular individual who's part of my program, let's call Girls Code. Girls Code is an accelerator that focuses on leveraging the data from, let's say, learning management system and tracking how things are improving. The challenge in the whole process of tracking the normal quantity data is that it does give very small insights into how girls are progressing. So if let's say you are working on a STEM program, just by looking at how my knowledge is improving, it's just a very small part of the big puzzle. Bigger puzzle, obviously, in the case of STEM program is that individual's confidence improving? How was the confidence before the program, and how the confidence was the midway of program, and how is the confidence after the program? And if you know that how confidence is improving and the goals, then essentially you can put together the correlation between the qualitative aspect and quantitative aspect in a much better way. And so as a result, your ability to learn and leverage the insights can be tremendously opens the doors. And this was traditionally been collected by many people, but they don't do anything with it because the qualitative data are notoriously very difficult to analyze. Now, with the AI, obviously things get much easier, and you can combine qualitative quantity to give you immense amount of insights. So traditionally, we have been working with many corporates and social impact organization, and you could essentially, the process would be to define the framework, define the metrics, collect the data, and build the dashboard. An entire cycle will take like 6 months, 9 months, or a year to build the dashboard. And it will also cost quite a bit. You also have to have data literate people in your team. So that process used to take long. Thanks to AI, what I'm going to show you today is a demo, which really compresses the time from months to the minutes, literally. The caveat here is that if you want to leverage AI effectively, you have to have a clean data. And unfortunately, it's easier to put the data in a ChatGPT, but 99% 9% of time data that people are putting in for these kind of programs are not very effective or not clean or duplicate data or not complete data. And as a result, your ability to gain the confidence of the data insight is very low. I mean, it's easier to build any kind of dashboard in AI, but that most of the time the data quality can be a huge challenge for most organizations. That's why most social impact ingression and small businesses are struggling to leverage AI. And so what I'm going to walk you through is a process which has a 3 key fundamental. So I'm going to share my screen now. So this is going to be our website, obviously, and you can see how well, and then I'm going to show the demo as well. But this is SOPAC website, and you can see that it's based on a 3 core principle. Number 1 is that if you want to track the data of any individual over the period of time, it's very important that you track it by individual unique ID of that person. And that's why a lightweight CRM-based approach is pretty critical, because once you have unique ID, I can track that application process. So let's just say in a previous example of payment, he is running the accelerators. Then I need to have application. In application, obviously, I can use a leverage AI to automatically process and bring down my time to analyze the application from 2 months, 3 months, and with the 12 people reviewing it to the literally matter of days. That's one thing. Secondly, is I can track that person over the period of time during the program, after the program has been graduated, because now I have a unique ID. So that's one thing. Other part is that by leveraging AI, not only you're collecting data now in a survey, but I can have a 200-page report. So let's say I have a data that come in, I have collected some data and say, I have this particular report, which is 200-page PDF, but literally within a seconds, I can have a very structured approach of data where I can do the red flag from the data that been supported, or I can literally should see the results in a consistent fashion where I want to see with the program impact, SDG alignment, stakeholders, and all this thing can be analyzed in a literally matter of minutes. And that's thanks to the prompt engineering. And by leveraging AI, you can do amazing insights, whether it's a 200 interviews in a Zoom, or whether it's a PDF document, or whether you're collecting qualitative data from essays from application. So that's the second benefit. And third benefit, obviously, is that oftentimes you want to collect the data and clean data. You want to make sure that there is no duplicates. And you also want to make sure that if there is any red flag like this, I can literally go back to that particular person within a minute, and that in the application, I can say, look, I have it, but these are 5 things that is missing in your application, and please fill out this information, and you can leverage the data. So that is the power of the AI. And I'm going to pause here if see anybody has any question before I move to the demo part of it. But fundamentally, what we are doing here is to something that used to take minutes. And I'm even going to take a literal previous example that Payment was giving for the accelerators or investors due diligence process, where I can have hundreds of due diligence documents that I can provide, or application I can provide, and within literally 3 minutes, I will have a report like this created, or report like this, or report like essentially this, where I can extract the information that I'm looking for in a public information or a private information, so private framework, and extract this data into single fashion. I'm going to pause to see whether anybody's paying attention to what I'm saying and they have any question, because I hope that this is more of a collaborative session and people have some questions about this thing, because just presenting for the sake of presenting obviously is not that fun. So before I go forward, yes,
if I
please
could
go
just
ahead.
add something. So essentially what you're doing is you're taking large blocks of data, putting it through AI, and literally, it sounds like in a matter of minutes, even you're able to generate very thorough reports that provide a lot of good information to many of the stakeholders. So here's another way that AI is really speeding things up and allowing more data to get to more people. You look like you're kind of in the forefront of this going forward.
Absolutely. And I can tell you, we've been around for 10 years, and many of our clients we have our own business intelligence platform, and we used to collect the data, we centralize the data, we put it together in a dashboard. And when we showed this thing to the clients, our same clients, and say, I can do this thing, anything I want. I can build this kind of visualization. I can build this kind of thing. And all it takes is the prompt engineering. They are falling up the chair, because if you think about it, there are two main shift happening here. You are not dependent on IT anymore. Instead of months, you're building this thing in minutes, and I can create any of my prompts to design anything I want, as long as I have a good, clean data. So underlying key thing is that if I have a very good, clean data on a daily basis, instead of monthly or even after program is over, on a daily basis, I can run the new experiment on the data that I have collected, and I can build and learn from the data on a continuous basis. So essentially what AI is literally doing here to all those organizations, especially small, medium-sized businesses or social impact organizations. Big businesses are already doing these things that I'm talking about. This is more for the organization who have limited capacity, but they want to do a lot more, and they want to track this, what people have been saying. I'm introducing this product, and I want to see whether the product really has challenges, some features that is needed. I can literally run that experiment around it, and I can get this kind of results. Anything that you can imagine, you can do that. So that's the key thing. And any follow-up question? Anyone else, guys? This may be an opportunity to answer any questions on how data and AI works together. So this is more than ChatGPT thing. So trust me, this is a way more than ChatGPT. So this may be your opportunity to ask any questions to me. I'm happy to answer anything. But what I'm trying to say is that the power is in collecting clean data, and clean data can essentially that's where the AI is leveraged the best. Because without that, everybody understands ChatGPT, but that ChatGPT people don't understand. There's a lot of fuzziness that will come in, illusion can come in. But if you have a clean data with a clean context, you can get amazing amount of insights and a very high level of accuracy as you like. So really, it's a powerful, but as long as you know how to leverage data properly. Without good data architecture, you cannot leverage AI very effectively. Okay. Any question before I move? All right. So how does it work? So actually, it works rather pretty straightforward. It can work with any number of data collection process. It can be accelerators, example that payment gave, scholarship programs, students, volunteers, fund managers, companies. I can go on and on. And if you want to see what else can we do with it, literally you can go to SOPAC website and you can see the hundreds of use cases from the training evaluation to the accelerators. And you can even play around with those, a lot of the prompts in every one of them. And literally we'll see that for every one of them, there are AI demos that you can try it out and run the different type of quality assessment or traction that I want to measure. I can do that in a matter of minutes. But let me explain the concept better. So this is a simple data collection product, which allows you to have a very clean data at all the time. So if you just take the accelerator as an example, and many of you in this Zoom today are familiar with that. So accelerator model depends on essentially applying and setting up the application process. And I invite them, you design the, let's say, climate accelerators, you design the climate design application. And then once you do that, you embed that particular forms on the website, and or you can send an email or anywhere you want, and people fill out. Once the data is in, the magic is in a really simply everyone gets a unique ID. So 111, 110. And by having unique ID, now I can find out, oh, this person hasn't provided this LinkedIn profile. And I can go back and send them an email and say, hey, can you please fill out the LinkedIn profile because that's important for me to approve your application. Or I can do the red flag like that we saw here. Or I can do analysis of my resume or pitch deck, and I can get the analysis done in literally seconds. So sky is the limit in what you can do with the qualitative and quantitative data. And trust me, 95% of the data now should be in the future will be more on the qualitative because you can get a lot more insights into qualitative data than quantitative data. It's going to be unbiased data also. That's why it's very important that you understand the power of data, which is really is often in a qualitative aspect of it. And guys, ask me any questions in the middle of it. Once you have this data, you can now collect the data in the form of anything I want. Let's say I'm an accelerator. I want to do due diligence process. I want to do program onboarding. I want to do the mid-program in check-in, post-program check-in. Anything I want, I can do any kind of analysis at any time. So let's take some example of a company. And as a company, let's say I'm working on this program where I have a publicly available impact reports. And in this company, I want to see that this company has this data where I can see the results where I publicly, I have this public report. So Tesla, everybody knows Tesla. So Tesla has their own impact report, and you can use that. Then another company I'm going to show is Saitam. Again, friend of mine who's a CEO of like at NVIDIA, based in Silicon Valley. And again, they have this company. Now, let's look at how it works. All I'm doing is essentially creating a prompt, and writing a prompt. I'm going to create a very consistent report out of that one. So the first report that came out is for the Tesla, as you can see here. And I'm going to show you the prompt in a minute so you can understand how it works. But let's look at the output first. So this, and it literally took me 3 minutes to build this thing. So you can see the Tesla CEO and the aggregated results. But underneath, you can see these results. Let's look at this. 2,000 employees, 200,000, only 1,000 female employees. So immediately you can see that rather than me spending hours going through the PDF document, now I know there's a huge gap. So let's say my goal as a fund manager is to see the discrepancy in a male and female ratio. And clearly, just looking at this thing, you can see that CEO name wasn't provided. Total employees 200, 2,000. That's the huge differential. I can also go through anything I want from governance to materiality to CFD alignment for Europe, supply chain, environment, product and safety, people, and overall safety. I can do exactly the same thing for another company, which is Saitam. And for Saitam, obviously, it can also create a similar report, same metrics, and I can get these results. And the best part is that once it's all done, I can have the results being created for me, where I can create aggregated reports. So let's say I have a portfolio of 100 companies that I want to analyze. Now I can say Tesla as these key indicators, Cargill as this indicator, Saitam as this, and this is the aggregated report. And even if the metrics are different in every report, I can say that from this report, this metrics and this metrics, because they are really together, same metrics, and I can really align them together in a way that I can extract it. So how does the magic work? The magic works is that you can design as many reports from a specific cell which can be like PDF document or can be row, so it can be at the step level, or column, so I can do the causality, or the more in the grid level. So let's look at the grid level. So I build this. I want to really understand that this one thing is I want to see how this report requires that you, and I'm going to name it ESG evaluation report. I'm going to say extract this information, and when you extract it, make sure you look for it, because if you don't do that, you're going to get very fuzzy, everybody calls hallucination effect. So giving a context and knowledge is extremely important in getting very high quality insights. So being very clear about where the source is, where the thing is very important. How do you aggregate the results from multiple impact reports? What should be part of the footer, and obviously how the things should be presented. So all those things, literally do it. You run this thing, and we run, and obviously it creates HTML and thing. And I like it. I save it, and within 3 minutes, I have a report that I want. So this is just the tip of the iceberg. I can do any kind of data collection and any kind of analysis instead of months in a minute. There's no there's no magic here other than that, making sure the data you're collecting is clean. And that's what our goal is, to help you make sure you're collecting right data, you have right prompt, and you can analyze the results at any time. And instead of waiting for months, you are literally taking on a daily basis. You go, and if you're a big team, marketing, customer success, they all have different needs, and you can create as many reports you like depending on what their interests are. And so we have an example, sir. I can create 20 different reports from the same data, as long as you have a different needs, because everybody have data can be one, but the use can be very, very different. But that's the beauty of it, because now if I have a data from and different team has different need, I can literally create all sort of reports simply by writing the prompting and based on what you want to learn. So I'm gonna end my presentation here. I hope that this really generated some exciting interest in this thing. Like I said, it's a new way of how people will be collecting and leveraging the data. If you're doing old-fashioned way, I think your time is over. It's time to move on to the new approach and start to rethink how you leverage the data in a different way. So hope I generated a lot of interest, and happy to answer any questions on what we are doing.
Any questions from anybody? Okay, I think we'll thank Unmesh for doing this. It's certainly very informative, very interesting to see a lot of the ways that the AI is being used in data collection. And what impressed me was taking something that would normally take 3 months and turn it into 3 minutes. It's a tremendous, tremendously efficient model, and it's going to have a big future. Thank you so much for your talk. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and I'm just leaving there my website, so you can look it out, and if there's an interest,
yes,
you can set up you can connect with me on that as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you,
Professor Habib.
Yes, how are you?
They're calling your number.
I'm so sorry that hopefully I missed the timing because it's over midnight. I thought it's the tomorrow, but it's today. So thank you so much, Hanadi, for informing that right way that this is the time for me. Thank you. So should I start?
Surely, please.
Is it visible? You see the slide?
Yes. Yes.
So first of all, I'd like to give a special thanks to the organizing committee to inviting me deliver the keynote speech. Basically, today I'd like to talk about technology enabled supply chain and the total quality management for business excellence. So as a business professor, I like to highlight how we can ensure the business excellence. So the technology-driven supply chain and total quality management. Or if you look very carefully, business excellence, we have in the few parameters. So first of all, the total quality management and supply chain management, technological advancement, globalization, environment friendly. So we should think of the 3R, how we can apply sustainability, ESG metrics, environment, social and governance, and emotional intelligence. So based on these few parameters, we can think how can we create business excellence. I'd like to start by the total quality management. If you ask me about the total quality management in business excellence, how can we incorporate? We'd like to highlight the two things. One is that stakeholder satisfaction, means we should think about the all relevant parties satisfaction. We should not think only just customer satisfaction. It means that we should think about all stakeholder satisfaction. And then, but secondly, the continuous improvement, Kaizen. So you have to set our goals, and it should be the SMART goals. How could we ensure the SMART goals? And our target is that we have to achieve gradually. So that's why we like to use the term, the continuous improvement, Kaizen. Kaizen is a Japanese term, so we like to apply in the business field how we can apply this Kaizen concept to the gradual improvement. So what I mentioned just now, we have to set our goals. If we have set our goals and then SMART goals, then best of them we can decide how can we go to the next level. And basically, when you talk about the total quality management, there is one question is that there is a traditional view and then total quality management view. And in the modern era, technological advancement era, we should think of the TQM view. On the other hand, earlier we use the traditional view. In the TQM view, we should think about that quality increase means productivity will increase. And it means that there is some correlationship between the productivity and quality. But earlier we thought that no, if you think about the quality increase, then productivity will be decreased. And there is some of the phobia is that if we apply the technology, there are a few human resources who will lose the job. It is a wrong concept. We should adapt the technology, and humans should work with the technology as well. And this is some of the parameters. I don't want to discuss too much about this one, the difference between the continuous improvement and the traditional approach. But keep in mind that when you do our target is the business excellence, make sure that we have to create the environment. We call it problem-solving environment. We should think about the long-term focus rather than short-term focus. We should think about the continuous improvement, what I said earlier, that rather than the instant improvement. And now when you talk about the total quality management, then we have to think about this one, integrated TQM model. If you look very carefully here, I mentioned a few things. When you talk about the integrated TQM model, we should think about the human resource excellence. We should think of the product and process excellence. We should think of the management leadership. So within these three factors, our main focusing point is the customer. So ultimately, we have to come up with the decision of the customer focusing. How can we ensure the satisfaction level? If you look very carefully, management leadership, basically, the total quality management, this will come up from the top management. So we should think about the 100% commitment. We should think about the motivation to employees. Definitely, the vision is very important. And usually, the top management, they have to drive the total quality management. They have to initiate the total quality management concept. And when you talk about the product and process excellence, it is the middle one, input, process, and output. And here you have to think about this one, continuous improvement, what I said earlier, preventing measurement, proactiveness rather than reactive measurement, documentation. We have to depend on the big data. Just a few minutes before, my previous speaker, he just talked about this one, big data. So how can I keep this all data-driven, data-centric decision-making? So decision will be data-based, data-centric, instead of the opinion-based. And come to the next one, human resource excellence. If you will ask me about the human resource excellence, then I would start in this way. Our human resources is our asset. So now we have to start to think, how can you keep them as an asset for the society? We should think about the training program. We can do the training program, and definitely we should do some team building. And that is very interesting thing is that we should create this environment that our all employees, they have to think of the team building. Usually that most of the organization, they do not think too much about the team building. Sometimes they are thinking about the personal development. It should be the professional development, team development. So how can we create this kind of team-based development? It is not very easy things. This is the one kind of learning from us. How can we ensure that human is excellence? And we should think of the information flow from the supplier to customer end. And here information flow means communication flow, we have to think. And cross-functional style. We should think about the cross-functional style. That make sure that all your team, they have a communication, they have a relationship. So make sure that we have to understand this one, that all cross-functional discussion, the different department in the organization, they have to need a collaboration with each other. As we are talking about this one, I like to make sure one thing is that our ultimate target is that total quality management. How could we ensure this total quality management? Now, this is some of the example role of the TQM leaders. Like all are responsible for the quality improvement, especially the senior management and CEO. Senior manager must practice MBWA, management by walking around. So you should think about this one, the management by walking around. So how you understand management by walking around, you have to ensure this one. Ensure that the team's decision is in harmony with the quality statement of the organization. So this is very important, that how could you ensure this kind of things? The team's decision is a harmony, synchronized. Senior total quality management leaders must read the TQM literature and attend the conferences to be aware of the TQM tools and methods. Look, TQM literature. So they should join the conference. They have to learn it and they have to apply this one. And senior manager must take the part in the award ceremony, recognition process. Definitely, they should think about that coaching and the others and teaching in the TQM seminars. Senior manager must focus on the internal and external small group, focus group, survey, and definitely they should be live and communicate. What is the outcome they have to share with others, so that all team members, they have to be familiar with this kind of things. Supply chain knowledge for the entrepreneurs. What I said earlier just now, I'm talking about the total quality management. So when I talk about the total quality management, the top management, they'll take the decision. Now we are talking about the supply chain knowledge for the entrepreneurs. So, this is our target, entrepreneurship, and technology will be there. So now let us start. They have to need the knowledge of supply chain management. So they have to know this one. What is supply chain? There's a one chain that will start from supply and finish with the customer end, raw materials to finished product, flow of goods for manufacturing industry, flow of service for the service industry, flow of information, and flow of fund. So make sure that we have to ensure these few things. That when you are in the top management, you are the entrepreneur, you have to remember these few things. We have to make sure that collaborative works. Just now I mentioned the three basic entities in the supply chain. Raw materials come from supply end. After the processing, finished product deal with the customer end. Flow of goods, flow of information, flow of funds. Three flow you have to think. By the way, we can apply this supply chain management concept in manufacturing industry as well as service industry. Sorry. Manufacturing industry means flow of goods, but service industry flow of service. And there is a lot of example of the manufacturing industry, service industry. We can apply the supply chain management concept. This is among the example: vegetable supply chain, poultry supply chain, fishing industry supply chain, RMG supply chain, textile supply chain, apparel supply chain, so on. Even we can apply in the service industry, education supply chain, hospital supply chain, tourism supply chain, banking industry supply chain. So that means we can apply the supply chain management in the manufacturing industry as well as in the service industry. But keep in mind, there is one fundamental difference between the manufacturing industry and service and supply chain management. When you talk about the supply chain management in the service industry, means hospital, like education institutions. Then our main target, how we can contribute to the society, society contribution. How we can contribute to the society, society contribution. Manufacturing industry, their main target, improving the operations, business excellence, better outcomes, increase in profit, something like that. This is sorry, 3 decision level of supply chain management. Basically, you have to think about the 3 decision levels: strategic, planning, operating level. Strategic level is the top level management, middle level means the planning level, and the line level is operations level. So basically, whatever you do, strategic decision, planning decision, and operation decision, all decision will start from the strategic decision here. And then it will go to the planning level. And from there, it will be executed by the operation level. So what I said here, the decision will start from the strategic, and then it will be the carry forward by the planning level. Finally, it will be executed by the operation level.
Hello.
Yeah. Basically, there are 2 strategies, supply chain strategy. One is the responsive supply chain strategy, and the efficiency supply chain strategy. A responsive supply chain strategy means quick response, high quality, high cost. And efficient supply chain strategy means cost effectiveness, cost compromise, low quality, and then low response. So now come to the question is that whatever we do, we are applying the responsive supply chain or we are applying the efficient supply chain. The main concept is that we have to make sure the 3 decision level: strategic, planning, operating level. So what I mentioned here, so you have to decide at first, do you want to apply the responsive supply chain strategy or you like to apply the efficient supply chain strategy? Then you have to think how can I apply the 3 decision level. Now, we got the idea, we are talking about the business excellence. We talk about the total quality management. We talk about the supply chain management. Now, digital innovation. Basically, the digital innovation means we have to think the modern digital technology to adopt to solve the business problems by optimizing processes, improving the business customer satisfactions, and then the new business models. So in that case, maybe we can apply that IoT, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data, chatbots, and so on. And we have to apply this technology in our supply chain management. I mentioned earlier, artificial intelligence, machine learning, Industry Revolution 4.0, 5.0, automation, cloud computing. I like to give the one example so they can think. I say we have to take the decision based on the big data. Means the last 5 years data, you have to check last 10 years data, then come up with the decision. But without the big data, you cannot come up with the decision. And secondly, suppose you are sending the products from the one place to another place by the truck. And 30 years before, you have to call the truck driver, where are you now? But now this is not necessary. We have the GPS system, vehicle tracking system, so you can track the driver where the driver is now. So it means the technology has given the empowerment to taking some decisions. And now come to the question that what is our future? I like to take this only 2 minutes. Basically, our future is the technology driven. You like to become the entrepreneur, you have to know the technology. How can you apply the technology? You like to become any kind of multinational company like to work, you have to know this technology application. So maybe in future, we should go to the automation and small batch production. And in that case, maybe the decentralization of the manufacturing capacity. And you should think of the rapid wholesale digitization. And what I mentioned here, if you look very carefully, our existing buyer-supplier relationship should be changed. Now it should be digitalized, so that the fundamental element of building the robust supply chain, we can do this one. We should think about the application of technology in supply chain so that you can quickly take the decision. And any kind of disruption, supply chain disruption noticed during the pandemic time. During the Russia-Ukraine war, we also noticed. During the Middle East war, we also noticed. So in that case, how this kind of disruption will be resolved? So we need the resilient supply chain. The technology is only one option to resolve this kind of disruption. Finally, let us start to think, create and produce a smart, agile, industry-driven resilient supply chain with maintained ecosystems. Everything will be environment friendly. What I mentioned here, we are talking about the business excellence, and what you mentioned that there's a few key points out there. We discussed most of the key points. I'd like to remind you again of what you said in that first. Total quality management for the business excellence. supply chain management, technological advancement, globalization. Nowadays, without the globalization, you cannot do anything. So global platform you have to go. And any kind of decision should be environment friendly. Without the decision against the environment, you cannot do anything. And as we are talking about the SDG goals, so sustainability is very important key issues. A lot of research is going on the ESG metrics. How can I apply the ESG metrics? And finally, when you think about as entrepreneurship, as a entrepreneur, new entrepreneur, you have to think the emotional intelligence of the human. You have to treat your human resource as an asset. You have to treat your human resource that how you can handle them softly. So how can you increase the productivity? So we call it emotional intelligence. So that's all from my side. If you have
Very
any
good.
question, feel free to ask the question.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? I see we're applying artificial intelligence to supply chain management. And as you pointed out, there's a lot of areas where things can improve and have the whole supply chain move more efficiently. Very interesting. Any other questions? We're a little short of time. Okay, thank you so much, Professor Habib. I
My
appreciate
pleasure.
this.
Thank
I'm
you.
sure everybody
Thank
else
you
did.
so much.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, my pleasure.
I think next we have, who do we have? I'm not sure how I pronounce this. Last name is Puyan. Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. If
My
I mispronounced
apologies.
it.
I think maybe next is me, the Professor Huda Al-Khazemi.
Hanadi, who's next?
Yeah, that's me. I think she's saying
Yeah.
Professor Huda, but we cannot hear her voice clearly.
Okay. Huda, I think you're next.
Okay. Allow me a minute to switch on my to my slides.
Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Does Dr. Habib have to turn his slides off? Ah, there we go.
Thank you.
All right. Hoda, can you turn yours on?
Yes, give me a minute.
Surely.
Professor Mark, Dr. Huda, she's participating last year, and you are so interesting from her presentation. And you asked me about her contact number. It's again this year she will be participating. I know she will contribute perfectly.
Okay, good.
Inshallah,
Thank
ya
you.
Rab.
Thank you.
So I'd like to start by saying an extreme thank you to Professor Michael and to Hanadi and the organizers of this conference for their, I know, resilience and making sure that this conversation stays in the public arena to the best we can see. Can you see my slides?
Yeah. We can see your name.
Yeah, the landing slides. You can see the first slide.
Now, yeah, okay, we got it. Yeah, we're good.
Yes. So, good evening, respected colleagues, distinguished panelists, and guests, and good morning and good afternoon, wherever you're connected from the world. Again, my sincere gratitude to Hanadi and the team for organizing and bringing us together for this vital conversation on how artificial intelligence is actually reshaping the economies and enabling diversification across board, not just in talent development, but in building smart nations, as we call them smart nations. And we'll know in a while why do we call them smart nations. So imagine that we are living in a desert city, abundant in sunlight and ambition, where sand dunes meet data centers and drones and deliver parcels. That's not actually fiction. It's here in the Middle East. It's part of a UAE native story at the moment. Artificial intelligence have moved us from lab to factory and to factory room. And in UAE, we have managed this year to build over 80 use case scenarios of how are we using AI in the heart of government and in the heart of industrialized society. So it's actually a field of science where we have seen how scientific research touched data and real world deployment globally. And we know as we are speaking that the global AI market, and this is a data points that we have discussed last year, by 2030, in less than 6 years from now, or actually at this moment, 5 years from now, we are standing in an additional GDP value of 2 trillion USDs, which is a growing approximate of a combined growth of 37% from where we were standing in 2023. In short, AI is not just another IT upgrade. It is the architectural new industrial wave that we're seeing the world leading through. We're talking about the underestimated value of 15.7 trillion. I'm sure you understand, and you've seen this number before, to a vital growth of anticipation of approximately maybe additional 5 to a total of 20 trillion. From improved productivity to increased consumption. When it comes to regional booth in different jurisdictions, we're seeing countries like China increasing the GDP by 26%. North America is standing to up to 14%, but maybe we are going to see more than that. And UAE as well standing to gain a 14% perspective. And I want you to notice those data points because you are talking about a developing economy where there is a huge investment in AI stack, AI infrastructure, and architecture, to an economy where we are also speaking on a deployment strategies aspects and how we can take it into scalable a global norm. So from an emerging market perspective, the participation that comes from this part of the world, from the GCC, has increased massively the AI launch globally, and we are seeing more of a critical positive lever exist on future economies output. So when we want to discuss AI as an engine of growth, I want you to focus on more than just the scale of opportunity that had existed on the table. Let me anchor these numbers on a better spectrum on how we are switching the time story of oil for countries moving from oil economy to algorithmic economy. In the UAE, we have seen more than 90% of businesses now regarding AI as a critical future growth kind of catalyst, where it's part of the future economy of the country. And 80% of those firms and organizations are preparing for integration of new models of AI. And when I'm saying AI, I mean the wider spectrum of AI and not just generative AI models. The whole ecosystem spectrum, not just in Dubai or in Abu Dhabi, has been built to build over, as I said, for example, on Road and Transportation Authority in Dubai itself and alone, we are seeing over 40 real-world AI stories, use cases on smart parking, on traffic flow, on optimization and generative chatbots and services that cuts travel duration by 20 to 30%, and improve operational efficiencies by 10 to 20% across the region. We are seeing as well a huge spectrum of movement towards improving the number of SMEs that come across joint participation structure on AI resources and platforms that are being developed on hyperscaler data centers, on mixed energy grids that exist across the map, and as well on a different layer of a conglomerate emerging technologies that we spoke about last time we've seen that AI was the foundational story that provides for over 200 technology, including quantum and robotics and others. So all the SME kind of paradox that are also being developed in the spectrum and in UAE, for example, and particularly I'm using it as a use case at the moment to tell you the story that we decided to open here in UAE, not a single AI campus, but two AI campuses. One AI campus focusing on hyperscalers in collaboration with Stargate in the United States, and another AI campus with the IFC focusing on deployment business cases so we can actually scale up the smart nation capacities, not just for UAE, but for the global spectrum, where it's about a global sandbox for more projects and opportunities that will transform the realities. So in terms of real cases, we talked about smart mobility structures, but also we are going to talk about the case where AI is driving non-oil growth GDP within the UAE. We have said that it's expected to contribute to 14% of our GDP and support economic diversification by boosting non-oil industries. And we've seen as well sovereign wealth fund get into, you can see that. Sovereign wealth funds get into building their own AI subsidiaries, and as well our own national oil and gas building for their own AI as well subsidiaries that are aiming to amplify and the supply chain kind of efficiencies around AI, so we can bring that kind of I would say API global corporate box to the world. Our focus is not just within oil and gas and smart city initiatives, as I said within RTA example, but also we are very much vested for healthcare, education, and finance, as well as how can we integrate them as an indigenous and new economic value streams in different kind of aspects across the industry. So the priorities here are being matched by making sure that the work force and skill side is part of the ecosystem development, where we have established the first AI university in the world, and that bumps into the first cohorts, the first 3 cohorts. We're focusing on graduate level research of PhD and master students. The first cohort of undergraduates is going out this year in order to make sure that there is a massive upskilling programs towards how we build national kind of skill force. And UAE was one of them. It's the global forces that built for chief AI kind of jobs to exist within the executive structure, within the governments, and within private sector. So technology only matters if a human can harness it. And this is the most important question that we have to address if we are trying to build for transformational skill force. So regardless of what the World Economic Forum report says on employability and jobs by 2030, we know that AI will be creating more opportunities of jobs. I think the recent survey says 69% of the new jobs are going to be created, yet 69 million jobs will be created versus 83 million jobs that are being lost in the job market. We have a net loss of 14 million roles. 14 million roles are not really a small number on a global economic campus. And we're seeing that on a daily basis. Just yesterday, I'm sure many of you read the news on the layoffs of Amazons and others, and the optimizations around our jobs that existed in the big tech companies around the world. But numbers sometimes don't tell the full stories. In certain countries, we've noticed that companies report on readiness that integrates, for example, AI tools and improve productivity talent pipelines as well. And this will generate new informal opportunities for the AI economy that did not exist in the past. So maybe the numbers that we are reporting at the moment, they're massively reporting into a stream of pathways that exist within the formal kind of forecasted story of transformational agency within the task force. So when it comes to analyzing the different structures of AI adoption across key sectors and those transformation that happened within those kind of structure, it's important to understand what do we mean by smart economy, because it's not a buzzword. It's actually a blueprint where a smart economy is the one that is based on the agility structure of building faster on a conglomerate of different assets. And respecting that within the current cycle, we're not following a trend. It's not just about investing in AI. It's investing in a foundational infrastructure that will support growth to over 200 disruptive industries and not just technologies. So investment in data sectors, investments in sensors, devices, and citizens, investments into a technology infrastructure that comes into algorithm economy, decisions once done by slower human processes within these smart nations will be automated and optimized. A human will be always on the loop, or human-centric technologies will be paramount within those smart economies. Public services will continuously and adaptively learn about citizen views of governmental service, and they will self-optimize for the best case scenarios that might exist. In such an economy, operational cost savings will be at least 20 to 40% on a constant level. So public services, again, are not dreams. When we are talking about healthcare, education, smart city infrastructure is going to be part of this I would say, services arena. And the principle that we are trying to guide this conversation with is the fact that we are developing for more than just what you're seeing on the slide here on financial fintech kind of a story of optimization, where over 70% of AI will use banks will use AI services for assessment and regulatory compliance, and AI will enhance decision making. It's actually AI will create the new sandbox of opportunities that would create the new type of business that would exist on a fintech structure. I'm not sure how many of you are hearing on everyday basis about the power of AI agents that exist in a financial sector now that are running to do quantitative finance analytics on mass portfolio of investments, and they're trying to copycat the best investors on the market and replicate their investment portfolio. So while we're talking here, your AI investment agent could be doing your own investment on your behalf, and actually you could earn passively on the different market structures that exist out there. This is one of the models that we've seen across the globe. When it comes to healthcare, AI-driven diagnostics, AI-driven as well analytics that would support the medical team in general and healthcare provider provide better services to higher outreach of service, especially in developing economies, is something that is actually one of the significant cases and use cases that we are trying to amplify across the map. So in order for us to understand the paradigm of a smart economy, it goes beyond just the definition and the complexity of resources that should be provided. It's actually an optimization of resources that would be used to reduce cost and improve service delivery across the map, and also integration of data analytics of all kind of lead emerging technology components in order to foster better innovation and economic opportunities across societies and provide better adaptability. This could be communities in Africa, communities in Asia, communities in South America, and it's not just restricted to use cases within global north where this technology is at paramount being developed at the moment. So in terms of transforming public infrastructure with AI efficiency, we have seen, as I said, around all of these kind of examples, a multitude of services that are being provided. However, foundational technologies don't just come with kind of a dreamy notion of impossibilities. Yes, we are building the global smart economy testbed, and that's not just the UAE, the United States, China, and other parts of the world in Europe and Asia. You hear the AI story being replicated in Singapore, in Philippines, in Egypt, in Nigeria, in Rwanda, and other parts of the world. But also with building this ecosystem of universities, of government strategies, of public sector and private sector partnerships. Actually, it's more than public, it's the triple Bs at the moment. It's public-private partnerships and also the personal level partnership that exist in between the citizens. So all of these kind of aspects are foundational to improve the hidden backbone of an AI infrastructure. AI does not float by itself. It resets on three, I would say, foundational pillars. The first pillar is compute and chips, where the global pipeline at the moment for semiconductor infrastructure in the hundreds of billions of dollars. AI training already consumes around 1% of global electricity usage. So there will be an inflection tipping point where we will disrupt how we create technology. The way we create a new energy structure will be different. The new battery structure for AI will be different in different jurisdictions, because there is also this kind of back end, I would say, reliability and dependency on critical mineral infrastructure that exists in a choking point, monopolistic aspects in certain countries, and then can be tokenized in a global geopolitical power shift in wars and a rising conflict. So for us, building this technology brings in to the map a multitude of questions that we have discussed today. Actually, I was telling Dr. and Professor Hanadi in Abu Dhabi Strategic Dialogue today, the importance of building independent data structures that you cannot feed the algorithm if you don't feed them the data. We've seen countries around the world racing for building their own algorithmic infrastructure, their own data infrastructure. So it's never the data without the algorithm anymore, and has constructed a strong digital kind of sovereignty understanding across the world. When it comes to green compute, I think many of us have heard now in the GCC and in different regions around the world, the importance of mixed grid architecture that is basically paramountly, critically centered around green technologies and green energy structures. As AI expand, the energy consumption of carbon and footprint across the globe would matter for us. Sustainable design is now inherited into those smart economy. You've heard a grid structure that is based on hydros, on thermals, on solar, on small nuclear reactors, as well as on oil and gas and other kind of standard grid infrastructure. When we map these clusters together, we intertwine them into one understanding of a smart industrial economy to our phone screens at the end of the day. So the smart economy presence within the GCC, when you look at it, what would be the different mapping infrastructure that we have? You have, for example, the digital economy strategy in Dubai that aims to have a 20% GDP contribution by 2031, featuring AI labs and digital twins enhanced Abu Dhabi urban planning platform within Abu Dhabi smart city kind of lab that is being initiated within Abu Dhabi municipality, for example. Saudi Arabia with NEOM projects invested over 1 billion in AI-based city infrastructure to exemplify the importance of next generation technologies within the urban design of the city, where it's not empowered, it's overpowered by technology, but it's empowered by the centric value of a human service when it comes to using this technology. Qatar used AI use cases across their healthcare infrastructure for over 43% improvement on productivity. And then we have seen other kind of commitments coming into diversified structure from the GCC aspects. AI is
Excuse me, Dr. Hoda?
Yeah.
Excuse me a second. This is extremely interesting, and I wish we had more time. We're kind of running out of time.
Okay, I have 2 slides, I think, and we're done. So
Okay,
we
thank
can,
you so much.
we
I'm sorry to
can.
interrupt you. It's very informative. It's just
God
we're running
bless.
out of time. I'm so
I
sorry.
think we talked about the mass of it. And so I will just want to close on another metaphor in this aspects, maybe not on uh, on the strategic imperative that when we want to build for this technology, it's not building for functionality, but building for human responsibility, establishing this national assets, and global assets as well. When it comes to AI, it does not come at two opposite and two tensions. Countries have to establish national data trust framework and national assets, and they have to work collaboratively on a global level so they can enable cross-border data interoperability, so they can build for a better future. Let me close with a metaphor again. Think of a traditional economy, heavy, rigid, and exposed to elements like tall glass towers in the desert wind. Now imagine a mesh of a structure, lightweight, adaptive, and able to regenerate itself, and able to learn from a very extreme desert climate. That's the smart economy. By embedding AI into the fabric of our industries and cities and institutions, we create economies that learn, adapt, and grow at a faster rate. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for my next speaker for their extreme patience. And if you do have any questions, feel free to reach out to me and my contacts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hoda. That was extremely, that was extremely informative. I wish we had more time to listen to it. I was extremely interested in what you had to say. What stuck out of my mind is that AI should create 69 million new jobs, but lose 83 million jobs. So in the short term, maybe 5, 6, 8 years, we're going to have to deal with that job loss. In the long term, making workers more productive using AI, I think, will be a very positive thing. Thank you so much for your talk. I personally learned a lot myself. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you can stop sharing your screen. Hanadi, who's next? You're muted, Hanadi. Yeah, just barely. It's either Charles or I'll butcher your name. Piredeiir.
I'm Puyan, Michelle.
Puyan is the last name.
Yep.
I got that one. That was not bad. How about if you go next? Is that good, Hanani?
I mean, yeah, I was supposed to start earlier. No worries. I'm ready if you wish.
Okay, fire when ready.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Professor Bessler and Dr. Hanadi. It's my pleasure to be here today. So today can you see my slides? I'm wondering if it's shared. Okay, let me just check 1 second. It should be now, hopefully. present it. If not, again, keep me posted
There you
whenever you
go.
saw it,
There you
please.
go.
You can see it
There-
now. Perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
So today I am going to present leveraging IP and patent analytics for innovation and startup success. Actually, we were supposed to provide you some insights about AI and artificial intelligence as well. But as I'm representing the whole IP analytics section of World Intellectual Property Organization, that I will be going a bit later to explain who we are and what we do. Actually, we try to kind of tailor both how IP analytics is being used by global entrepreneurs or inventors worldwide, and we're gonna teach and train and even provide some insight how you can use this secret weapon of these entrepreneurs worldwide. I'm sure you're all familiar with this topic as well, so I'm not gonna stop a lot in the basic parts, but still gonna review a bit. And I'm Puyan Piradeir. I'm a young expert in technology and innovation support division of IP for Innovators department in IES sector of World Intellectual Property Organization. A bit about me, you can always reach out also, that's my LinkedIn. Well, I'm a young expert in actually 2 divisions working in parallel, and I had my mechanical engineering and maybe more than 10 years of experience as an inventor, and having 5 proudly failed startup and more than 2-3 active ones already. I own more than 10 patents, and I brought these insights to intellectual property law and world intellectual property to make IP accessible for everyone. First of all, I tried to reach out via the questionnaire earlier on the application, but I guess it was not functioning or people couldn't reply. But just very briefly reviewing what is intellectual property, because that's going to be used a lot, the word IP. So we would say very simply, IP is improving the lives of everyone everywhere. And creators and innovators worldwide use IP to translate their ideas, which is the intangible asset, to tangible assets. And these properties create economic and social benefits that improves the lives of people everywhere. That's how we believe it's gonna contribute to the world. And at WIPO, we play a major role in this, and we do it through 4 areas. We support, we provide services, we are the global forum for this discussion in the world, so-called, I call it the IP temple of the world, and also outreach. And I would like to invite you to have this very short and brief booklet of our publications to have a bit more concept of what is intellectual property. That's a very great short handbook, and it's going to help you if you don't have any background about IP. Just for a quick review also, like, it's a famous example whenever we are in the IP classes or patents and so on, that we try to start with the device that everyone has in hands these days, smartphone. So in a simple like mobile phone, you can find different types of intellectual property and protection ways of these intangible assets, namely trademark, which are all the brands, logos, and even the icon apps you have these days. Actually, patents, which is the most important and famous ones nowadays. And today I'm going to address a lot and use it a lot. And utility models, which are so-called also PD patents, like the small version of patent that protects the technology and data processing and many other functions and ideas behind the smartphones. Design, which is mostly the shape and aesthetic protection. Also trade secrets, which is a very great competitor of patents, which I'm going to explain a bit more later on, that you can keep it as a secret, not publish or patent it. And also copyright, which is well known, and it's usually about whatever you publish, like software is also included in this matter. I had a very quick video to introduce us to you, but I'm going to skip it to save a bit of time, I guess. So I'm just going to give you again the QR code if you're happy to know more in just 2-3 minutes what is IP and what is WIPO. It's going to be much more better than my presentation for sure. So please scan it and then take your time to watch it with more time and focus. But a little bit more about this temple of IP, I call, like where 194 member states and countries unite for innovation. Actually, we are the most related UN agency related to innovation, and the World Intellectual Property Organization. We do, I mean, I'm sure you all know about that very well, but our global, sorry? I heard someone, but I couldn't catch the, okay, I guess it was not mine. Anyway, so I would just skip this part quicker, but in World Intellectual Property, like we are the United Nations agency that serve the world's innovators and creators. That's a simple and very straightforward way of comparing and trying to provide the services worldwide. And then we ensure that the idea of these innovators and inventors travel safely to the market and improve lives everywhere. And a bit of information about WIPO. And within WIPO, we have different sectors, namely 8. And one of the sectors is called IP and Innovation Ecosystem, which I'm working in as well. And Mr. Marco Aleman, who is our Assistant Director General in this sector, who gave also a presentation 2 years ago in this keynote speaking this actually conference as well. And this is how we are ensuring that in the structure of our sectoral work, our sector focus on empowering innovation, delivering evidence-based insights, and we facilitate even dispute resolution. So we have like a triangle way of making sure this focus works for them. And the pillars or those two main like focuses, when mixes together, creates IP for Innovators Department, and our mandate is to provide local innovation support to innovation stakeholders and facilitate global technology transfer, diversity and inclusion. What's crucial for today's discussion is how this like IPID department shapes the most important part I'm going to discuss with you about this secret weapon or toolkit for entrepreneurs. So here is the main question, and I would call it the 10K question for every entrepreneur. So literally, the average cost for filing a patent, depending on where you are in the world, may vary between 5,000, 10,000, or even less in some countries. But the dilemma will be, should I patent or not to patent? But I mean, I'm hoping if anyone doesn't have like maybe in detailed idea about what's patent, I'm happy to address your questions right away, because we're going to discuss mostly about patents today, and we need to know what is patent actually. I'm trying to see if anyone had anything on the chat so far. No. So I'm going to follow that. While you're patenting, you are having a protection, both inventor or investor, which is different on patents. Remember that we have a signee or applicant, which is the owner of the rights, and we do have an inventor who has the scientific and the idea behind that. He may not receive any money if someone sells the invention or patent, if the applicant or the main actually assignee won't give him a share. So the inventor or investor would have exclusive rights, usually 20 years, like on average, and it's all territorial. So if you patent your invention, for example, in United States, you cannot protect it in elsewhere in the world unless they have an internal agreement or it's a regional like patent regime as well. And this limited duration makes the big challenge for some emerging technologies like AI, and I will be discussing a bit later. And by this trade between the government or the jurisdiction button, when you are getting this exclusive right, you're disclosing the whole information, the secret of your patent, the idea behind that, how it works, to the public. So that's like a deal. Okay, I'll get an exclusive right from you, but I'll give all my information in a way that everyone can build from scratch this invention at home. I mean, I'm just like making it very easy, but examiners make sure that this patent is disclosed fully to grant it and make it a real patent. So it must be a full document. It's going to be globally published, and then it's going to be permanently on the publication or gazettes or whatever online platform you can find. So you can easily find patents from 80s, 70s. I mean, even before that, whenever the patent system was invented in your country, and then you will have this like document forever there. So sometimes that's the big dilemma for entrepreneurs. Should I publicly disclose my information, or I just mentioned, for example, the trade secrets. The famous trade secret holder in the world, Coca-Cola. They never patented. I mean, I'm not going to go into details if they could patent or not, but they never patented their recipe or formula. It's been a trade secret over 120, 30 years so far, and no one knows what's the secret. And they could keep it much, much more than 20 years. And to be honest, sometimes it's going to cost you less because depending. And if they have patented it, competitors could have legally copied it, you know, in 1905, 1910. So it's been longer. And this defensive way of protection or offensive way of like protection in patent is so-called this patent or IP strategy. I'm not going to go in details because then I'm even able to discuss another defensive way of like securing your idea or protecting it by just publishing, like another strategy that you just publicly disclose your invention via a paper or like seeking without any patents. You just publish it and then you prevent others to patent it later, so everyone can access it and no one can get an exclusive right. So this balance and this question can be a full presentation in another day, hopefully, or sometime if you have any chance for this. But I just want to shed light on the part that when we patent it, we are also disclosing it, and this disclosure give us a great amount of and vast amounts of data. And what we see as patents is just the tip of iceberg. The previous presentation also was mentioned, the tip of iceberg, very common, most useful word maybe today. IP offices collectively host the planet's richest technology database with these patents, and hundreds of millions of records of patents are already published in the world. And the maybe tough or funny part is 3 million is being published even already and added each month. So that's a huge amount of money, as an amount of information and data, and yet turning this ocean of information into actionable decision-making or intelligence remains very difficult. Most of value lies like below the surface. You know, the invisible without the right tools and skills is not possible. So now I should say, welcome to the IP analytics world, where these big data meets big dreams of you. And imagine that you have access to over 100 million patents from more than 150 countries, containing all description details of their greatest ideas and all searchable and analyzable in the real time. So this is patent analytics. And actually, that's a very systematic evaluation and approach to this patent data to uncover insights about technological development and competitive landscape and market opportunities. So it's like having a crystal ball, just an example, I guess. Even I saw it in an AI-generated text or document that they called it crystal ball that reveals where innovation is heading before it gets there. So you can even forecast, you can be a fortune teller in technology. That's actually we do in WIPO as well. I'm going to name a bit later. If you're interested, I'm just naming these platforms. Please Google and then try to even make try them at home. It's free, accessible for everyone. One of the WIPO, or World Intellectual Property Organization services. That's the WIPO data sources like PatentScope, which is the worldwide patent search database, free of access. You can see, you can filter from country, from technology and different parts, as well as maybe Madrid Monitor, which is for trademark database as well. So I hope you won't get lost and follow the data, follow the presentation here. And I'm just going to switch to the next slide by this word here. IP data is vast, but a unique source of information. So what do we do with this unique source of information? We use patent analytics to leverage the wealth of this knowledge contained in patent data, so-called 5 Ws. That I'm going to present in a moment, and we provide added value information and supporting the informed decision making. So this patent analytics involves the systematic evaluation, as I mentioned. So like publications that contain these data, like Patent Landscape Report or our technology trends, or we have Spark Report as well, very new child born in our section, are analytical documents that
try to summarize, the existing patent data within the particular field, and they serve as the tool for stakeholders to uncover technology trends, and I mentioned, and more importantly, identify the gaps. What are those 5 Ws? In each patent document, you can see the names, which can contain a lot of background information and metadata. What's the main concept of the invention? Which is a very important key area to discuss, and we can even find these like examples a bit later, and when, and also sometimes why. Like they usually can hide it as well. These 5 Ws can be the most important measurable or evaluatable or systematic way of finding the technology aspects or the secrets behind a patented technology. And patents analytics, actually, by this, we unlock the value of patent data in a very structured way, easily to understandable by non-experts. So if you read it, if you just go through the data, you get lost. But that's very structured way, easy to digest. And also, we do visualizations of the results, and it's going to facilitate interdisciplinary dialogue. In some moments, I'm going to explain a bit more about all these users of patent analytics, but just listing them here, it's going to be a vast variety of target audiences, from governments, policymakers, inventors, investors, IP managers. But today we are focusing on startups, entrepreneurs, and inventors, and a bit investors as well. And this is, I call, the Entrepreneurs Analytics Toolkit. Look how many questions just a piece of IP analytics can answer. Patents are like when you are sorting and aggregating this information into charts, visualizations, data, tables, you can uncover these insights that lead to strategic and data-backed decisions. And these are the questions that we can answer. Like we can inform policies on R&D. We can even go through some technology transfer. Like, for example, who is a potential acquisition target, or what partnership opportunities are available. If you just group them and categorize these questions in a way, I can show you 5 concrete even ways maybe IP analytics can supercharge your startup, I would call. And it's all backed by these metrics and performance, like perform data and evaluated data. These are questions that patent analytics can answer to support a business decision-making, for example, on startups. What new technology should be patented? Or see how your competitors distribute resources between different technologies within the sector, or an indication of where they see the potential, where they invest even, or where are they leading to, or where they succeed with research. The fact is, when you have a technology, you need to like on average, a patent procedure to be granted takes around 3 years. So if you are going to put this phone in the market, you're going to patent it now, much earlier than you commercialize. I mean, you put it in the market or start yourself. Otherwise, if you sell it before filing your patent, it means that you lost the priority, and then it's called the self-disclosure, and you only have a grace period in some countries not, to patent your idea if you already disclose it in anywhere, like even an exhibition, even a publication, even in a TV interview. Whatever you do, even your brochure could be a document that proves that you had disclosed it in public earlier, and you lose the priority, so a prior art, and then it's going to be on public domain. So the examiner would reject your patent unless you use the grace period, which is sometimes 6 months to 1 year in different jurisdictions. Sorry. So in this manner, I just explained, when you see a filed patent, and when you file the patent, again, depending on the strategy, sometimes they pay for earlier publications, sometimes not. It takes like 18 months to be published, and then after like almost 3 years, 20-something months to 30-something months, it's going to be granted and patented. But since it's filed after 1 year and a half, almost 1 year, it's published and it's in public domain before even being granted. So if you go through the competitor's patents portfolio, the publications, if you do a search or if you do even analytics around them, you will know a lot of details about their future or next step. You can read their hands, like what's going to be their next card. So that's amazing. It's especially speaking of like competitors, like see how your competitors even distribute their resources. That's something amazing. And which like even markets they're focusing. You remember those 5 Ws? For example, imagine that you have a company as your competitor, and they have filed all their patents in a specific country in a continent. So you will see that, okay, they're going to focus on that market, which is maybe a very, very, very valuable data and information for you. I have several examples, but I prefer to go through the real examples. I don't want to, I'm not sure how much time I do have, but what I would like to focus is maybe real cases as well. And like this is like some questions about an investor side of the decision making, like market opportunities identification, I call. So by patent analytics, it can be revealed the white spaces, like it can reveal the white spaces where innovation is sparse. So a recent study even showed that startups using patent landscape analysis were 40% more likely to identify profitable market niches. So for example, while everyone is just patenting electric vehicle batteries, very few patents existed for wireless charging infrastructure. So it was $1 billion opportunity hiding in plain sight. So who noticed that gap could go through that and find the area to invest on. So maybe even who is actively acquiring patents in the sector to find them and negotiate and start. And also in maybe R&D, I would say the questions, for example, when you're investor, the inventor or a researcher or a university or just an individual inventor, IP analytics can transform this R&D from just expensive guesswork into strategic investment with predictable returns. That's what I'm talking about, the toolkit, or that's what I'm talking about, the crystal ball. So as an example, like the optimization of your R&D investment can be done easily by these questions answered. Like, for example, you just stop playing R&D roulette, just like wasting money, or patent analytics easily can show like exactly where to invest your limited resources when you're a university or you're an innovation center. As an example, like pharmaceuticals are using these I would say insights higher success rate of their drug developments, and studies shown even I guess it's written somewhere like 40% of higher success rates in drug development because they avoid overcrowded therapeutic area and focus on the unexplored opportunities. And many biotech examples and revenues behind that, and just naming some other applications of using patent analytics in R&D, namely partnership and licensing opportunities. You remember that the first W was name. Who is the investors? So if you see billions of patents and then, like millions of patents and thousands owned by just one investor in the field, if you have a new idea, you want to go through a partnership, the name, the company, the investor. So like many medical device companies have found breakthrough partnership with aerospace firms. It doesn't make sense, but because both industries need similar, miniaturization technologies. Or when I was doing a project 2018 in CERN as the project in my summer school with WIPO and UNISH, I remember our case was a semiconductor case in CERN that was used, but then at the end of the day, it was a partnership and licensing to General Electric and other companies that they used it for medical devices and medical screening. So, and maybe we should say also freedom to operate, which is another context that it takes ages to explain, but also risk assessment and so on and so on. I hope this can give you a sort of insight, as you remember, by making easy to digest. This is a visual that our team prepared in WIPO in the graphite and its application PLR. We're gonna explain a bit more. I'm just focusing on the diagram to tell you a bit more. On the left side, you can see, for example, the rest of the world and China who owned or like filed more patents. So you can identify the richness of patents in which jurisdiction, or even the other competitors and areas where to file or where not to file, or where to file the investor or the right partner. For example, this report easily help us to identify emerging technologies and applications area for graphite. And by this report, we highlighted production capabilities and suggested many opportunities for investments in sustainable technologies and also in other practical implementation of like this technology. And by many, I mean, you can easily find many insights from them. Like one of the insights is to just which technologies are used, or like or including different sources of graphite, or process or methods for its production, graphite, product and their applications. So on the right side, for example, it has a focus on the patent families on the processing, and why that I will let you know a bit later who used it and how they used it. But just very briefly to wrap up, I want to draw your attention to the field of patent analytics, which expected to be exploded soon by just next 7 years to 240%, and it's going to be a market around $3.5 billion. So remember this name, patent analytics or IP analytics, and I'm going to just give you some real cases as well by some a review of our works. So in WIPO, also in that IP-ID and IES sector of World Intellectual Property, we do have an IP analytics team. This photo shows only 5 of us. We are 6 actually. Brian is missing in this photo. And it was formed since 2010. And you can scan this QR code to explore 3 technology trends and more than 20 patent landscape reports for free that cost a lot for any company or any country to invest and publish or do this data analytics. Our section actually provide these data-driven analysis worldwide through our technology trend series and extensive portfolio of IP analytics. Please feel free to go through our website. It can be even start for very beginner's guide, and many other insights to knowing your biggest competitors or even your area of investment, and make sure your competitors are already working on that using external providers or in their team. That graphite example I just mentioned was not a case of a person or a startup. It was a case by Sri Lanka. So this country is the great source of graphite, but they're not developing the technology. So they ask WIPO, they are going to invest on technologies, but they don't know where to invest and how to start. So this patent landscape report, or namely like abbreviation is PLR, help them. You can scan this QR code and read the story. That's a very nice story written by my colleague Lakshmi, which describes how they use this data and patent landscape to do a mining policy and how their country invested on the easy access and not, on the space, like the white space and not a reached area. Also, like I have some cases that maybe I can name by each pillar we have. So these are the three of our patent landscape reports. For example, in the area of generative AI or artificial intelligence, we have a patent landscape report, and maybe it's a good idea that give you a real example. I don't name them just for sake of privacy or as they're not present today. But for example, in Silicon Valley, there was an AI-based startup that was developing a facial recognition software. And when patent analysis revealed that the major of tech companies held comprehensive patent covering their intended approach, instead of proceeding into a patent like minefield, I'm calling it minefield, because if they go there, there will be like thousands, millions of investment needed to run a lawsuit. Instead of that, they analyzed white spaces and pivoted to an emotion recognition technology, a market with more than 90% fewer patents. And the same people, the same technology, the same startup pivoted in the right time before stepping in the minefield. And today, I can name them even, they're valued at 500 million, and they have licensed their technology to major like entertainment companies to identify the emotion. So as an example, you can maybe find some case studies in our publications as well. In the field of agri-food, the same. Or one of the most referred recent publications of us almost 2 years, less than 2 years ago, SDGs. We have mapped the whole innovation around United Nations SDG, and that's something that you can all find. But also, we do have at our works and free of access, WIPO Technology Trends. This is a flagship publication of our section and organization. And our 2019 WIT or WIPO Technology Trends publication was around artificial intelligence. It's been mostly like downloaded, I guess, most downloaded piece of publications in our website, and it's been a reference for many researchers and companies around the world. And that's again providing you white spaces or where you can invest. As an example, again, like maybe I should name another white space discovery, another Danish company, like but maybe that's better first to mention that our latest publication in WIPO Technology Trends or WIT report was the future of transportation. These samples and diagrams, it's in the report as well, but you can see that more than 1.1 million inventions or patent families published between 2000 to 2023 around transportation. And 11% of the patents related to the future of transportation was like, it shows the growth of the annual growth of the like this area for patenting. And I like you can find a lot of insights about that. And I brought an example of a transportation company as well. That Danish company that I mentioned, like an entrepreneur, again, not naming them, that they noticed that everyone was patenting the cars themselves, but almost no patents existed for smart traffic infrastructure. So his company now holds fundamental patents for intelligent traffic system and license technology to cities worldwide, and they are generating 50 million annually on licensing revenue only. So these are examples that that they show you how to discover white space with a piece of analytics, which is already available for you. So you can use it in our website. And please also take a look at our handbook. And the last thing, I would say IP is the currency of innovation nowadays, but IP analytics is the compass that helps us spend it wisely. That's our suggestion to you. It's anonymous, but also attributed to Peter Turner. And thanks to my manager, Mr. Christopher Harrison, who is absent today on a mission. And this is his favorite, actually, one of his favorites codes as well. Thank you so much for listening to this presentation. Thanks to you again, Professor Busler and Dr. Hanani. And I'm happy if anyone has any questions to address and discuss even later via my email or LinkedIn. I'm happy to help you identify your white space, and hopefully do not wait to perfect moment for the perfect idea. Start with a simple patent search in your technology area and start it today. Thank you so much.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Puyan. That was very interesting. I wish we had some more time. We're way over our time limit. So I wanted to thank you for something extremely interesting. Okay, I think we have one left here. Puyan, stop sharing your screen. And I think Charles is the last one. We're way over time, Charles. So present very concisely, if you could. I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thanks so much for the invitation. Really looking forward to the discussion. And hopefully, Professor Busler will get us back on time. I don't know, but I'll try to be as concise as possible.
Thank you.
Dr. Hanadi, thanks so much for the invitation again, and really looking forward to our discussion. I actually had an opportunity to, I first found out about this conference through colleague Dr. Thomas O'Neill and Dr. Larry Molnar. And then I had the opportunity, I guess, in 2021 to present to the convening, and so glad to be back here in 2025. Impressed by just the number of presenters and different perspectives that are shared and the different communities that we're touching with this convening. and wanted to share a few words about three particular areas, specifically around entrepreneurial support and how we can support technology entrepreneurs throughout our communities across the globe. First thing I want to talk about is an experiment. I want to share about an experiment that's underway in one of our local communities, really looking at how that community is transforming the work of entrepreneurial support. I think it'll be germane to many of our discussions. Secondly, I want to talk about another tool that many communities is available to all communities to advance entrepreneurial support through a concept of community of practices. And then lastly, wanted to talk about how MBIA is leveraging the both of these tools to support its members across the globe around entrepreneurial support. So if I'll go ahead and share my presentation, let's see here. You, no, not presenter view. Let me end this. View slideshow. Okay. So first, just to put my comments in context, just a little bit about MBIA.